cold, pouring rain was pouring down with all its might. But this did not stop the ill-wisher from pointing a gun at an unfamiliar young man in a suit. The very next second, a loud, thunderous shot rang out, and the man staggered and was about to fall to the ground. Only a few minutes had passed, and the street was already empty. Only a figure could be seen on an abandoned site. It was the stranger who had recently been shot, and now there was a bloody stain spreading under his head. Turning over his hand, the young man thought to himself whether this was really the end of his life, whether he was really going to die alone in the middle of a dirty street. Suddenly, a scream rang out throughout the entire class. It was so loud that the kids in the room were literally taken aback by it. The young man looked intently ahead of him. It seemed that he himself could not understand what was happening or where he was. A classmate sitting in the front row asked Wang Teng in surprise what was going on with him, and then suggested that they go to Rose's bar that evening and have a few drinks. Looking at Shujai, our hero thought to himself about why they were talking to this guy again, and also why he looked so young. The young man could not collect his thoughts because he knew exactly what had happened to him just recently. He remembered the events of the last minute so clearly, the way the killers looked at him, and also the fact that he was lying on the ground, that he could not fully comprehend how he ended up in this classroom. Wang Teng still looked ahead in surprise. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the right words. But a moment later, the young man looked at his clothes and was taken aback. It really was him, but many years ago. Taking the phone in his hands, the guy looked at his avatar with interest, realizing that it was actually true. With his head on the desk, Wang Teng decided to himself that he had somehow been reborn. Although at that moment it seemed impossible and unrealistic. Trying to bring himself to his senses, our hero told himself out loud that he needed to act as if nothing had happened, and that he shouldn't let the past repeat itself. A frightened Shujai asked his comrade what was wrong with him, why he was acting so suspiciously. Smiling, the young man convinced his friend that there was no need to worry about him. He was just a little tired, and therefore would not go with the guys that evening. Suddenly, one of the boys shouted to all his classmates that some goddess was punishing bullies. Realizing that something interesting was about to happen, her classmates immediately began to egg the girl on, saying that she was the best, and therefore should show the maximum of what she was capable of. Wang Teng looked down in surprise, as if he either didn't understand who they were talking about or didn't remember anything like that happening in his past life. From the classroom window, one could clearly see how some stranger was skillfully dealing with the young people. There was so much determination in this brunette's movements that it seemed like this beauty could overcome anyone who stood in her way. Our hero noted to himself that he had not noticed before that He Man-rong was so long-legged, had a beautiful figure, skills, and held the title of Supreme Martial Arts Master. At that moment, his friend approached the young man and again asked what had happened to the guy, adding that he seemed absent-minded and frightened. Smiling, the young man sincerely said that he was tired, and therefore it would be better to go home to get a good night's sleep. As he walked down the street, Wang Teng realized that everything in this world was completely different from what it had been in his past life. Realizing that for some reason the vector had changed. Taking the phone in his hands, the young man decided that it would be best to study what was happening now, so as not to look stupid or absent-minded. For a moment, our hero stared at the phone, as if deciding to take this step. But a minute later, he was reading about how 30 years ago, a spatial crack had appeared in the sky, connecting their world with many others. Within these rifts, there existed a power that allowed one to comprehend and develop combat power. Scientists have studied this force and discovered that it is most likely dark matter. And with its appearance, the Earth has undergone changes because earthly beings began to adapt to the new reality. Moreover, the vegetation became more lush and taller, and some extinct species reappeared. Animals also became stronger, their characteristics improved. The interesting thing is that some people went crazy, and the reasons were never found. Scientists began to understand this, which led to the human race starting to train, which led to the widespread emergence of martial arts. The amazed guy couldn't believe that everything had changed so dramatically. However, Wang Teng was interested not only in this, but also in what had happened to his family, if now almost all people had become different. As he approached the house, the boy wondered whether he could now call these people his parents. Perhaps they lived somewhere else and he would now be kicked out of here. Some inner force told our hero that he most likely shouldn't go in, because everything was different now. But he had no other choice. The young man closed his eyes and stood in front of the door for a while, weighing all the possible options. Opening the door, Wang Teng demonstratively and theatrically informed his mother and father that he had returned home. The brunette, as if not understanding what had happened to the guy, stood silently in place for a few seconds, after which she turned around and happily announced that the young man should tidy himself up because they would soon be having lunch. Suddenly, tears came to Wang Teng's eyes. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't do it well. With each passing second, the young man's tears rolled down harder and faster. Confidently moving down the corridor, our hero once again proudly declared out loud that he was now definitely at home. Only a few minutes had passed, and the guy was already smiling good-naturedly, although he was still silent. Despite this, events from his life appeared before Wang Teng's eyes. He remembered his parents, as well as the birthday cake. Now the teenager felt as if he had returned to that time, because the whole family was again sitting at the big table. The young man saw a photograph from his childhood on the table, which seemed to warm his soul. But there was something that tormented him. Lying on the bed, our hero thought sadly about how in his past life, the Wang family had humiliated people and was therefore expelled. Just a month later, Father Sinton's grappa and grandfather Zhongshan's company went bankrupt. After the Wang family fell apart, Wang Shengguo's father was killed. And sometime after these sad events, another one happened. Li Sumei's mother died because she could not survive her grief. Realizing that he had to move forward, the young man also decided to run away, although his life could not be called happy or joyful. Rather, it was reckless. The young man understood that the result of his cowardice was death in some dirty and unknown alley. Wang Teng, looking intently ahead, now realized that he had not realized any of this until the moment he died. Now our hero was full of confidence and strength, and so he quickly left his room and headed forward. The guy decided to himself that the only way to protect the people dear to him was to become stronger and more resilient. After some time, the young man was already standing near some building, although he did not immediately decide to head towards it. However, the teenager said that he is truly working towards the title of the best and most excellent university. The security guard standing at the door apologized and said that a routine inspection was being conducted, and therefore asked our hero to assist with it. Looking ahead, Wang Teng decided that he saw power runes on the body. With their help, the damage was increased many times over. Even if martial artists are shot in the forehead, he fears they could be left crippled. Only a few minutes passed, and Wang Teng was already standing in the middle of the hall, looking intently at some person. However, the guy quickly approached the reception desk, hearing the administrator asking if it was true that he had signed up for admission. After hearing a satisfactory answer, and then she continued to say that if the guy is a junior student, then it would be best for him to go to study hall number 2. As he walked down the corridor, the young man saw athletes, and it seemed as if they were in completely different categories. So one of the guys was punching a punching bag, and the computer immediately notified him that his strength was increasing with every second. The other boys were practicing fencing, and the system again told them that their dexterity was getting better and better. Girls also worked out in the gym and also achieved excellent results. Our hero watched all these people in surprise. It seemed that he did not expect to see something like this. As he squatted down, the teenager saw something on the floor, something that caught his attention. He didn't know what it was, but being in a new world, he understood that he had to find out about everything that was happening here. A moment later, the young man pressed a large button, realizing that something interesting was about to happen. Suddenly, the young man was literally taken aback by what he saw. Wang Teng couldn't believe his own eyes. It was a recognition machine that immediately informed the teenager that his strength was at the initial level. The people gathered in the hall watched our hero, but they did so in a somewhat suspicious manner. Suddenly, the young man caught himself thinking that he was sitting on his knees, but at the same time there was a girl standing in front of him, and he was looking at her leg. The students discussed among themselves what was going on with this strange guy who, for some reason, was reaching for the stranger's colorful sneakers. Jumping up from his seat, Wang Teng realized how stupid he looked, and so he began to come up with some vague excuses, realizing that he seemed to be completely detached from reality. The frightened girl, without saying anything, immediately ran towards the exit. Despite this, the guys who were in the hall suspiciously watched Wang Teng. At that moment, the guy realized that, most likely, everyone else did not see the board that for some reason opened in front of him, so they did not understand what he was doing. And before the young man had time to think about everything he wanted, someone's hand fell on his shoulder. Wang Teng didn't like being treated this way, so he immediately turned around to see what and who wanted from him. Our hero wondered to himself whether anyone had actually paid attention to his scoreboard, and asked the stranger out loud what had happened. Showing some cards, the young man asked if it was true that the young man was an unrivaled master of martial arts, who should choose one of the cards. The teenager didn't know how to react to this, so he simply looked at the man for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the young man finally pulled out one of the cards, shouting that he had made his choice. But the stranger's reaction was unpredictable. He started shouting that he shouldn't fool around because he would never reach the heights that way, after which he told the newcomer to follow him. With a bump on his head and tears in his eyes, Wang Teng timidly said that he understood everything, and therefore he would do as he was told. Looking at the evening city, the guy thought that the main method used on the Xinwu continent was actually the 9 sets of radio gymnastics of the kingdom's gold. The bubbles were running out of time quickly, so the mentor delayed their disappearance a little. The young man remembered that they even met the fat man who became his victim. However, our hero thought sadly that he didn't want this. He just needed to train properly. As he opened the door, Wang Teng told himself that he had finally leveled up enough, and he really didn't expect that he would be able to develop his boxing skills and improve his core performance. Upon entering the house, the teenager told his parents that he had come home and that he was so tired that he wanted to lie down. But before that, he wanted to eat even more. The boy's mother happily announced that they still had some egg noodles left, so the young man could sit down and eat. The young man took a large plate of hot food and put it on the table. Wang Shengguo said in a worried tone that his son had returned very late, and so he was very worried about him. While eating, the teenager explained that he was involved in martial arts and that he went to the Polar Star. Touching his son's forehead, the father immediately asked if he had a fever, since he was saying all sorts of incomprehensible things. Hearing that Wang Teng was fine, The man again said that he didn't understand him because before he didn't even want to hear about any martial arts, let alone do something like that. Continuing to enjoy his noodles, the guy said that he just wanted to try his hand, and that's why he decided to go. He added that this may seem like something complicated, but in fact, it is incredibly simple. The most important thing is to have the desire to do something like this. Wang Shengguo looked at his son attentively and remained silent, as if he couldn't find the right words. After this, the father stated that if the boy made such a decision, he would support him. Moreover, he would find a good teacher so that he could study and see real results. Seeing how the man had already started calling someone, our hero immediately said that there was no point in hiring anyone yet. And then he added that first he wanted to find out if he had a talent for this business. And therefore, he planned to study independently in the gym for the first few days, and thought to himself that the tutor would definitely not have a golden finger and would not be able to see the scoreboard. With a heavy sigh, the man noted that the Polar Star Complex was a wonderful hall, and therefore one could actually learn something there. Having finished eating absolutely everything, Wang Teng stood up from the table and said that he wanted to rest first, and that tomorrow he planned to go back to the martial arts hall to continue training. The parents sat and silently watched their son disappear from sight, each of them immersed in their own thoughts. It seemed that the father was more worried than the mother, but he did not want to show it so as not to upset his wife as well. But realizing that thoughts alone wouldn't help matters, I told my wife that tomorrow I absolutely had to buy as much meat as possible, because protein was essential for those who exercise a lot. The next day, our hero immediately went to the gym, where he joyfully greeted the guys he had met the day before. The young man knew that he would most likely see these people on a daily basis, and therefore saw the point in being on good terms with them. However, the unfamiliar brunette watched our hero strangely, although she did not say anything to him. Gathering the bubbles in his hand, the boy joyfully said, addressing himself, that the early birds have something to feast on, meaning himself. After this, Wang Teng decided that he needed to study something that was presented on the board. The guy was eager to find out how much he had increased his strength level, and so, as he was speeding up, he told himself that now was the time to find out. A moment later, the young man had already begun training, and it seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Having finished boxing, our hero decided that now was the time to run on the treadmill, and he wanted to reach maximum speed to show himself what he was capable of. Finally, the young man stopped and stood in the circle that was supposed to calculate his strength level. Just a second later, some unknown indicators appeared on the display. Looking at them, the guy was upset. He understood that his current strength was at a low level of skill and was quite consistent with his physique and quality. This also applies to speed. But what was depressing was that he had no idea how to improve it. However, after a moment, our hero decided that a bad mood was no reason to stand still, because if you work hard, you can achieve what you want. The brunette, looking at Wang Teng, wondered to herself whether this was really the strange guy she had met the day before, and immediately decided that he was mentally retarded, and therefore it was better to stay away from him. But it seemed that the young man was little bothered by this, because at that moment he had a completely different goal. As before, he looked closely at the scoreboard, thinking about what he should do next. However, the beauty, who had not let Wang Teng out of her sight, was surprised that he had suddenly reached for the sword, realizing that he was probably going to master working with this instrument as well. Our hero, in turn, was thinking about the fact that he had come across a copy of the Shadow series, and therefore decided that now was the time to use this bladed weapon. Only a few seconds had passed, and the teenager was already cutting the air with his blade as if he had done it hundreds of times before. Looking at him, the brunette asked her friend if the same guy had been practicing 9 sets of radio gymnastics from the Golden Kingdom the day before. Wang Teng, who had no idea what anyone was talking about, simply did what he was asked to do. But only a few minutes passed, and the guy had already returned the sword to its sheath, looking somewhere. The unwitting spectators, seeing the teenager returning the weapon to its place, asked each other if that was all. If the training would really be over? The athletes actually thought that there was something wrong with the stranger's head, because he had practiced with the sword a couple of times and went to take up boxing. Of course, he is diligent, but still, something is wrong with him. At that moment, the man turned to the onlookers and asked why they were crowded here instead of going in training. Pointing to our hero, the girl turned to Pan and asked what kind of monster he had brought. That before he could even pick up a blade, he had already started boxing. The young man, as before, saw no one and nothing except a punching bag, and therefore it didn't matter to him what they said about him. The surprised man, like the others, stopped for a moment to watch Wang Teng. For a moment, the young man paused, realizing that he probably needed to say something. Smiling, our hero turned to his teacher, saying how good it was that the man had come. The young man didn't like being addressed so seriously, so he said the boy could just call him Brother Pan, like everyone else. In response to the teenager's question, Peng explained that he had come early to study even harder, because he was already over 20 years old and was only at a high level of mastery, adding that senior masters would arrive today, to whom our hero could confidently turn. Wang Teng sincerely said that he liked his mentor, who was a wonderful person, and I thought to myself that now was the best time to gain trust. At that moment, another stranger quickly turned her head somewhere. The girl blushed, but despite this, the young man asked her without a hint of embarrassment whether she believed in fate. The beauty stuttered and wanted to say something, but with difficulty squeezed out a phrase about why the young man suddenly began asking her such strange questions. It seemed that our hero also wanted to say something, but did not understand where best to begin. For a moment, silence fell over the room, because while the guy was collecting his thoughts, the surprised beauty simply looked at him, hugging some book to herself. Snatching the book from the hands of the stranger, the teenager shouted loudly that he noticed that the girl was also practicing the big palm of the Tathagata, and therefore wanted her to teach him this. The friend, realizing that something bad could happen, immediately ran up to her acquaintance and told her not to rush with an answer. And at that moment, our hero shouted that he had a lot to do and ran ahead. Lying on the floor, Wang Teng heard the question about whether he was going to leave, and he replied that he would indeed be going home very soon. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man noted with satisfaction that he had managed to reach an average level of skill. In the evening, our hero, as usual, ate his fill, realizing that he needed to eat as much as possible to replenish the lost calories. The boy's mother told him not to rush, since there was enough food, and besides, no one was going to take his plate away from him ahead of time. Answering his parents' question, Wang Teng happily reported that this training session had also gone well. And what's more, one of the boys had complimented him, saying that he was talented. The father decided to encourage his son, and therefore told him to study and not think about anything else, that he had enough resources for this. The young man decided to himself that he was no longer an ignoramus. When he became a high-level martial arts master, he would be able to show it off to his friends. But for now, it was better to keep quiet about it, so as not to think that these were just illusions. The guy was about to think about something else, but at that moment someone called him, and so he decided to answer. The cheerful comrade reported that they were already sitting in the Rose Bar, and therefore they missed the presence of their friend who said that he would join them very soon. As he was leaving, our hero heard his parents saying that he had been studying all day, and that it would be good for him to study. But they only asked that their son not return late. Not much time passed, and the young man was already near the bar where his friends were. Standing in front of the entrance, the guy thought that he was familiar with this place. After the Wang family disappeared, he had never been to this club again. Wang Teng remembered how Shujai had shouted at him at the time that something had happened to the family, and he had joyfully declared that such a thing could not happen, and had therefore declared that they needed to continue having fun and not be distracted by all sorts of trifles. But now everything was different. The young man knew that now he had to act differently, because it was not for nothing that he had another chance for rebirth. As he entered the bar, our hero heard his friends calling out to him, hinting that he should come over to them. The young man first noticed Bai Bei, who was smiling at him. Coming closer, the guy noted that they had gathered somehow early, although they, on the contrary, were saying that he had come to them too late. Wang Teng smiled, declaring that since he had come, the fun could continue, since that was why everyone had gathered in this wonderful place. Having poured himself a drink, the young man noted that since he had arrived later than everyone else, he would pour himself a penalty drink. At that moment, Yu Hao came over and explained that his father had recently caught him practicing martial arts, but today he had still slipped away to be with his comrades. After this, as if by chance, the young man began to boast that he was now a low-level master. Friends immediately started talking about how this could happen, because Yu Hao was the only one of them who had achieved such excellent results, and therefore if any of them were bullied, they would call him. Taking our hero by the arm, Bai Bei said that the guy should have another drink with her, since she had dreamed about it. Smiling, Wang Teng asked his friend what she wanted to drink. However, the beauty did not have time to answer because at that moment something strange happened. Something that made the boys simultaneously turn their heads towards the door. There was a drunk guy sitting on the floor who, despite this, continued to drink and loudly hummed something to himself, which attracted the interest of others. And while the girl was saying that she was bored, the guy was asking his friends about what was happening with Yuan Zhenghua and whether they knew about him. Zhu Jai angrily declared that he was constantly hanging around Li Rongcheng like a little dog and that he didn't even have time for them. With a hint of mockery in his voice, our hero stated that everyone has their own aspirations, and therefore there is no point in talking like that about other guys. After drinking some more alcohol, the young man declared that it was really not worth talking about such people, because with each passing minute his anger was growing stronger. At that moment, some guy with a bottle noticed the table at which our heroes were sitting. Bai Bei clapped her hands and smiled, listening to her comrades and busy with what was happening in their company, and the stranger, taking his bottle, headed in the direction of the boys, although he was in no hurry to say anything. Finally, he leaned against the sofa and putting his hand on the red-haired beauty's hair, began to pester her, and did it quite boldly. Looking closely at Bai Bei, he without a shadow of a doubt invited her to go with him to have some fun, noting that she was worthy of it. However, a moment later the ill-wisher felt someone's strong hand grab his wrist. It was Yu Hao, who immediately asked his opponent what he was even allowing himself to do and what he was doing. The opponent did not want to answer to anyone, and so he dealt one blow to the young man, and that was enough to make him stagger in place. Squeezing his hand, the villain spoke angrily about whether there were really those in this company who would dare to stop him. The next moment, the ill-wisher advanced on the guys who were standing a little further away, letting everyone know that he was the boss here. In response to our hero's question, Yu Hao replied that this man was the highest level among low-level martial artists and was very close to mid-level masters, and therefore could not be compared to him. Meanwhile, the rival continued to mock the members of the company, declaring that perhaps the weakling still had some strength left to prove himself in some other way. But a moment later, something happened that came as a shock to many, as Wang Teng turned around and delivered a punch with such force that his opponent was sent flying to the other end of the room. The boy stood and watched as the villain landed on the chair, the villain who was unable to say anything. Coming up close to his opponent, the guy indifferently stated that he couldn't even land a normal blow, although he imagined himself to be some kind of winner. Our hero's acquaintances looked at him in surprise. They had no idea what they could say given what had just happened, and the young man continued to say that attacking his friends was something unworthy. Such scum certainly did not deserve such a thing. The opponent did not like to hear this, and so he jumped up and was about to attack. However, Wang Teng immediately intercepted this blow, showing that he was much stronger than one might think, and therefore would not give up so easily. A moment later, the young man struck again, but in such a way that the enemy no longer wanted to get involved in the fight. And again, everyone gathered noticed how the villain flew to the opposite side of the room. But this time, it was the wall that he practically broke through. Unexpectedly, the system sent a notification that the owner received points for his strength, as well as for his speed. Trying to rise from his seat, the opponent muttered something under his breath about the mid-level master. And then he immediately stated that the guy was probably bragging about how an average level was an excellent result. However, with a grin, Wang Teng said that with such a level, it is possible to do absolutely anything you want. The enemy watched the boy in surprise, his eyes widening in amazement. It seemed he couldn't understand where the teenager had gotten such amazing results. But just a minute later, the opponent asked our hero who he was, adding that he would deal with him very quickly and easily. Standing over his opponent, the young man said that he did not understand what the villain was afraid of, and then declared that his name was Li Rongchen, and he was giving the young man half an hour, during which time he could call and ask for help. While running away, the villain said that he would make everyone answer for what they had done. Suddenly, our hero heard laughter behind him. The girl was saying that the teenager had masterfully pinned everything on someone else, so that if anything happened, they would look for him. And she continued to note that if he knew about this, he would hate Wang Teng with all his soul, and perhaps even become his worst enemy. The young man heard his comrades admire his strength, but he timidly stated that no one had asked him about it, and therefore he himself did not tell them again. And then he shouted that if his friend didn't tell them everything, it meant he wasn't being completely frank with them. And he immediately added that, in that case, the young man would have to pay for the wine. Suddenly, Bai Bei intervened in the conversation. Hitting her friend on the head, she shouted that if he didn't stop being stupid, she would beat him up so that he would remember it forever. The managers, who hid when the fight started, heard that the guys were going to leave despite the mess they had made, but they had no plans to stop them. He added that the young man had an average skill level. It was clear that his life story was not so simple, and Zhao Ganbao was drunk today and was asking for trouble, and therefore it was all his fault. And I decided to myself that I definitely needed to tell my boss about this story. Sitting at home, Bai Bei asked our hero if he had made it home after receiving a message that he was fine, and therefore she didn't have to worry. But it seemed that something was bothering the beauty, and therefore she could not fall asleep. The girl recalled the episode from the bar when Wang Teng proudly declared that no one should dare touch his friends, and this thought did not give her peace, because she tossed and turned and could not fall asleep. The next day, our hero arrived at the sports club early, but he was surprised by the fact that there were guys who were already working out, and it was clear that they had been there since early morning. But, smiling, the young man quietly said that in his diligence he would not admit defeat, hinting that he would train even more. And already out of habit, the guy began to loudly greet everyone who crossed his path. And again, the brunette thought that the young man was behaving strangely, and he, looking at the scoreboard, thought that he had managed to achieve good results. Our hero knew that stronger people were training on the second floor, and so he decided that now was the time to take a look there. Suddenly, the brunette stopped the guy and told him that there was a rule in the martial arts museum that low-level masters were not allowed to go up to the second floor. Smiling, the young man thanked for understanding and stated that he himself knew about it. Hearing about this, the brunette began to speak with horror about how the young man had only arrived a day ago, but was behaving as if he were some kind of master. And while our hero, opening the door, was thinking about how weak the people he had come to were, conversations continued downstairs about how nothing could be learned in one day. For a while, the guy only opened the door slightly. It seemed that he was in no hurry, waiting for something. Suddenly, Wang Teng opened the doors, observing who was behind the door and what they were doing there. The young man decided that this place was now ideal for him, and therefore he needed to take everything and start studying. While speeding up and running somewhere, our hero shouted that he would show himself what he was capable of, and therefore he was not going to stop or give up. Some fat man was shouting angrily at the young man, saying that this was already the second time, and therefore wasn't he tired of it? The teenager asked his colleague if he trained alone and, without waiting for an answer, said that in that case he would keep him company. The stranger didn't like that someone was running with him, so he proposed a competition. and if Wang Teng lost, he would leave him alone. And then the young man declared with a smile on his face that if he still managed to win, then the fat man would recognize him as his elder. Picking up speed, the young man shouted that this would never happen. And a moment later, he added that one shouldn't even dream about such a thing. And he said it so loudly that everyone who was on the second floor heard. Not much time passed, and the out-of-breath fat man was already sitting on the floor while our hero stood over him. The young man thought to himself with horror that this man was so fast that he could not only win, but do it masterfully, as if he had been doing this for many decades. Shaking his hand to the loser, the young man, without a hint of sarcasm, asked him if he was ready to admit defeat. Grabbing his hand, the stranger said that from that moment on he was his older brother, realizing that the competition was in fact fair. Hugging the fat man, Wang Teng explained that they had a completely win-win situation. In the future, he would cover for the stranger, although the stranger did not understand what was being discussed. The guy thought to himself that he had already begun to build a long-term relationship, exactly the one that was needed. Turning around, our hero told everyone gathered that if anyone else wanted to train with him, they could easily do so. As the boys left, rumors began to spread again that Wang Teng had been incredibly stupid, starting from the first floor. And moreover, many wanted to know what kind of family he was from. Waving to his new acquaintance, the guy told him to practice for now, but he himself wanted to compete with the other guys. This young man didn't really know our hero, but he too thought to himself that there was something wrong with his head. And if he had seen what the young man did after that, his guesses in such a judgment would have been strengthened much better. Wang Teng had no intention of stopping. He wanted to improve his skills as quickly as possible, as this was something of fundamental importance to him. The guy saw a clear target. He understood that he had a scoreboard, thanks to which he could monitor the entire situation. Studying his stats, the young man noted that he had almost reached the high level of a martial arts student. And of course, thanks to a glitch in the system, his development was happening quickly. It was also clear that the inexplicable revival and this failure did not just happen, but now the young man would have to rely only on this. While walking somewhere, the guy said out loud that since he had chosen him and he needed it, then he should first sort everything out, although he did not specify what exactly he was talking about. The next day, sitting in the dining room, Bai Bei asked her friend what was going on with him. Lately, he had been busy even on weekends, although this had never happened before. But Wang Teng replied that he was simply a little busy with work, and therefore, it would be better to leave it until he decided on something. At this moment, everyone gathered, looking closely, began to ask if Yuan Zhenghua was walking ahead, not believing their own eyes. In fact, a young man appeared in the passageway, who didn't look very well because he was all bandaged. Surprised, Shu Jai confirmed that it was indeed this man, although he had no idea what had happened to him. All the friends immediately looked at each other and rolled their heads because they were sure who could be involved in this. Despite this, our hero immediately threw up his hands and hastened to calm everyone down, saying that he had nothing to do with this situation. The guy, who wasn't feeling very well, immediately turned to the guys and asked menacingly why they were laughing so hard. Our hero's acquaintance immediately and honestly stated that with such an appearance there can be no talk of any kind of beauty. Yuan Zhenghua didn't stand on ceremony or warn him. He immediately started fighting, saying that the guy would definitely pay for such words. The frightened Shuji already thought that he was about to fly off the chair, but he saw someone's hand quickly intercept his opponent's hand. It was our hero who calmly said that there was no need to take this to heart, because the young man had probably mixed something up. Pulling his hand back, he said that today he perceived everything in this light. But, realizing that his wrist was being held as tightly as before, he began to shout loudly to be given the opportunity to leave. Wang Teng smiled, but noted that he would do as the man himself wished. And a moment later, this guy, who was only holding on because he was being held, flew back. And while the ill-wisher tried to object, the young man noted that it was not his fault that everything turned out this way, since he only did what he was kindly asked to do. As they ran away, the young men shouted loudly that they would not let this go, and therefore told our hero to come to the martial arts hall after class, where they would measure their strength. The friends immediately began to ask their comrade in fear if he would really go into the hall to fight them, since the guys were very strong. But he replied in an indifferent tone that they probably hadn't heard something, because he hadn't promised anyone he would come. After some time, our hero was already in the classroom and talking to someone. But he didn't have time to finish because at that moment some man loudly shouted that he knew they were making fun of him, after which he stated that in that case they would have to fight in the classroom because there was no other place. Bai Bei, seeing Li Rongqing, told him not to be so reckless. No one said that the guys needed to fight. Moreover, no one said how it would all happen. Placing his hand on the girl's head, our hero, with his characteristic ease, told her not to worry, because the outcome would still be the same. The opponent confirmed that this was indeed the case, and added that no matter what Wang Teng used, he would still lose. And he proudly continued to declare that he would be happy to show everyone what it means to be a true master of the blade. Not even a minute had passed, and the enemy was already heading in the direction where our hero was calmly standing. However, the opponent was amazed at the speed with which the guy appeared somewhere on the other side. And while he was indignant, asking where the young man was, he proudly declared that it was necessary to put an end to this. A few seconds later, the boys retreated to different corners of the classroom, only to later come together in a confrontation. The ill-wisher looked closely at our hero. Hatred and fear were visible in his eyes at the same time. Suddenly, the opponent turned around and walked towards Wang Teng, declaring that the youth was vulnerable and therefore would never be able to win. But Li Rongchen didn't have time to do anything, as the young man somehow managed to deal him a crushing blow. Rolling his eyes, the opponent only managed to say that it was extremely quick and somewhat unfair. Our hero didn't want to say anything. He just watched attentively the teenager who was stretched out in the middle of the classroom. And while the surprised students were watching their classmate, he picked up the unfortunate man and led him somewhere. After sending the young man to where the boys were standing, Wang Teng said that he had a mild concussion and asked his friends to take the man to the medical center to get examined. The friends immediately approached their comrade and began to compliment him on his strength, after which they suggested going to the canteen and having a good meal. The guy with glasses who was standing to the side was wondering when our hero became so strong. He also didn't understand if this man would ever talk to him after the betrayal he had committed. As he stepped outside, Wang Teng happily noted to himself that speed had played a big role in today's battle. But a moment later, something interesting caught the young man's attention. The young man looked at the counter, which was only a few meters away from where he stood. It turned out that he was interested in Lin Chuhan. The guy decided to himself that this beauty had decided to earn a little extra money again. At that moment, two colleagues quickly approached the girl and began to tell her in turn that each of them could take her home, because it was already very late. It was clear that the guys were competing with each other. Each wanted the brunette to pay attention to him. Suddenly, some stranger shouted that the young people lived far from the girl's house, and therefore it would be better if they talked less and worked more. Lin Chuhan, not wanting anyone to be punished because of her, calmly explained that she could get there herself. Our hero continued to watch everything that was happening attentively, but was in no hurry to intervene in this conversation. But a minute later, the girl heard someone turn to her and call her a beauty, after which Wang Teng asked his friend to pour him a cup of milk tea. Turning around, it seemed that Lin Chuhan couldn't believe her eyes, so she called out our hero's name again to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Smiling, the guy said that it was indeed him, not understanding what could be so strange about it. The brunette said in a calm tone that the drink would cost the young man 18 yuan, while her colleagues looked at the young man with envy. One of the boys, clearly worried, decided to ask the girl who this teenager was and heard that it was her deskmate. His colleagues immediately started saying that it didn't look like he was just a neighbor, while Wang Teng was thinking that his friend was clearly having a hard time working with such stupid people. To help Lin Chuhan out, our hero asked her how long it would take her to finish work and suggested they go for a short walk in the evening. Realizing that the working day was already over, the beauty immediately announced this, saying that she was already leaving. The surprised colleagues looked at the girl as if she had betrayed them, but said nothing. Seeing Lin Chuhan approaching, the young man happily announced that he would be responsible for escorting her today. Standing on the street next to her bicycle, the girl thanked Van Teng for everything and said that she would go on her own from now on. The young man looked closely at the beautiful brunette and was unable to take his eyes off her. The guy, having pulled himself together, began to say that it would be better if he took the girl home, because anything could happen. A second later, the beauty tossed her classmate a helmet as a hint that it was time to go. However, Lin Chuhan immediately asked her friend if he wanted her to ride his bicycle. After this, an awkward silence hung between the guys. They simply looked at each other attentively. Having put a helmet on his friend, our hero said that they should go, since it was already getting dark, and reminded her that they had to get up early tomorrow, and therefore there was no need to delay. The young man decided to ride the bike himself and put the girl on the back, but told her to hold on tight because he was riding fast. The brunette's colleagues watched everything that was happening from around the corner. Suddenly, Wang Teng addressed the two in a way that left them speechless at being noticed. The young man said that the next time the boys decided to call the brunette by her first name, they would have to remember her last name as well. As he walked through the city, the guy jokingly talked about how he had helped the girl get rid of 2 enemies and how she was going to thank him. Lin Chuhan explained in an indifferent tone that she would help the boy with his college entrance exams, after which she added that it was precisely for this purpose that she was seated at the same desk with him. Wang Teng stuttered when he heard this. He was clearly expecting to hear something completely different. A few minutes later, the guy stopped, and the brunette explained that from this place she could get home, and it would be close enough for her classmate to get there. As the girl walked away, the guy shouted after her and asked her to look carefully into the basket. Surprised, Lin Chuhan noticed that there was a drink there. She immediately told the young man that it was his milk tea, which he had forgotten, but the guy explained that it was for her. Moreover, he hadn't drunk anything like that for a long time because he didn't like the taste of the drink. Hearing about this, the brunette was very surprised. She clearly remembered that her classmate had drunk such a drink at school a week ago, and told everyone that it was the most delicious thing there was. In a quiet tone, Wang Teng said that it was just a joke, and that it was best for the girl to go home now because it was already dark. But Lin Chuhan noticed that the young man had been acting strangely lately, or rather, as if he had been replaced. The young man stood for a few more minutes and carefully watched his classmate, thinking that they would see each other again tomorrow. A certain serenity and quiet joy could be seen on our hero's face. Suddenly, there was no trace of this state left, because the young man clearly heard the sound of a shot that happened somewhere nearby. Wang Teng became wary, trying to understand what had happened and how he should act in this situation. The villains in the alley were in no hurry to run away or take any action. They were waiting for something. Finally, one of the leaders, noticing the guy, thought to himself that this man looked very much like a martial arts student. The young people felt that there might be some problems with this young man, and therefore something needed to be done. One of the ill-wishers turned around and watched closely, although he remained completely silent. Our hero did the same, realizing that something was wrong. For a moment, it seemed like time stood still, as the schoolboy looked at the criminals and they watched him closely. Answering his subordinate's question, the boss stated that the police would soon arrive on the scene, and that this boy had seen them, and therefore he needed to be taken hostage. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng ran, realizing that the situation could repeat itself, and this drew the attention of ill-wishers. To stop the fugitive, they fired a warning shot into the air, which made the guy immediately freeze in his place. Addressing our hero as a boy, the villains said that it would be better for him not to run away, but to simply come to them. Raising his hands, the young man said that they shouldn't shoot him because he could be useful, and he thought to himself that he needed to forget about his emotions, which in this situation would be a bad advisor. However, the guy didn't have time to finish speaking because at that moment the boss hit him with all his might. Having grabbed the boy, the guys immediately began to drag him into the van, shouting that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. No one was going to stand on ceremony with Wang Teng, so they roughly pushed him into the car, as if he were some kind of sack of building materials. Addressing the driver, the leader shouted that they needed to leave and hide as quickly as possible, because the sirens of police cars could already be heard in the distance. Addressing our hero, one of the criminals said that it was not he who had dragged the hostage, and therefore he did not understand why he was so short of breath. The young man said out loud that he was a very ordinary person, and therefore there was nothing strange about it, but he thought to himself that now was not the best time to run. He would have such an opportunity when they decided to rest a little. Suddenly, the driver shouted that the police were heading right behind them. The boss shouted that it was necessary to get rid of the pursuers, otherwise they would not get far. The accomplice did not calm down, saying that they had opened fire on them, and therefore he had no idea what this would all lead to. Suddenly, the criminals stuck Wang Teng out of the window and said that if they continued to be pursued, they would shoot their hostage. After this, the boss and his partners started shooting at the police, taking advantage of the fact that they would not open fire, because the guy became a human shield. For several minutes, shots were heard from all sides, after which the criminals quickly disappeared from the scene. Our hero thought to himself that these bandits had even gone so far as to kill the police, and now the pursuit had been stopped. However, now he needed to deal with his ill-wishers, otherwise he wouldn't live. They would find him anyway. Having reached the suburbs, the villains ordered the young man to get out of the car as quickly as possible and not to do anything stupid. As they walked through the forest, one of the guys shouted that there was a hardware store just beyond the forest, and that was where they would be able to hide from the police. Wang Teng thought to himself that these villains had just escaped, and they didn't care about him yet. The young man knew perfectly well that he would only have one chance to do what he wanted. Our hero understood that these people were bad and cruel, and therefore he did not have to reproach himself for what he was about to do. At that moment, the boss shouted that there was a ditch ahead, and therefore we should be careful not to slide down. However, the next moment, several accomplices heard some noise from behind. The villains did not understand what had happened, but when they came closer to the man lying on the ground, they realized that it was the boss, and that he had been killed. Looking at each other, the ill-wishers began asking each other where that boy was and why no one was watching him. A moment later, Wang Teng pinned down another opponent with his foot, while he carefully watched the others. The guys understood that something was wrong with this young man, and therefore wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible in order to escape from here, because they understood that the police would still be looking for them. However, something indescribable happened next, because it seemed as if the guy was standing still and at the same time running somewhere. And while the ill-wishers were shooting at where our hero was standing, not realizing that they were already shooting into the air, he was behind them in just a split second. One of the villains screamed, firstly from surprise and secondly from the fact that somehow the schoolboy managed to get so close. The young man knew that he had to deal with all the villains, otherwise there would be no point. Standing behind the tree, Wang Teng heard his opponent addressing him and telling him not to hide like a rat, but to boldly show himself. But the guy was in no hurry to do this. He heard the villains complaining to each other that they had run out of bullets. Realizing that the moment had come to act, our hero suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes and headed towards his kidnappers. The young man immediately grabbed one of the assassins and quickly slammed him face first into the ground. Wang Teng. The second one watched all of this closely, but in order not to get caught, he decided to hide in the thicket of the forest. The ill-wisher looked at the guy with horror, realizing that they had miscalculated somewhere. Wang Teng, in turn, kept an eye on this man, knowing that he would still catch up with him and deal with him. A moment later, the opponents were already standing opposite each other and shooting. Our hero saw the bullet that was meant for him fly past and get stuck in a tree. Looking at the villain lying on the floor, the young man reassured himself, saying that this could be considered the end. Despite this, the guy felt bad. He understood that he was sick. He didn't want to look at it, He had a desire to leave this terrible and scary place as soon as possible. But at the moment when the young man wanted to do something, he noticed the light and heard some noise. Crawling out of the bushes, the villain, who was still alive, said that this was a great shame. He watched our hero closely, as if trying to gather his strength to do something. A minute later, a shot rang out again, and it seemed that this time it would definitely reach its target. Wang Tung, standing in one place, scolded himself for his failure. The guy realized that if the villain had not missed, then everything would have ended as in his past life. The young man shouted with anger in his voice. If he wanted to take revenge, he should treat such things calmly and not get upset over trifles. Standing in the middle of the forest, Wang Teng was in no hurry to do anything. It seemed like he was trying to collect his thoughts after everything that had happened. Finally, the guy approached the gun and carefully took it in his hands, but with a napkin. While wiping it, the young man thought that he had no idea that there was another weapon. Most likely the police also did not know about it, and therefore the young man could use this gun. A few minutes later, law enforcement officers arrived and carefully examined the bodies and looked at the traces left behind. One of the men said that all the criminals had been killed. Only one person remained and then fell silent. At this time, our hero was sitting near a tree and shouting that they should not approach him. Moreover, he did not want to do this. After a short pause, the police officer again said that the student was in severe shock, but that everyone understood that he was not at fault for what had happened, and therefore he needed to be questioned later, after which the incident could be forgotten. The next day, all the kids gathered in the school classroom because it was school time. Wang Tung sat in his place and pumped up his skills, but this time, not combat ones, but mental ones. He decided that the knowledge would also be useful to him in life. The guy thought to himself that the system could also detect learning abilities, and therefore he was becoming increasingly interested in learning about its nature. Lin Chuhan, who was sitting next to him, watched her classmate carefully, although she didn't ask him any questions. The girl thought that it was quite possible that the guy was sick, because he was behaving even more strangely than before. The young man seemed to realize that he looked unusual, and therefore immediately asked if something might have happened. But instead of answering, the brunette turned away abruptly. And now Wang Tang couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Blushing, the beauty scolded herself for seeming to have fallen in love. But this was something she was afraid of. Moreover, she did not want the young man to understand everything. Finally, having pulled herself together, the girl began to scold him for the fact that next time the young man might notice her embarrassment, and therefore she needed to control herself. At that moment, our hero was called out by Xu Jie, who asked his friend if he wanted to go to Zhao's house this weekend to attend a party. The guy smiled and said that he was actually going to the martial arts house to improve his skills. A moment later, our hero felt someone grab him by the shoulder and pull him towards themselves. It was Bai Bei, who said that the young man was a bore. He needed to combine studies and rest, and therefore it would be good if he went to the party. The embarrassed hero said that in that case he would go, especially if all his friends were going to go. The weekend came very quickly, and so Wang Teng was already at the girl's house. The guy was bored. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have followed the lead of his friends. Socializing in such a circle was much more tiring than training. Entering the hall, the girl apologized to those present and said that she did not want to keep them waiting for so long. The beauty was smiling, but everyone paid attention not to that, but to her dazzling appearance. Zhujai said that Miss Zhao was so beautiful that one couldn't take one's eyes off her. Everyone gathered noticed Li Rongchen, but our hero's acquaintances were not entirely clear what he was doing there. But Wang Tung immediately told his friend to eat his chicken in peace and keep quiet, because this man got along well with everyone, and therefore there was no need to interfere. Suddenly the girl turned to our hero. She said that she did not know him, but wanted to know from what family such a gallant young man came. Turning around, the young man declared that he was just an ordinary guest, not worthy of Miss Zhou's attention. At that moment, a stranger approached the mistress of the house from behind and quietly told her that the person in front of her was the fifth young master of the Wang family. The beauty, smiling broadly, said that everything was now clear to her, pointing out that the boy was the youngest. A few minutes later, turning to the guests, the girl said that the climax of the evening was now approaching, and therefore asked everyone to go to the hunting grounds, since she had prepared a special gift for whoever caught the most game. Our hero immediately wondered if this was a coincidence, since he had recently unlocked the shooting skill during the kidnapping. Standing on the street, the young man was told that each weapon of the Zhou family was unique, and therefore it was possible to have fun. And in response to our hero's question about Bai Bei's whereabouts, the young man replied that the girl had decided to shoot a water pistol, and therefore the hunt would take place without her. A few minutes later, a man pointed to the sky and shouted loudly that he had managed to hit the target. The boy turned to Wang Tung and happily reported that the prey was almost invisible. Despite this, the young man managed to hit the target right on the mark. Our hero, as usual, smiled and said that if they went deeper into the forest, they would surely find something more interesting and useful there. But the next minute, the young man's eyes widened because he saw something unusual. The little fox ran towards the schoolboy as fast as if a whole herd of dogs were chasing him. It was difficult to understand what was happening, and so the young man who stood in the animal's path simply did not know what to do. The fox cub knocked down one of the participants, after which he ran somewhere further. The enraged young man turned to Li Rongchen and asked him what he was doing, pointing out that he had probably gone crazy. The young people asked a counter question about why the group had come out to meet them, and where the animal had gone. Wang Teng stood and looked intently somewhere, although he was in no hurry to say anything. It turned out that the guy was watching the fox cub, who grabbed his leg and watched closely from behind it. Smiling, our hero turned to Mr. Li and said that fate itself had connected him with this fox cub, and therefore he wanted to keep him for himself. For the first few seconds, the young man was indignant, not understanding how he could allow something like this to happen. But then he changed his rhetoric. The hostess of the evening appeared before the guest, and so he said that the animal was truly special, and she and Wang Teng would certainly get along, and therefore no one would quarrel over it. The young man knew who he needed to thank, and so he conveyed his warmest words to Miss Zhao. But a moment later, everyone gathered heard a loud explosion, and then saw clouds of smoke rising above the night forest. The frightened owner watched closely what was happening, trying to understand what it could be. Quickly pulling herself together, the beauty shouted that no one should panic, and that all guests should quickly go to the estate, where they would be completely safe. And then the young lady turned to her assistants and told them to find out what happened there that caused it to explode. The girl was still standing at the edge of the forest, but she saw that the other boys were quickly moving away. Some of the guys said that it was quite expected that the Zhou family's guards were advanced martial artists. Wang Teng immediately turned to his comrades and said that he also wanted to go and see what had happened, and asked the guys to look after his fox cub. The young man left, but heard his friends talking about how they too needed to get home as quickly as possible. At that moment, the mistress of the house noticed something that struck her. She saw our hero, who ran at lightning speed into the depths of the forest to where the fire was visible. Miss Zhou thought to herself that this guy was most likely an advanced martial arts student because he had such incredible strength. The girl felt that the young man's strength was greater than Li Rongcheng's, although she didn't understand how that was possible. But at that moment, someone's voice pulled the girl out of her thoughts, addressing her. The security guard said that the sound was coming from a very distant place. They checked the entire surrounding area and did not find anything unusual, but the owner insisted that they checked again. At this time, Wang Teng ran forward as fast as he could, realizing that something interesting was happening ahead. To get a better view, the young man jumped onto one of the tree branches. A moment later, his eyes widened, although the guy continued to peer into the distance. The guy tried to understand how this was possible, but logic refused to believe in anything like that. Our hero watched closely the huge crater that appeared in the middle of the rocky terrain. Wang Teng realized that only professional craftsmen could do something like this. And so the schoolboy thought that he would not like to die under such circumstances. To avoid a disastrous outcome, it would be wise to rely on a system that knows exactly what it is. For a moment, the young man remembered the day his parents died. He understood a lot about himself, but he did not admit it, and therefore chose a dissolute life. Returning to the present, the young man decided that the masters create bubbles with skills during battle. Everyone knows this. This means that there might be something useful among them. Although he did not specify what exactly he was talking about. Only a minute had passed, and Wang Teng started cursing again. Something continued to anger him, although he did not understand what the reason was. A moment later, a bright flame again illuminated the starry night sky, and it seemed as if something indescribable was happening inside the crater. And it was true. Our hero heard someone inside, and this person was laughing so loudly that only a deaf person could not understand that there was someone there. Somehow the stranger was engulfed in this flame, seeming to feed on it and become charged by it. Our hero pulled the trigger, and now it seemed to him that the man who was in the crater was lying motionless there. The young man noted that the stranger was supposed to die. He was glad that the last time he hid the weapon in a bird's nest 5 kilometers from here. For this reason, the police did not find the gun. But if this had not happened, our hero would already be lying here. A moment later, our hero discovered multiple skill bubbles that were very close. He immediately began to catch them, realizing that the deceased would definitely not need them anymore. But for him, this was additional experience. The guy needed to understand what was going on, so he turned to the scoreboard that immediately appeared before his eyes. But he couldn't find anything useful. Wang Teng realized that the skill window was acting strangely for some reason, and therefore he didn't understand what he could do about it. A moment later, our hero was attracted by a bubble with a ghostly fist of ice. He didn't know what it was, but he really wanted to try it. The young man did not dare to do everything quickly, and therefore he decided to carefully touch the ball with his index finger. Suddenly, something indescribable happened. It seemed to the young man as if something cold and even icy had appeared in front of him. Wang Teng felt like he was being embraced by hot fire on his right side and ice on his left, and that these two components somehow existed together. But after just a minute, the sensations that arose began to confuse the student. He decided to himself that the skills of fire and ice would compete with each other. The young man sank to the ground, and for some time he struggled with these sensations that were completely consuming him. Raising his head, Wang Teng decided to himself that he had to take a risk in order to understand what could come out of it. Suddenly, the young man began to feel something inexplicable. The power of ice, like the power of flame, became stronger with each passing minute. Sighing heavily, our hero said that it seemed his risks had been justified after all. Looking at his right hand, where the fire was concentrated, Wang Teng decided to himself that the system was actually working. And very well, the Zhou family's guards watched closely as more and more flames erupted from the crater, which they didn't know about, every minute, as if there was a volcano. The force of the explosion even knocked the man's glasses to one side. He told his colleagues out loud that he had no idea what was going on there, realizing that there was clearly something supernatural there. Those gathered themselves did not understand what they were witnessing, although they understood that there was some kind of real hell there. Some time passed, and Wang Teng was already walking quickly towards the entrance of the cottage. The guy confidently opened the door, although he was in no hurry to go inside. For some time, the young man looked intently ahead of him. It seemed that something in what he saw surprised him. The reason was that the people gathered were so engrossed in discussing something that they didn't even notice the young man entering the living room. At that moment, our hero's friend approached him. He didn't ask any questions, but simply watched his friend so closely that he was forced to ask himself what was wrong. But the conversation did not continue, because at that moment the guys heard someone's loud applause. The hostess of the evening stated that Wang Teng does not talk much about himself, but since he is an advanced martial arts student, she immediately fell silent. Coming closer to the schoolboy, the girl now asked him what the young man had managed to find out, since he had been gone for some time. Realizing that the boy didn't understand anything, Shuji whispered to him that Miss Zhao had told everyone that when the teenager came, he would be happy to tell him all the details of what happened. The young man declared out loud that he understood everything, but he thought to himself that it had been frivolous to give himself away, although it no longer mattered. Wang Teng said loudly that the mistress of the house was just joking, since he could confidently say that he was an ordinary student with no special knowledge. Unlike the experienced bodyguards, the girl, realizing that there was some kind of catch, immediately asked another question about where the guy had been missing for so long, even if her assistants had already arrived long ago. Laughing, our hero declared that it did not matter at all. Moreover, he left solely to satisfy his curiosity, and in the end, he didn't find anything, but he staged everything to make it look like a fight between martial artists had taken place. The young man once again emphasized the fact that he knows what many probably know, that the area around the explosion was burned out. The young man thought to himself that he had created the flame, and therefore, when everything was revealed, he would be in trouble. And so he noted once again that this was really all. Miss Zhao herself knew that her bodyguards had discovered the fire, and therefore he himself had also decided to return. The guy remembered how the bodyguards, having come closer, asked each other where the fire came from, but he thought that it was important not to leave any evidence so that no one would know who was really there. To make the story as convincing as possible, Wang Teng sighed heavily and noted that when he first returned, he was not himself from what he had seen, and therefore decided to take a walk. In fact, the guy moved away and hid the secret weapon in his motorcycle. Otherwise, it could have become evidence of his involvement. After this, the young man sighed again demonstratively and told everyone present that he was telling the truth. Although the young man knew that he was aware of what had happened, he did not reveal any details about it. At this point, the young lady intervened in the conversation, saying that Wang Teng was mistaken if he thought she was an ordinary person who would be satisfied with such an explanation. The teenager stated that if Ms. Zhao refused to believe him, then what was the purpose of asking the question, and added that she could take a lie detector test if she wanted. The girl came closer to our hero and noted that in this case she was suggesting that they go back. It would be impolite to continue this conversation in the presence of dear guests. Zhu Ji, realizing that the conversation had gone wrong, told his comrade that they could go, and then said again that he had to leave. At this point, Bai Bei asked the guy if he would give her a ride home on his motorcycle because she didn't have one, and he responded approvingly. Lying on his bed at home, the young man told himself that it was good that he had decided to go into the forest thicket and see what was there. The young man was happy because he had managed to gain access to many things, and besides, he had received a valuable treasure. The teenager knew that the weapon he had received was worth several $1,000,000. Wang Teng remembered that his father had only given him a couple of million, thus ruining a lot, and no doubt that this man was poor and ambitious back then. While packing a bag, the boy was distracted for a few seconds by his fox cub, who was lying on the edge of the bed and watching his owner. Holding some egg in his hands, the young man thought that this was the very item for which those masters had fought, and he had no idea what had caused their interest, although it was even simpler. Our hero did not have any special talent. If it were not for the system, he would never have become a martial arts student in his life. Looking at the board, the guy thought that he wanted to know as much as possible about her, although he did not specify who he was talking about. The next morning, Wang Teng woke up as early as he could, as he had a lot to do and didn't want to waste time. Throwing on a sweater on the go, the guy said that he slept even better than after training on his knee joints. Running into school, the young man was glad that he arrived on time, although he was very worried about this. A minute later, our hero was already standing at the threshold of his classroom, but he was surprised by how all the kids were looking at him. Suddenly, his classmates began to thank the young man for something, declaring that it was with his help that they were able to take advantage of such a unique opportunity. The young man had no idea what he had done, and so he wanted at least someone to explain it to him. At this point, a classmate explained that the Ministry of Education had issued a decree on the procedure for conducting martial arts exams. Intermediate-level students could now also participate. Fortunately, Wang Teng told them about this in advance. Otherwise, they would have been scared and would not have been able to study. The guy had no idea what they were talking about, especially since he hadn't said anything like that. But he decided to support the guys, and so he went to the middle of the class and also started shouting about how great a blessing it was. The young man stated that they were classmates and therefore asked his friends not to forget about him when they succeeded in their exams. Taking his seat, Wang Teng said that the guys were too optimistic, after which he asked Lin Chuhan if it was true that she was also a mid-level master. The beauty didn't answer, but the young man continued to talk about how she had been reading a lot about martial arts lately, and that this was a sign for her to try it out for herself. The beauty was embarrassed by such a remark, but she did not want to seem impolite, and therefore thanked her classmate for it. At that moment, the guy looked closely at the girl, although he did not say anything to her. For the first time in a long time, kindness and affection were visible in our hero's eyes, and therefore he thought that this girl was so young and innocent. And then, taking his pen, he decided to himself that he too should match her. Having piled up a whole mountain of books next to him, Wang Teng began to yawn loudly, which caused surprise on the part of a classmate passing by. After some time, walking down the street, the young man decided for himself that meditating all night was, of course, good. But what was the point of it, because there was another way to fall asleep quickly? To do this, you only need to sit for a few minutes in some boring lesson, and then everything will be ready. However, after a moment, the young man decided that the egg should be worrying him now. And so he decided to go to the pet store to find out if it was possible that something would hatch from it. At that moment, someone shouted for everyone to look somewhere, although the guy didn't understand what they were talking about. Wang Teng turned around and saw a stranger standing not far from him, who literally froze in place, although he had no idea why. At that moment, our hero felt as if some large feathers were falling from the sky onto him. Suddenly, the young man noticed something he hadn't seen before. Some huge and scary bird was hovering right above his head, and it seemed like it could easily lift the teenager and carry him away somewhere. The young man thought to himself with horror that this was some kind of real heavenly monster, and he had no idea what to do with it. The boy was confused, and so he decided that perhaps his sudden cry could scare the bird, and so he screamed at the top of his lungs. Our hero understood that the bird had actually fallen behind him for a few seconds. Despite this, it would return, but he had nowhere to run. However, just a second later, the teenager jumped up from his seat and ran in the opposite direction. The reason was that the bird was not the most ordinary one. It began to breathe fire, and therefore could easily incinerate anyone. The young man knew that he needed some kind of plan, and until he had one, all he could do was run as far as he could, while his strength and speed allowed. Despite this, our hero did not understand why this huge bird was following him, why it did not pay attention to other passers-by. But the boy didn't have time to finish his thought, because just at that moment, the huge creature overtook the teenager and appeared in front of him. Continuing to run away, the young man asked this bird what it wanted from him and why it couldn't fly away to do its business. Suddenly, Wang Teng remembered that he had an egg in his bag and decided that this was the reason, so he shouted loudly that he did not steal the egg. Having stopped, the guy decided to show what was in his bag, after which he declared that he could give this treasure, but only the bird must stop chasing him. Looking ahead in surprise, the schoolboy understood that now he had to come up with something, although in fact, he did not want to lose the thing he had found, believing that it was very valuable. But at that moment, something happened that our hero did not expect. Some unknown person shot an arrow at the bird. The young man immediately asked a passerby if he knew who did it, and the young man replied that the savior was part of the city guard, so he had to be strong. Wang Teng wanted to ask something else, but at that moment he noticed the bubble that was lying on the ground and thought that even monsters dropped something like that. Although the boy was more interested in why the ball was empty, the man standing next to him killed the bird with one blow. Therefore, the reward should be much greater. But at that moment, some people asked everyone gathered to remain in their places and not come closer for their own safety. The men in suits said they would finish cleaning the city as quickly as possible, and that residents simply had to be patient. The teenager himself knew that this was the city guard, a special organization that was created to protect cities around the world. All of them, except for the office workers, have incredibly strong martial arts skills, but he was not interested in this, but in the mysterious egg that was in the bag. Sitting at home, the young man asked himself what this skill called spiritual power was that he had received today, but it was unclear what he could do with it or where he could apply it. But suddenly the young man noticed that something had changed in him. He felt as if he was wearing colored contact lenses. If you look closely, they look like crow's eyes, but only how it works. A moment later, the guy reached for his phone to read something on it. Looking at the egg, the young man came to the conclusion that spiritual power was the name given to the powerful force of fire that surrounded his stolen item. The teenager wanted to know if the spiritual power skill could enable him to discover talents. Realizing that this was entirely possible, Wang Teng was overjoyed, as he would now have the chance to find out what kind of fighter was in front of him, as well as how strong he was. But a moment later, our hero grabbed his head. He noted that it suddenly began to spin, The young man thought that spiritual power was characterized by the accumulation of the owner's internal energy, and it seemed that he could not use it infinitely. And, running through the forest, I continued to think about how this skill still had enormous potential, and therefore it was worth paying more attention to it in the future. At that moment, the guy felt like someone was chasing him, so he decided to use the activation of spiritual power. Seeing the unfamiliar guy, Wang Teng decided that he was definitely a martial arts master because he emanated a special power. A few minutes later, he too turned his attention to the teenager and sternly told him to return what he had grabbed from Mount Bao'an. Hearing that our hero had never been there, and therefore there was no need to invent anything, the guy smiled slyly and continued asking if the young man had never been there. Where did he get the gloves and sword, adding that they would find everyone, even if someone decided to cover their tracks. And, stretching out his hand, he once again asked Wang Teng to give up what was someone else's, saying that otherwise he would show the difference between a student and a martial arts master. Playing the role of a simpleton, our hero scratched his head and said that he would give absolutely everything, but only on the condition that the stranger would come closer and spare his life. The teenager knew what his advantage was, and so he reached for his sword with lightning speed. The enemy saw what was happening, but it seemed that it did not frighten or embarrass him at all, since the young man stood and smiled. Suddenly, he said that he was sure that our hero was not as simple as he might seem at first glance, and therefore he prepared for their meeting. Within a moment, the ill-wisher concentrated a powerful stream of fire in his hand and flew in the direction where our hero was. The guy was confident that he could easily deal with the boy, but he didn't expect that he would be able to intercept his fist. Wang Teng felt completely confident, especially in light of what he had encountered in recent days. The young man watched closely what was happening and could not believe that such a thing was even possible. Believing that something was wrong with the teenager, the ill-wisher tried to do something, but nothing worked for him. Moreover, he felt as if he was completely engulfed in flames. The tension between the rivals grew with each passing minute. Neither of them wanted to look like a loser. The boy, who could barely stand on his feet, was now saying out loud that it was simply impossible for a schoolboy to have such skills. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng headed towards where his opponent was, to finish what had already been started. He, in turn, decided to use some secret method to protect himself, but to harm the young man. In just a moment, a wall appeared between the boys, which possessed a special energy. It was intended to harm our hero. The young man wanted to show everything he was capable of, and so he turned on the cold energy that he had only learned to work with a couple of days ago. Accelerating the energy, the teenager directed the force of frost with renewed vigor in the direction where the ill-wisher was located. A few minutes later, Wang Teng walked over to where the stranger was lying and looked at him carefully. The guy shouted that they should not dare approach him, since he was a master, and many would take revenge for him. Kneeling down, our hero looked closely at the bubbles that were on the ground. With a heavy sigh, the teenager said out loud that he had somehow managed to kill the martial arts master. Taking the earth element bulb in his hand, the young man decided that it was another additional skill, and added that he was moving faster and faster towards becoming an all-powerful martial artist. And then I thought to myself that this world is actually dangerous. But is there still a way to use both powers at once? Sitting in front of the computer, our hero read a notification that his custom-made gun storage case was ready. Overjoyed by this, Wang Teng said that this was great news. Therefore, the sword and gloves he had found could be safe. But the next second, the guy sighed heavily and said that this was another major expense from his already small budget. Although a moment later, the young man looked somewhere in surprise and began to think. The reason was that the system asked our hero to enter his martial artist ID, even though he had no idea what it was. The teenager immediately grimaced and began to complain, saying that something was wrong with this store, and added that it would be nice if they sent him the goods first, and only then asked him about all sorts of personal information. The store manager wrote to the customer that he should go to the Martial Arts Association and obtain a certificate. If the young man already had a runic weapon, he simply had to provide its number, and then the ordered goods would be delivered to him. Arriving at school the next day, our hero learned that classes had been cancelled for some reason, although no one was in a hurry to leave. The young man sat in his place and remained silent. Despite this, he looked inquiringly at his neighbor, who was busy reading. The blushing girl had no idea why this man was looking at her like that. She wanted to somehow diffuse this situation, but she had no idea how to do it. For a moment, the beauty looked closely at her classmate, her gaze radiating confidence and a certain inner strength. The young man suddenly stood up from his seat and turned to his friend, who was very surprised by this. Lin Chuhan began to ask why the guy called her, and in her mind, she thought that he was approaching her, although she didn't know why he needed it. Finally, the young man moved as close as possible to his classmate's ear and began to whisper something. He explained that he needed to go to the Martial Arts Association, and therefore it would be good if the girl covered for him in front of the teacher if he suddenly returned. Jumping up from her seat, the class monitor started yelling at her friend, asking why he was skipping classes again and why he needed a martial arts association in the first place. The young man said with a smile that he needed to go there on one important matter. But there was no need to worry about him, because he would not do anything he was not sure of. And, without waiting for an answer, he simply left the classroom, shouting at the end that since they had cleared everything up, he would go. Standing in her place, Lin Chuhan thought about how one went to the association to obtain a martial arts master's certificate, but it was hard to believe that the young man had already reached such a level. Having arrived at the place, our hero stood in front of the building for a while, looking at it carefully. He smiled and noted to himself that this was an amazing building, but something else was interesting, namely that many of the visitors to this place were also craftsmen. Wang Teng was embarrassed by the fact that there were many people there. He didn't want to be seen, so he decided it was better to disguise himself. After a while, the guy confidently walked through the hall in the direction where the administrators were standing. The young man's mask resembled an alien, but this did not bother him, and so he confidently said that he had come here to receive a certificate of a martial arts master. The girl was not embarrassed by such an outfit, and therefore she said that the visitor should follow her. Pointing to a certain flask, the administrator said that the guy should follow her instructions. The young man was required to pass a test inside the machine, and then he would receive a certificate in less than 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, the system notified that Wang Teng was now a martial arts master, and therefore he could receive a certificate. The young man, sitting in the administrator's seat, heard some kind of notification come to him. The employee scratched his head, not understanding what was going on, and said that he would deal with it. Walking up to the computer, the man called Lao Fu and told him to look at something, after which he shouted that some Wang Teng had become a martial arts master at the age of 17. The young man said that he was familiar with this name because a couple of days ago one of his guys gave him a report. It seemed that it was about this very person. After looking at the CCTV footage, the officer continued to say that the report also stated that the teenager had risen to an advanced level in less than a month after joining the martial arts school. And then he added that he wanted to watch him, and he had already become a master. You could say that this guy is actually a genius. It seems that there is a dark horse in this year's martial arts exam. Our hero, holding his ID card in his hands, said that according to the rules of the association, this card gives him many privileges. And then he remembered that he needed to hurry to send the ID to the seller. And after that, he had to immediately return to school. After some time, the boy was already at school and communicating with his classmates. Suddenly, Lin Chuhan approached Wang Teng and asked if he could wait for her. After class, the boys stood outside, but each of them remained silent, thus making the situation even more tense. The frightened and blushing girl looked closely at her classmate. It was clear that she wanted to tell him something, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. As usual, with a smile on his face, our hero told his friend that if she had something to say, she could do it right now. The beauty stuttered and said something about opportunities, although the young man did not immediately understand what she was talking about. A moment later, Lin Chuhan shouted loudly, asking if the young man could lend her some money. The brunette looked down as our hero calmly asked how much she needed. The girl immediately replied that she needed 150,000. She would definitely pay them, and she understood that it was a lot. But after the exam, she would have a part-time job, and then the money would appear. The young man immediately demanded that his classmate give him her PayPal account number so that he could transfer money to her. Looking at his friend, the guy wondered why the schoolgirl needed such a sum of money. Rubbing her eyes, the beauty said that she would definitely repay the debt and would do it as soon as possible, understanding that now everyone needs money. But our hero told the girl not to even think about worrying about it, since the most important thing for them now is to concentrate on their studies. Everything else will come later. The beauty was very ashamed, and therefore, after the guy's last words, she quickly turned away and ran away. The young man was worried about this situation, and therefore he understood that he absolutely had to find out what was wrong in his friend's life, and until he found out about it, he would not calm down. Wang Teng wasn't one to throw words to the wind, so he decided to follow his classmate so he could at least understand where to start. The young man understood that, apparently, the family had a small shop, but this was probably quite difficult. Turning around, the teenager saw some suspicious people heading towards the mini-market. The bald man turned to our hero with anger in his voice. He told him not to look like that, otherwise he would simply pay for it. The schoolboy turned away, pretending that he understood what he had just been told, although he himself continued to watch what was happening attentively, and so he heard the bandits shouting loudly that if they didn't give him the money today, then they would destroy everything. The ill-wishers opened the door with their foot, demonstratively showing that they had every right to do so. The fat man immediately began asking if his money, which he had been waiting for so long, was ready. The villain threw several bottles of soda on the counter, showing that he would do what he wanted and what he thought was right. Having opened one of the bottles, the man heard the woman making excuses and saying that her daughter had borrowed from their relatives, and therefore there would be money. She then added that they needed a few more days to collect the entire amount. The villain shouted that he was tired of waiting. He had already done a great favor, and therefore he was not going to wait any longer. And, pointing at the women, he threateningly stated that they most likely did not even intend to return the money, and were therefore simply stalling for time. The frightened woman said that they would give everything back. They managed to collect some amount, but it was not enough. If they were given a couple more days, then everything would definitely be done. The bald man shouted angrily and declared that he was no longer going to wait for anything, and therefore if there was no money, he would destroy the store so that nothing would be left of it. And, turning to his accomplices, he declared that they had every right to start destroying everything here. Lin Chuhan knew that if everything was destroyed, Her parents would no longer be able to start from scratch, so she shouted loudly for this not to happen. And then she declared that her ill-wishers would get their debt back, because right now, she was ready to give back 150,000. The fat man calmed down for a while. It seemed that he was thinking about something, after which, grinning, he declared that the brunette was brave and asked where she got so much money. The girl's mother immediately began asking her daughter what she was saying, and most importantly, why she was doing it, since they didn't have that kind of money. In an attempt to protect her mother, Lin Chuhan noted that she would immediately transfer the money, but after that, the villains would have to immediately leave this place and forget about them. At that moment, the enemy stated that when they received the money, then they would leave. But the point is that the debt of 150,000 was a few days ago, and not now. And he immediately added that due to the delay, the amount now amounts to 200,000, and this is the money that he expects to receive immediately. The surprised woman immediately began asking what this could be connected with, especially since no one had told them about any percentages. The angry girl also screamed. She said that the real criminals were in front of him, and therefore she would easily sue them for extortion. Folding his arms across his chest, the ill-wisher noted that he would not bother anyone, but he should be aware that it would be difficult for the family to open a store in the future. The man understood that it would be difficult for these people to pay off their debts, and therefore he felt confident and knew that he would remain unpunished. And then he raised his hand and said that if the brunette became his girlfriend, then he would forgive the debt and never talk about it again. While hiding her daughter, the mini-market owner shouted that this would never happen, that the villains might not even think about it. Hearing this, the fat man laughed. He noted that they themselves chose their path, and therefore he would act as he saw fit. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the enemy, asking what the villain was going to do. Lin Chuhan knew that it was her comrade who had come, but she had no idea why he was doing this. Looking at the teenager, who felt quite confident, the boss turned to his accomplices and asked if it was really that curious boy standing in front of them, after which he said that it was probably the savior who had come, hinting that he was too weak and, moreover, he was alone. But Wang Ting calmly remarked that he wasn't going to save any beauty. He just wanted to clean up the city and get rid of the bad people who were doing the same bad things. The fat man, who had confidence in his guys, ordered them to beat up this boy, and to do it in such a way that he would remember it for the rest of his life. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stood still, because no one was attacking, but no one was defending either. While parrying the blow, our hero advised the villains to be careful and not touch the store of the class leader. Only a couple of minutes passed, and the opponents were already scattered in different corners of the room. Wang Tung was finishing up with another guy who thought he could finish what the other guy started, but he was wrong. The gang leader, who was a little further away, watched what was happening in amazement and did not believe that such a thing was even possible. Dragging one of his opponents, the young man turned to the boss and told him that it would be better for them to go outside to continue sorting things out there. And to show what our hero is capable of, he threw one of his accomplices straight to the ground. The leader, who had no intention of taking part in the fight, ordered two of his men to attack the boy at the same time, especially since he was all alone and still so defenseless. But the young man was only amused by all this. He understood that this was an excellent workout for him, which would allow him to warm up well. Only a second had passed, and the guy was already easily striking his opponents, realizing that he would deal with them very quickly. The fat man, realizing that the remaining guys were very quickly taken out of the game, watched the teenager with anger. As he left, the villains said that this was not the end, and that very soon they would meet Wang Teng and then find out who was who. The schoolboy wasn't going to leave this fat man so easily, and so the next moment he reached for his backpack to get something out of it. Realizing that there was no point in chasing this man, the guy simply pointed a heavy stone at his head. Looking at the villain who was lying on the ground, our hero approached him closely and said that there was no need to say any unpleasant words to other people. The young man thought to himself about how it happened that even ordinary people leave behind bubbles, and out loud he declared that the ill-wisher should immediately hand over the contract. With a shaking hand, the man clutched the piece of paper and said that it was a contract. Approaching his friend, the guy loudly told the girl to carefully study the document and tell her if everything was written correctly. And after that, he noted that the family had borrowed 100,000. Despite this, for some reason he demands twice as much from them. It turns out that stealing money is much easier than simply taking it and earning it. A moment later, our hero added that it would be better for the fat man not to think about anything, and hinted that it would be good to follow the news, and especially those that talked about the murder of bank robbers. Bowing to the young man, the bald man said that he fully admitted his guilt and therefore asked everyone for forgiveness. The surprised beauty thanked her friend for his help, but she was also curious about what he was doing in this part of the city. With his characteristic simplicity, Wang Teng asked if his classmate would believe him if he said that he had followed her. Lin Chuhan pointedly turned away and declared that she would no longer talk to her comrade and would now go and check on her mother. The schoolboy was not going to leave it like that, and so after a while he went inside the store. The woman sincerely thanked her daughter's classmate for his help and invited him to stay with them for dinner. And while the young man was trying to collect his thoughts, Lin Chuhan hinted that he was just a boy who sat at the same desk with her, and therefore there was no point in him staying with them for dinner. A minute later, the woman said that her daughter had taken their savior to the apartment, which was located on the second floor, and that she would go to the pantry for groceries and start preparing dinner. The guy didn't know where the girl's father was, and he found it strange that he didn't protect the family in such a situation. So he asked about it. The beauty answered in a calm tone that the young man would be able to meet with him later. Opening the door, Lin Chuhan immediately turned to her father and informed him that she had already returned. The man lying on the sofa seemed to be either sleeping or in some kind of unconscious state. Wang Teng looked at this man in surprise and asked when he became like this. What happened to him? A classmate explained that her father had previously been a martial arts master, and that one day when he returned from the Xinu continent, this happened, although she did not specify what exactly. And then she added that her father not only lost his legs, but his spirit was also broken, and that is why he returned as a cripple. The boy thought to himself that he had never thought about the world of martial arts being so dangerous. But he asked out loud that if this had happened to his parent, then why did the girl continue to study martial arts and even want to take part in the exam? Suddenly, the beauty became angry. She declared that she wanted to take revenge, since her father's partner said that their rivals had set up an ambush, dragging the man into all this trouble. And she simply wanted revenge. The guy couldn't understand why his colleagues weren't helping. Were they really unaware of what was happening to the family? But the girl explained that they spent most of their time fighting on the continent and couldn't return, and that her younger sister had recently fallen ill. So her mother had no choice but to borrow money from the bandits. Wang Teng was surprised that his classmate had a sister, but she said that it was indeed true. Stopping at the door, the beauty sighed heavily and explained that they had no idea what the girl was sick with, and that was the main problem. The girl didn't want to look ignorant, so she knocked on her little sister's door, explaining that her friend had come with her. When the door opened, the young man was surprised by what he saw there. At that moment, a phrase sounded in our hero's head about how it would be better for the young man to stand behind and not get closer. And just a moment later, he heard these words from his classmate, who reminded him that it would be better not to approach Wang Teng. And while the girl was addressing Chusa, the guy continued to think about how even an ordinary person could create so many skill bubbles, hoping that this had nothing to do with the girl's illness. The young man had no intention of doing what he wanted, but some force within him was drawn to some of those bubbles. He noted with horror that one of the balls was filled with the power of poisons. This was extremely strange, especially since the young man did not even think that something like this existed. To make sure no one noticed anything, Wang Teng turned away, trying to collect his thoughts. The guy was most interested in where this girl got her connection to toxic substances. Hearing Lin Chuhan's question about why the teenager was sweating so much, he decided to joke it off by saying that it was because he was standing next to her. At this moment, Xuxia asked who the young man was, who was happy that he had finally managed to absorb this skill, even though he was almost exposed. The girl, pointing to the young man, said that he was her friend. And again, our hero thought about the fact that this girl couldn't even go outside. He assumed that the poison of the demonic lotus was a rather rare phenomenon that neither doctors nor art masters could cope with. This means that Chuxia is constantly filled with poisonous power, which is why his friend did not allow the guy to come close. At that moment, the girl asked if this young man was her sister's boyfriend. The guys who heard about this immediately started denying it, saying that it was not true at all. Seeing that his friend was very worried about this, the young man decided to point this out to her, but she only repeated that it was just a joke and not worth paying attention to. Wang Teng knew that he wanted to know more about this issue, so he began to slowly approach the girl. She looked at the guy in surprise and asked him if he was afraid of her, like everyone else did. The surprised hero asked in a quiet voice that he didn't understand what he should be afraid of. Chuxia suddenly declared that one should be afraid of everything, even her face. Moreover, the air that surrounds it can be dangerous. The guy didn't want to hear about it, so he came as close as possible to the girl and stroked her head, after which he asked if any effective force was noticeable on him. The surprised little girl herself realized that this was true, and therefore began to wonder how this was even possible. The young man, of course, had no intention of revealing himself, and so he declared that he loved drinking berry tea, and therefore his immunity was extremely strong. And, looking at the surprised girl, he continued to say that if she didn't believe, she could just touch him. The very next second, the young man extended his hand to this sweet child to prove his words to her. The girl thought to herself that nothing terrible was really happening, but she was surprised by the feeling that arose in her. Raising her hands, she continued to reflect on how the sticky air that constantly surrounded her seemed to have now evaporated. That is why the sister of our hero's friend looked at him carefully, as if she understood who he was. The young man also thought about the same thing, and therefore made a sign to the girl not to speak about it out loud. Lin Chuhan suddenly spoke up and said that if the young man knew anything, she hoped he would tell her everything because it was very important to them. Our hero couldn't tell us everything, and so, turning around, he noted that there was no need to worry. If he managed to find a good solution, he would certainly let us know. Understanding that her sister was very worried, Chuxia asked her not to make this teenager's life difficult. Approaching her sister, the red-haired beauty explained that the girl did not need to worry, since her participation in the martial arts exam had been approved, and therefore she would soon become a master and be able to find a cure for the disease. But these words did not inspire the little girl. She stated that her mother had forbidden the girl to do such things. Looking at the scoreboard, Wang Teng thought that he hadn't expected to receive the power of poison, but now he would be able to use it in subsequent battles. Of course, poisoning the enemy before he came to his senses was unfair, but nothing could be done. After some time, the women were already seeing the guy off, telling him that he could come to them at any time. Standing outside, our hero decided to figure out the rest of his skills and decided that shooting wasn't going so well. So he needed to go to the shooting range to find suitable skill bubbles, if possible. The next day, the young man did exactly as he had planned the day before. As he watched the assembled crowd, the young man heard one man shout to another that his skill was simply magnificent. And while the stranger denied it, saying that he was simply being praised, our hero noticed the large number of bubbles nearby and decided that this guy actually had talent, although he was hiding it. However, the teenager didn't have time to concentrate on anything else because one of the guys started talking about how he once saw a shot with a change of direction. That was really amazing. Our hero was interested in this information because the ability to change trajectory sounded like something unusual, and the man continued to say that it was a pity that the shooter was too arrogant and fell for someone else's trick. He used his best skill to get rid of the girl he loved the most. Wang Teng asked the guys what happened next, and they said that the guy had suffered a nervous breakdown and was now being treated in a psychiatric clinic on the outskirts of the city. Finishing his story, the stranger sighed heavily and noted that this was, of course, annoying. In turn, our hero decided for himself that he absolutely had to visit that place. Entering the hospital, the young man noticed the doctor who was on duty and was very happy about it. The guy understood that he needed to somehow distract the doctor in order to get inside. Just at that moment, the specialist stood up from his seat and said out loud that he was hearing some strange sounds, although he did not understand where they were coming from. Our hero, who was standing behind the employee, continued to whisper something and use some skill of his. A moment later, the doctor was already lying on the floor, and the teenager was saying that now he definitely wouldn't have any problems with this man. The young man didn't intend to cause the doctor any particular discomfort, so he laid him down on the sofa, took his robe, and set off to stroll through the wards. The young man first took a bunch of keys, realizing that without them he wouldn't be able to get anywhere. Wang Teng had a clear goal, so he knew very well that once he achieved it, he would immediately leave the hospital. Entering one of the rooms, the student's attention fell on the skill bubbles, of which there were quite a lot here. And this was another big discovery, since our hero had no idea that people with mental trauma could leave such things. The man, who noticed the fake doctor, began asking him if he knew him, and, without waiting for an answer, he jumped up from his seat and began to talk about how he himself was the creator of this world. As he was leaving, the guy asked with some irritation in his voice if the Almighty had conveyed any advice that it was time to take the pills. A few minutes later, the young man opened the next door, but behind it he also heard some strange voices, or rather, the delirium of unhealthy people. Wang Teng stood in the passage for a while, thinking about something of his own. As he walked down the corridor, the teenager told himself that the shooter was nowhere to be seen, and that there was only one room left where he had not been, meaning that the mysterious man must be right here. Opening the door, our hero actually saw some man sitting with his eyes closed. He looked like a very ordinary person, but it was unclear whether he was sleeping sitting up or simply thinking about something. Coming closer, the young man was surprised. He realized that this stranger had strong energy, and there were a lot of bubbles around him, which meant that this could be the very shooter he wanted to find. Suddenly, Wang Teng stopped in his tracks because the patient addressed him, and not as a doctor. The man stated in a stern tone that the boy had become a martial arts master at such an early age. Our hero's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but ask how the man knew about this. Pointing his finger at the teenager, the patient replied that he simply felt it, and it was not for nothing that he had been there before. And at this point, he interrupted his answer. A moment later, the man changed the subject and said that he had not smoked for a very long time, and therefore, if the boy had at least one cigarette, it would be very good. The young man was very surprised by this question, because quite recently, he had actually stolen cigarettes from his father and put a pack in his pocket. After this, there was silence in the room, during which the men simply looked at each other inquiringly. Suddenly, the man handed our hero a flash drive and said that it was precisely for this that he had come here. And, turning away, he noted that now the guy could go, especially since he wanted to sleep, although he added that the teenager should not forget to turn off the light. The surprised schoolboy didn't know what to answer, so he simply said that he would do everything as asked. Standing in the corridor, Wang Teng couldn't believe that a complete stranger had simply given him such a valuable and interesting thing. A minute later, the schoolboy was already looking at the scoreboard and was surprised again, because he had managed to earn 55 soul points while he was in this hospital. Despite the pleasant bonus, the young man didn't like this place, and so he decided that it would be best to return home and take a closer look at what was on this flash drive. Turning around, the man in the room said in a low voice that Wang Teng actually believed him. He laughed and added that a very big surprise awaited this schoolboy at home. Arriving home, our hero first went to his computer, eager to check the drive to familiarize himself with new information. But a moment later, our hero heard rather passionate exclamations, which were more like groans, and therefore he was very surprised. The video featured a beautiful young woman who initially confused the teenager, but then he decided to watch it a little longer and only then turn it off. Although the student was not very interested in the video, he wondered why there were so many units left on the progress indicator. The young man then learned that shooting kung fu is a combination of martial arts and technology, a unique ability that includes physical fitness, shooting skills, and swordsmanship at the same time. The guy understood that the skill had changed, but it was difficult for him to understand how to master this kung fu now. Although he immediately decided that to start with, he would acquire some runic bullets, although this was not the most important thing. The martial arts exam was on the agenda. A few days later, television reported that there were 2 days left until the start of the college entrance exams, and so the media wished good luck to all participants. The father wanted to cheer up his son, and therefore said that the entrance exam could be taken in a year, if necessary, so the boy should not worry. Our hero's mother also wanted to cheer him up, but at the same time she asked that Wang Teng not embarrass himself, because if he did, they would be embarrassed to look people in the eye. The man added that this is an important stage in the life of a young man, which he must go through with dignity. If the teenager does fail the exam, then the whole family will be convinced that he is not destined to be a martial arts master. Our hero closed his eyes and asked his parents if it was true that they didn't believe in him that much. And he thought to himself that when he showed himself in the test, a huge surprise would await everyone. A couple of hours later, standing in the classroom, the teacher said that all students must keep their participation cards with them. They cannot let years of study go to waste because of a stupid mistake. After this, the man stated that now everyone on the list would receive cards and passes, and he was the first to name Lin Chuhan. Suddenly, the teacher explained that their class president was also participating in the martial arts exam. The head woman is incredibly beautiful and good at martial arts, as befits a true goddess. Suddenly, everyone gathered heard the teacher call out Wang Teng's name, telling him to come and pick up his pass. Many of the students looked at each other, finding it hard to believe that this guy had also decided to take part. The guys said that this young man was from a wealthy family, he probably had the right connections, and therefore the young man didn't have to worry about anything. Wang Teng didn't care what anyone said about him. He knew perfectly well that when his turn came, everyone's jaws would simply drop at his skills. And only our hero's friend supported him. She thought to herself that they should give it their all and show themselves from the best side. Our hero recalled how some time ago, his parents looked at him in surprise when he told them that he had signed up for a martial arts exam. The father heard the boy explain that he had been training, but he said that the exam was not just fun, it was a real fight. And the teenager had not been practicing for very long, and therefore, perhaps, he was jumping to conclusions. The woman didn't want to be strict, so she gently asked her son not to play with his own life. Smiling, Wang Teng happily announced that if he was not certified as a mid-level martial artist, he would not have to participate in any fights. There were buses parked outside, and the kids found it hard to believe that these were the same buses that would meet the exam participants. The father, who was seeing his son off, told him to be careful, and the young man noted that it was time for him to go, since no one would wait. The man added that safety comes first, and if it doesn't work out now, they will definitely return next year. As he watched Wang Teng leave, his father thought that the boy would be able to acquire enormous strength and break free from the shackles of everyday life. Approaching Lin Chuhan, our hero asked her if she was waiting for him and looking out. The embarrassed beauty did not know what to answer, and therefore timidly said that she was not expecting the guy personally. And, realizing that the awkward situation had dragged on, she walked onto the bus and told the young man to follow her example. As the teenager moved through the city, he realized that this was not the road to the martial arts center where he trained, and therefore it was likely that their skills would be tested somewhere else. At this point, one of the boys, pointing at our heroes, asked if these students were students of Hui Ying Private High School, and then someone replied that their Zhonghai school was also good, and the time would come when many would show what they were capable of. One of the guards, looking into the distance, said on the radio that people from the supervision department had arrived. Our hero wanted to know who they were talking about, and the girl explained to him that she had heard that there used to be a lot of cheating in martial arts exams. But after the department intervened, it stopped. Realizing that there was nothing to fear, the young man proudly declared that in that case he would go first, and added that once the exams were over, they would cross paths. Some time passed and some man called out the name of an unknown guy, telling him that he had excellent results, and therefore he would move on. After this, the teacher approached another young man, but noticed that his level was low, and therefore he was denied further participation. The stranger clearly didn't like what was happening. He shouted and said that the computer had made a mistake. Since he was an active martial arts master, this should definitely be checked. The security guards, who arrived in time, immediately restrained the resisting man, and the teacher again said that they were continuing so as not to delay the others. The guys standing in the crowd asked to be given a little time to prepare, since they were tired, which is probably why they were not showing the results they should have. At this moment, a man approached Master Fu and Chairman Qin, asking how many promising fighters they might encounter this year. After thinking for a moment, the young man in glasses noted that he didn't know the quantity, but there was one nugget who could become an excellent warrior. The man thought it was some kind of joke, but the employee said that all he needed to do was look at the 8th group. He added that today was just a test of skills, so the kid might not show his full strength. but he would be quite capable of entering a top educational institution. Suddenly, our hero heard a voice coming from a megaphone asking him to come closer to take the test. A moment later, the young man delivered a crushing blow to the imaginary target and did it superbly, after which the young man started running so fast that it was impossible to follow him. A few more seconds passed, and Wang Teng was already standing in a special circle where he was waiting for further instructions. The astonished lecturer carefully read what was written in the document and seemed to be as unable to believe it as his colleagues. However, this did not stop him from proudly saying that such results allowed the boy to go further. The astonished inspector asked again whether it was true that all 3 tests had shown off-the-charts results, hinting that the equipment was most likely broken. The other guys were sure that our hero was cheating, but they were told that this couldn't be true, since everyone is thoroughly checked by the supervision department. Although the person who announced the results also thought to himself that something was fishy here. However, a moment later the man in the earpiece announced that there was no mistake, and therefore the young man could confidently announce the results. And then he announced that Wang Teng, who had already walked away, would go on. And with the highest score, which greatly surprised everyone gathered, approaching his friend, the guy asked her to tell him that he really was irresistible if he was capable of something like that. Smiling, the beauty stated that, contrary to her expectations, the young man had actually shown himself from his best side. In response to her friend's question, Lin Chuhan explained that her results were not as impressive as his, adding that she had not prepared particularly well, yet she had passed everything. The guys were chatting so nicely that they didn't even notice that someone was standing behind them. The ill-wisher had no intention of approaching, but he thought to himself that he simply had to surpass this upstart who considered himself better than others. But suddenly, Li Rongchen threw the bottle onto the floor with all his might and began shouting various curses, after which he told himself that it was because of Wang Teng that he began to behave in the strangest way. A young man standing nearby asked in a calm tone what he had to do with someone's problems. The girl standing next to him decided to change the subject of the conversation and therefore suggested that her friend call his family, who were probably worried. Putting his hand in his pocket, our hero immediately said that this was actually a great idea. But the young man didn't have time to really say anything because his mother began to wonder when he would return home, since she had prepared a lot of food and therefore didn't want the food to get cold. After which the woman thoughtfully added that even if their son fails the exam, they are still mentally prepared for it, and therefore are waiting for him to return home and start training hard. Wang Teng knew that the opening speech had gone on too long, so he quickly informed his family that he had passed the skills test. The woman seemed to be happy, but on the other hand, she honestly admitted that she thought the boy would be rejected. But a moment later, she asked her son again whether he was telling the truth or whether it was all just a joke. After these words, the woman hung on her husband's neck, loudly saying that Wang Teng had achieved what he wanted. The man, in turn, noted that he was just ready for this, and therefore the next day he could go on a business trip with peace of mind. The young man added that they were probably worried about him, and therefore the next time his parents came home, he would delight them all with a delicious dinner. The father hung up and shouted angrily that this meant that he would be fed dog food again, and not something pleasant. Standing in the gym, Yang Jian said that our hero is very stubborn, since he does not want to show it. Moreover, he talks very little about himself. The student didn't want to argue with this. He simply asked if the boy's father still worked in the education department, and if so, could he find out in advance what the martial arts exam entailed. But the young man who looked at Lin Chuhan at that moment explained that he couldn't help because the association deliberately changed the location of the exam every year. Suddenly, the director of their school approached the boys and addressed Wang Teng, saying that he was a talented young man and that his body structure was special. The guy immediately asked if the director had any unusual martial arts that he wanted to pass on to him, adding that once he mastered them, he would be able to go save the world. Laughing, the man said that in front of him was not only a strong teenager, but also one with an excellent sense of humor. The director noted that they have an incentive system for martial arts students. If a guy makes it into the top 50, he will receive a stone to start. And if he makes it into the top 3, he will be awarded an additional prize in the form of a bottle of panacea. The first place winner receives all the previous awards, as well as a mystical one that will definitely not disappoint. Our hero understood that he didn't really need it, but he decided to say that he would try his best not to let the school down. Sitting on the bus, Wang Teng watched in surprise at where they were taken. He thought it was just an ordinary barracks, but he had no idea that they would be housed in such a place. One of the employees said that the guys would have to spend the night in this place, but they would not take the exam here, and in addition, the guys must follow a number of necessary rules. After some time, our hero and Yang Jian were talking about something when someone addressed the young man. The young man immediately approached the man and asked his uncle why he had come here. However, he noted that he did not need his nephew, but another person, namely Wang Teng. Answering the teenager's question, Uncle Liu explained that it wasn't he who was looking for him, but that there was simply someone who wanted to meet our hero, and immediately suggested that they move a little further away. Taking the young man to the chief, the man told him that he had brought the boy who had been mentioned earlier. The dark-haired man sitting in the chair addressed the teenager kindly and said that he was glad to see him. The guy thought to himself that the head of the education department was standing in front of him, but out loud he kindly asked what he, such a humble man, owed to being in this office. And while the boss assumed that the young man was a martial arts master, Mr. Liu, standing next to him, could not believe that such a thing was even possible. Laughing, Wang Tung explained that the department head was most likely just joking, since he was an ordinary student and nothing more. And he thought to himself that he had not given himself away in any way, and therefore no one could guess about it. The man said in a stern tone that it didn't matter whether the boy admitted it or not, but he hoped that he would show his best side in the upcoming exam. Pointing to the table, the chief said that the young man must release the real power of a martial artist, and this bone is now his, so he can take it. The frightened Mr. Liu immediately said that only the strongest and most powerful star beasts could have this bone, as it was the most important part of their body. Wang Tung thought to himself that he had heard that there was a special power inside the star bone that could be added to weapons. Realizing that he needed to play along a little, the young man began to ask the boss why he wanted to give him such a precious thing. He honestly said that this was for the sake of the student's advancement, since he sees great potential in him, and therefore hopes that he will become his opportunity for career advancement. Looking closely at the man, our hero thought to himself that this old fox was straightforward. Starbone. That was certainly good. But he could get into trouble if his real strength was revealed. In a stern tone, the boss said that he knew what the boy was thinking, but he would give him one piece of advice. A master must fight to reach the top. A master needs a lot of resources. All this can be achieved through persistent struggle with other people. By hiding this, Wang Teng is acting like a coward who refuses resources, but he can't hide forever. Hearing this, the young man thought that everything was true. All the masters he had met before were fighting with each other for resources, and they were forcing him to fight too. The man continued to say that the student had enormous potential, but without the right mindset, he feared that the boy's path would be short-lived, and added that he should forget that they had this meeting. As he left, our hero wanted to be polite, and so he said that he was leaving. The boss thought to himself that this kid was too cunning, and therefore he didn't fall for the bait. The guy, as if reading the man's thoughts, said at the entrance that such manipulations would not work on him. But despite this, he accepted the deal. The man asked if the young man had decided to play with him, but he timidly replied that he would not dare, and added that they had better continue. And as for the starbone, he immediately fell silent. The irritated leader said that the exam hadn't even started yet, but the student already wanted to take this thing, adding that with such an attitude towards life, he would definitely go far. But the young man immediately objected, saying that the man could change his mind at any moment and then would not give up the item. Putting the paper on the table, the boss said that in that case it would be best for them to sign a contract. The next day, the kids stood outside and watched how many airships were in the sky. But what was more interesting was that they had runes painted on them. One of the commanders greeted the students, saying that they wished them all success in passing the practical test of combat skills, and most importantly, that they all returned alive. The man then announced that everyone should come on board because they were leaving soon, and added that they would be heading to the exam site. Sitting in the chair, Yang Jian said that this is the famous flying boat using the original force, the runes are used for movement, and the original force is the driving force. But our hero immediately asked if this wasn't the same as machines and airplanes running on the original force. The young man said that he heard that the technology for making airships using the original force was obtained from another country. At that moment, a bag fell on the guy's head while our hero was saying that the student had been studying this for so long, but was still the same amateur. Lin Chuhan, who wanted to keep the conversation going, immediately began to inquire whether it was true that other countries had technologies similar to theirs. Yang Jian explained with a sad voice that access to information from other countries was severely limited. But if they became martial arts masters, they would have a chance to go there. Wang Tung asked why the girl didn't know anything about it, but she explained that her father had never discussed it, except that she was a child. And when something bad happened to her father, no one brought up the topic again. The schoolboy sitting in the corner thought that these two even had secrets that he didn't know about before. Looking out the window, the boys shouted loudly that they had never imagined that they would be tested on the island. And while the students were exiting the airships, the commanders were already shouting to them that they would give everyone protective equipment and weapons, and that the inspection would begin in a couple of hours. Approaching one of the commanders, our hero said that he had taken a weapon with him, and therefore asked if he would be able to use it after inspection. The man stated that after checking it was not prohibited to do this, and immediately noticed that the guy had a good case. After which he also noted that this was all a one-star runic weapon. For a moment, the commander was silent and then began to talk about how the ability to release the power of this weapon was the guy's strength, and therefore, it was not a violation. Wanting to change the subject, Wang Teng asked for a lighter suit, but the man handed over one of the simplest ones, saying that this one was not heavy, but it was durable and convenient to use. After some time, all the guys began to get dressed and prepare for the upcoming exam. Our hero's acquaintance, seeing him, came closer and called him by name. Embarrassed, she asked the young man what he thought about her outfit, and whether it was true that she was dressed very unusually. The young man, as usual, smiled and said that in this outfit the headman looked handsome and dignified. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard behind our hero, which made him wary. The commanders immediately shouted that these were overhead doors, which were quite dangerous, which is why the area was fenced off. The young man immediately asked how the girl was feeling, and while she said that she was fine, he thought that her strength was barely enough to resist these monsters. Another student explained that he initially thought the exam was a minor matter, but now he realizes that even standing here is a little scary. Closing his eyes, our hero noted that it was normal to be afraid. If he looked around, it would become clear that there wasn't a single student who looked as calm as possible. At that moment, the commanders informed everyone gathered that the exam would soon begin, and therefore he would now explain the rules in detail so that there would be no misunderstandings. The exam will run from 10 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the morning the next day, and therefore the students will spend one night in the forest. It is important to remember that food, water, and shelter are all the responsibility of the students themselves. The assembled people immediately began to complain, saying that they could not be left alone in the forest where there were many wild animals. But the commander didn't pay attention to all of this and said that if the guys wanted to be certified, they needed to kill at least 5 super beasts. But they had to remember that the more they destroyed, the higher the score. The communicator on the clothing is connected to satellites, so the condition will be monitored. In case of danger, anyone can press a button, and then a special person will come to the rescue. But at that point, the exam will be over. The combat skills test prohibits candidates from killing each other, but competition still remains, so they must be wary not only of the beasts, but of each other as well. And we must remember that an exam is, of course, good, but life is much more important. And therefore the commander asked if there were those who might decide to refuse at this stage. Unexpectedly, one of the participants said that she had thought carefully and decided that she did not want to ruin herself because of stupidity. Watching Lin Chuhan, her friend told her not to worry, and then wished her luck. Leaving the beauty behind, the young man calmly declared that he would go first. Having opened the gates, the commander announced to those gathered that there was little time left before the gates closed, and therefore the young people should hurry. And while the other participants were pondering something, Wang Teng ran forward with such speed as if it was a treasure hunt and not a beast hunt. At that very time, some strange creature was walking through the forest, not paying attention to anyone. Our hero thought that he had been wandering through the forest for an hour already, but had not met a single super beast. But now, the first beast he encountered turned out to be of the highest level, and therefore one can consider himself very lucky with this, considering that the creature is busy with something of its own. It is possible to deal it an unexpected blow. But at that very moment, the young man heard some strange sound. The young man barely managed to jump aside, realizing that the monster had almost destroyed him. The schoolboy, who had thought that everything would be very easy, now noted to himself that this opponent was actually ferocious. Realizing that he had to act, the boy turned to his rival, calling him a fool and telling him to be wary of his excellent sword. However, instead, the beast spewed out some kind of powerful fiery flame that seemed like it could very easily incinerate anyone who got in its path. And again, lightning speed played into the hands of the schoolboy, who again managed to escape. However, a moment later, the guy found himself behind his opponent, who did not expect such a turn of events. The young man knew there was no point in hesitating, so he began to cut with all his might with his sword. Wang Teng immediately landed on the ground, realizing that he needed to take a conscious approach to ensure that everything worked out as well as possible. Only a minute passed, and our hero looked somewhere and sighed heavily. The guy didn't fully believe that he had managed to defeat such a strong opponent, and that he had done it in such a short period of time. But the young man was surprised not only by this, but also by something else to which he paid close attention. There were bubbles scattered all over the place, and it was a great gift because Wang Teng hadn't expected anything like that. Coming closer, the teenager began to slowly collect his trophies, realizing that he had plenty of time, and therefore there was no need to rush. Taking one of the bubbles, the guy noted out loud that this time he got an empty bubble, which represented any indicator. The surprised student thought that it seemed that destroying super beasts and star beasts increased the likelihood of empty bubbles dropping. The young man liked his finds, and so his lips stretched into a satisfied smile. Lighting a fire in his hand, the young man thought that this forest was the perfect place to collect as many empty bladders as possible. At that moment, one of the commanders at the base was saying that the first results had already come in. The fact was that one of the students had managed to defeat the super beast and the student had survived. And while someone noted that this boy was good and had a well-developed sense of combat, the boss declared that there was nothing strange about this, because he was the only high-ranking martial arts master from Donghai. Governor Duknaya didn't believe that such a thing could happen, and therefore declared that it was interesting and therefore necessary to keep an eye on this guy. 9 hours later, one of the commanders reported that half of the students had left the exam because they were unable to cope with the task. The director noted that in previous years it was approximately the same, and therefore there was nothing unusual about this. Everyone understood that Wang Teng was a talented guy who had managed to kill several beasts of the highest rank, and added that he was ideal for training in their Bailiang Hall, and therefore the training of this young man would be a priority. Another man shouted loudly that our hero was a ward of the Polar Star Hall, and therefore he would not go anywhere. While the arguments were going on in the office, Wang Teng was in the forest and had already met another enemy on his way. The young man watched the huge snake closely, which showed with its entire appearance that it would not leave the man any chance of victory. That is why our hero became tense and thought about his next steps. The snake wrapped itself around a tree and looked closely at the schoolboy. It was clear that this monster was plotting something. Suddenly there was a loud bang, after which rocks and tree parts flew down, and the teenager managed to run in the other direction at the last moment. The snake continued to watch its victim closely, but the guy was not going to leave either, knowing that he needed this victory. That was why, a minute later, Wang Tang soared into the air to strike his opponent. The young man knew what he was capable of, and so he put his sword behind his back and did what he wanted and what he had to do. The young man cut through the snake as if it were not an adversary, but simply a piece of butter that could be cut quickly and easily. Not much time passed, and our hero was already sitting on the ground and trying to catch his breath after a tough battle. Looking at the defeated beast, the teenager thought to himself that fatigue was taking its toll. At the very beginning, it had been a little easier for him. Moreover, this python is more difficult to deal with, even though it is a top-level super beast, like that monitor lizard. Just as the young man was about to relax in order to collect the bubbles, he heard a loud scream that came from right behind him. The young man had no intention of asking or asserting anything. He struck with his sword in one motion. Wang Teng said in a low voice that he had warned the monster. It probably thought that his 5 years of martial arts exam and 3 years of modeling were just a waste of time. Heading somewhere forward, the guy said that now this monster was definitely destroyed. The teenager was about to relax, but suddenly he noticed a spear flying towards him. For a moment, the young man felt as if time had stopped for him, because he did not understand what to do. The spear hit the tree just as our hero managed to duck and was now observing what was happening ahead. The young man clearly understood that he saw someone ahead, someone who was coming out of the greenery. Some man started shouting loudly at the young man, saying that he was nobody, and therefore he could not hide from him, and could be sure that they would deal with him. The masked man watched the teenager closely, but he was in no hurry to do anything. Taking the arrows, the stranger was about to launch them at our hero, saying that he would regret having been born at all. The guy knew that he had excellent speed, and therefore he would be able to dodge these arrows, which he immediately began to do. The very next second, the guy soared into the air, shouting at his opponent and saying that he would be in trouble. The guys immediately got into a duel, realizing that everyone wanted to be better and show everything they were capable of. It was clear that the enemy had not expected such pressure, and therefore did not know how he could fight back in the current situation. Standing on the ground, the young man tried to cough, realizing that this was indeed a difficult fight. The man was angry. He watched himself carefully, although he had no intention of doing anything. A moment later, someone struck the stranger, but it was not Wang Teng, who stood nearby and watched what would happen next. Suddenly, someone else appeared. This man shouted for the fighting to stop immediately. The man began to beat the opponent who attacked the young man without any warning. Throwing the boy aside, Wang Teng asked Xiaoyan if he still needed his help, hearing that the teenager was quite a tough person. Smiling, our hero noted that he could not understand who decided to fight him. But now he understands that it was the slacker Li. The young man looked closely at our hero, but was not going to say anything in his own defense. And so the schoolboy spoke again, declaring that he had already defeated his opponent many times, but that this had not taught him anything, and therefore, perhaps, he wanted to remain defeated once again. And, pointing to the two guys, he asked where the ill-wisher got those two little tails that follow Li everywhere. Hearing about this, the young man shouted that it was enough to talk, no one needed it anyway, and, taking some kind of huge hammer, he shouted even louder that this was the end for the guy. From now on, he would be a real winner. At that moment, the battle began again, but it was difficult to say who would be able to win, because everyone held their ground with dignity. The villain thought to himself that he had spent a lot of money to hire these two top-tier disciples, but they were barely holding their own against Wang Teng. And this was true, as our hero performed the most difficult stunts in order to get rid of these annoying guys as quickly as possible. The ill-wisher, watching the battle unfold, said out loud in horror that the teenager was using the tricks of a martial arts master, which was very strange. It seemed that nothing was impossible for the young man. Moreover, for him, it was all just easy fun. But suddenly the schoolboy stopped. Some anger could be seen in his eyes, although there was something else. But a second later, he smiled the way true winners do, showing that he is a capable person. Not intending to waste time, our hero entered this battle again. Realizing that he still needed to destroy a couple of animals, Wang Teng punched his opponent in the stomach with all his might, knowing that this could incapacitate him. The blow was so strong that the man flew somewhere far into the air. A few minutes later, looking at the amazed boy who was sitting by the tree, Wang Teng asked Li Rongchen if perhaps he also wanted to try what he was capable of. The young man angrily thought to himself that why was everything happening the same way as last time? Moreover, this boy had somehow become even stronger. At that moment, our hero read the thoughts of the ill-wisher who was sitting by the tree. He thought that he had his own plan, and attacking, he declared out loud that this boy would die from a tenfold lightning strike. Wang Teng stood there silently for a moment, waiting for what would happen next. Finally, the young man heard how, right behind him, his opponent was about to strike, confident of his own success. However, before he could do anything, he himself was surprised at where the boy had gone and how he had managed to dodge so easily. But suddenly something even more unusual happened, because our hero immediately appeared before the Ill-Wisher, which surprised him even more. The guy wasn't going to waste time explaining, so he clenched his fist to hit his opponent. Within a second, the enemy howled in pain, realizing that the young man was actually incredibly strong. After this, the man found himself on the ground, with Wang Teng standing above him, clearly showing his significant superiority. Wanting to catch his breath, the young man, without letting go of his sword, stood and carefully watched the one who had recently boasted that he could defeat everyone. Now he, rising with the help of a friend, coughed and watched our hero in surprise, not understanding what else could be expected from him. Looking at the young man with hatred, the villain thought to himself that the teenager had such enormous strength, although this was simply impossible, because he was still a child. Wang Teng looked at the man he had just knocked out with a searching gaze and remained silent as well. The reason was that the young man was watching the bubbles that were near the Ill-Wisher, but this time the guy wasn't going to chase them. He understood that all these bubbles were useless to him, and therefore they were worthless. But a moment later, Wang Teng's attention was drawn to something behind him. The teenager slowly turned his head, although he continued to stand in his place, thinking about something. Walking up to the young man lying on the ground, Wang Teng looked closely at the pink ball and was surprised that even weapon skills could fall out after such a fight with people. And then, smiling, he decided that he could have another battle with this villain, especially since he could then collect as many useful skills as possible. Having hit this guy, our hero said out loud that he would shake everything he could out of him and that nothing bad would come of it, considering how he had attacked from behind. The other two guys who were watching what was happening shrank back. They had no idea what would happen to them if such a showdown was going on between Wang Teng and the boss. One of the boys said that the young man was very cruel, and therefore it was best in this situation to leave as quickly as possible, especially since there was a lot of space in the forest to hide. The young men watched the guy closely for a while before leaving. However, their plans were not destined to come true, because at that moment our hero turned around and looked closely at his ill-wishers. Backing away, stumbling, the young people explained that there was nothing to take from them. Moreover, they had already admitted their defeat, and therefore it was better for them to go their own ways. Hearing the children's request not to do anything stupid, the schoolboy said that there was no need to be afraid of him, because he was the most ordinary student with the most ordinary abilities. After beating up a few young men, our hero hoped that they would start dropping skill vials, but for some reason this did not happen. Wang Teng was about to go about his business, but at that moment he turned his head because he heard a sound behind him. One of the boys reached for his bracelet and was already pressing the red rescue button. The young man heard the system loudly announce that the participant had given up fighting and that rescuers would soon arrive at the scene. For a moment the guy stopped. He understood that it was getting dark, and therefore it was necessary to act. On the one hand, visibility was worse at night, but on the other hand, at that time of day there were many super beasts in the forest. Therefore, the chances of catching them increased. But the reason was not to pass the exam, but to collect as many useful bubbles as possible. Jumping from the branch he was sitting on, the teenager immediately rushed towards the pile of wolves that was already waiting for him below. The young man had trained so much throughout the day that dealing with such creatures was no problem for him. It seemed that the young man was already automatically fighting the wolves, realizing that they were fairly easy prey. Only a few minutes had passed, and the task was already completed, which meant that it was possible to relax a little. Looking at the scoreboard, Wang Teng was happy because he managed to get 16 experience points from the bubbles. But suddenly the teenager's leg gave way, and he felt as if he felt strange jolts beneath him. Within a moment, the ground in the forest began to rapidly crack, not a sign of anything good. The nearby volcano not only made strange sounds but also emitted powerful fiery flames that illuminated the darkness of the night. Our hero, who was at the other end of the forest, could not see this, and therefore did not understand what was happening in this place. Lin Chuhan, who was in a cave at the time, didn't understand this either. She thought that an earthquake had started and therefore it was necessary to hide. On the other hand, the girl was confused. She understood that she could not leave this place, since the exam was still ongoing. Other participants who were also in the forest also could not understand for themselves what was happening. Some believed that the animals had gone wild and that something strange had begun. The staff watching from the office knew that there was a dormant volcano on the island, but it was possible that some anomaly had occurred, causing it to suddenly wake up. One of the leaders stated that this possibility should not be ruled out, and therefore it is necessary to immediately stop the exam and send people to that area to ensure the safety of all students. The commanders, realizing that the matter was serious, immediately set out to carry out the order. A minute later, the students in the forest heard warnings that the volcano had erupted, and therefore the exam was prematurely ended. Everyone who could should immediately head to the exits from the forest to evacuate. The frightened students began to scream and get angry that no one had told them about this before. The boys were bustling about. Many of them were so confused that they didn't remember where exactly they were supposed to go. With a heavy sigh, the man turned to some ladies and gentlemen and said that it was now up to them to decide. A group of people in colorful suits looked at this man attentively but remained silent. At that moment, the guys who thought it was just the volcano heard a terrible roar that was heard somewhere very close. The frightened students, who had already been running in all directions, now couldn't figure out whether they were being threatened by lava or wild animals. And while some ran away, others shouted after them, asking them to wait for them, because together the chances of salvation were much higher. Having climbed the highest tree, Wang Teng could now clearly observe what was actually happening. The schoolboy understood that the volcano's mouth was emitting too much great firepower, but he did not know for sure what this was connected with. For a moment, it seemed to the young man that there might be other reasons connected with this. But at that moment, our hero was most concerned about what had happened to Lin Chuhan, who should have been in the same forest. Suddenly, all the guy's thoughts were interrupted. He saw some people who were quickly heading towards the volcano. Only one thing remained unclear: who these three fighters were, and most importantly, how they could withstand this catastrophe. Jumping from the tree, the young man assumed that these were instructors who were supposed to protect the participants. They needed to get to the volcano and find out what was going on. Despite the fact that someone had been sent on the mission, the young man decided to follow these people and see what they would do. From what I saw, it became clear that the girl most likely works with water, because she did amazing things. Another man had excellent control over fire. His strength and power were enviable. The third man had excellent control over nature. It seemed that the trees and flowers heard him. Our hero, who was hiding behind a tree, suddenly saw some kind of explosion, which caused the stones to fly in all directions. The boy, surprised, quietly said out loud that this was truly incredible power. But it wasn't just this that was surprising, but also the number of bubbles that were scattered across the ground. Watching what these people were doing, Wang Teng thought that if he followed these strangers and collected bubbles, it wouldn't be a disgrace. Although I immediately realized that these were people walking in the direction of the volcano, it was quite possible that their goal was to get inside. On the other hand, the teenager was frightened by the fact that volcanoes are unpredictable. Their power can either subside or become more and more violent. With a heavy sigh, the young man made a decision, although it was not easy for him. The boy understood that his life was in danger. He was only a student, and therefore he could not do anything against nature. Therefore, it was necessary to leave here as soon as possible. Our hero had already stood up and was about to leave, but at that moment he felt some kind of dense plate under his foot. Taking it in his hand, the guy's eyes widened, and genuine fear was visible in them. The young man held the exam pass that belonged to Lin Chuhan, but she herself was nowhere to be seen. The teenager knew he had combed through a fair amount of forest when he followed these people, but he had not encountered any of the students, and so he decided that his friend had most likely run to the edge of the forest, as he had been told. But a moment later, something told the young man that this was not the case. Our hero had no idea where the girl was hunting, and therefore assumed that she could well be in the volcano or near it. As he started running, the young man convinced himself that this couldn't be true, but it wouldn't hurt to check. Not much time passed, and Wang Teng, thanks to his lightning speed, was already there. He understood that it was best to use his supervision skill, with which he could see any detail. The guy clearly felt the great power of fire that was coming from this place, and this was a big problem. As he moved further and further, it became hotter and hotter, and it seemed to the young man that there must be something strange in the cave. Suddenly, the teenager listened closely and thought he heard some unusual sounds ahead. Looking ahead, our hero hoped that his friend was not here, because if she had stumbled upon the super beasts, of which there were several, then there was definitely no way to escape. The boy was angry. He thought that the examiners were two stupid people. They could not send school children to such a dangerous place. Understanding that the volcano is not fun, it is all very serious. At that moment, some strange creatures resembling lizards were crawling around the cave. It seemed that they not only were not afraid of fire, but even enjoyed it, perhaps because they were the descendants of the salamander. The animals, who had previously felt completely free, now also became wary, because they sensed something. At this time, our hero appeared at the entrance to this place, although he was in no hurry to take any further action. Peeking around the corner, the teenager cursed because he realized that super beasts were actually hiding here. But the girl was nowhere to be found, which frightened him even more. Thoughts had already begun to creep into the young man's head that his friend had simply been eaten. But the next moment something strange happened. Some powerful whirlwind began to swirl below. Wang Teng saw the boys he had been watching in the forest. Although he couldn't fully comprehend what they were doing, one of the guys shouted loudly and called for Lin Dun, asking where he was. The unexpectedly wounded guy replied that the situation was not the easiest, but he was fine and there was no need to worry about him. The man shouted that the venom of this volcanic salamander was very strong, and therefore it was necessary to act with extreme caution. The young people were prepared for what might happen, but they were in no hurry to do anything radical. Our hero saw what was happening, but he knew that at this stage he could not interfere with what was happening. Having erected a protection in the form of a stone, the boys tried to defend themselves from this monster, which was directing fire in the direction where they were standing. The salamander looked as terrifying as possible, doing everything possible to make the people inside leave the place immediately. It seemed that the beast was going to incinerate everything that was in its path. At that moment, one of the guys said with relief that it was good that their stone defense had withstood this powerful onslaught. However, suddenly, the stranger's eyes widened, and genuine horror froze in them. A moment later, the salamander struck with one powerful movement of its tail with such force that the stone shattered into tiny pieces. The young man, who had been standing behind the stone all this time, flew somewhere to the opposite side of the cave. While the girl was fighting off another beast, she simultaneously asked Lin Dong how he was feeling. But there was no answer, which worried the beauty. The salamander, realizing that the advantage was on her side, began to furiously spew fire again, so that the uninvited guests would leave her shelter as quickly as possible. The girl, who had previously put up protection in the form of water and ice, now began to swear, realizing that everything was not as good as she would have liked. The blonde understood that the situation could get out of control at any moment, and then they would all be in serious mortal danger. Realizing this, the beauty shouted to her friends that they needed to retreat as quickly as possible, explaining that it was difficult to deal with two volcanic salamanders and that they would not be able to hold back their onslaught for long. Turning around, the companion said with horror that these animals had blocked their only exit, and therefore they would not be able to escape. Watching closely, Wang Teng thought that these beasts were indeed working in unison, and that the warriors could die at any moment. A moment later, the salamander waved its tail again, and at that moment one of the young men asked Li Quan what the best course of action was. Lost in thought, the girl declared that they had only one choice left, to fight to the bitter end. She hoped that help would come to them soon. If not, then the people who arrived would find only corpses. Suddenly, Lin Dong said that they had to fight because there was nothing else they could do anyway. Realizing that the young man didn't look very well, the blonde asked what was wrong with him, and he only noted that he would try to hold out. Although, watching the animals rage, the guy immediately declared that most likely he would not last. The salamanders had no intention of stopping. On the contrary, they tried to surround the saviors from different sides, so as to leave them no choice. Li Quan, who still had some strength left, immediately began to resist the animal, trying to protect herself and her friends. For a moment, the girl began to succeed, but the salamanders did not move away any further. On the contrary, they began to attack even more actively. Our hero watched the boys and was very worried about them. He understood that with such pressure, the young rescuers would not be able to leave this cave. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought to himself that things would definitely not go this way. He understood perfectly well where this was all heading, and therefore he could not simply stand there and watch it. Moreover, the next second, the salamander, having accumulated strength, began to spew fire of even greater power. At this moment, Lin Dong desperately thought that he could no longer hold back the onslaught of these beasts, as they were stronger than him. However, at that moment something unusual happened, and so the guy turned his head. The rest of the team did the same, and were surprised to discover that the salamanders were no longer looking at them, but in the opposite direction. It seemed that this was the moment of salvation that everyone had been waiting for. But instead of running, the boys seemed to be rooted to the ground, because they wanted to understand what had happened. Realizing that it was not the time to stand, one of the guys shouted that now they could attack the animals that had turned their backs to them. The blonde joyfully shouted that help had finally arrived, and together they would quickly deal with these predators. The beauty said that she could handle one animal herself, but she would leave the second one, which was much stronger, to the young men. Suddenly, the boys shouted that now was the time to gather and attack immediately and all together. Sitting astride the salamander, our hero said that this beast actually possesses some incredible strength, and therefore it is very difficult to cope with alone. Wang Tung knew that the battle was difficult, but he knew that he still would not let this beast escape. The young man was about to deliver a crushing blow to finish off these opponents and continue searching for his friend. The guy summoned an ice fist to help himself, which was designed to inflict maximum damage on the salamander. At that moment, the blonde heard a loud roar. She shouted to the guys to hurry because the cave could collapse at any moment, and then they would definitely not get out. One of the young men, who worked well with nature and greenery, immediately began to perform some kind of trick with vines. It was difficult to understand what exactly he was doing, but it all had an effect. As the beast began to squirm, the battle continued, becoming more intense with each passing minute. But the heroes were not going to give up, realizing that their lives were at stake. The girl moved forward persistently. Now she was no longer defending herself as before, but moving forward. It was clear that one of the salamanders was almost finished, although the guy had no intention of giving up. By slamming his hand on the stone, he made it clear that he would continue to fight until they achieved absolute victory. A moment later, everyone gathered noticed the flame. It was supposed to cut off the stone on which the beast was located. One of the young men, trying to catch his breath, said that they had finished with one animal, although it had not been easy. But the boys didn't know where the other one was, since they weren't keeping track of everything that was happening in the cave. At that moment, the blonde was watching an unknown person who was standing near the second salamander. Wang Tung thought with joy that he had dealt with this beast of a beast, although it was difficult. But his endurance and sudden attacks helped him, and he also used the elements of fire and water, and therefore, if not for this, he would hardly have won. Looking at the scoreboard, the guy saw that in order to deal with this beast, he had to use up a lot of the bubbles that he had collected earlier in the forest. The young man wanted to study other indicators, but at that moment he heard someone call out to him. The young man wanted to praise our hero for the work he had done, but suddenly stopped because he saw that the teenager was wearing a candidate's uniform. Pointing to the schoolboy, the savior asked if Wang Teng had really killed this terrible beast single-handedly, The teenager had nothing to hide, and so he calmly stated that he had fought the salamander and defeated it. And our hero thought to himself that the boys were just as scared as he was, although they didn't show it now. Looking around, the guy was glad that at that moment a large number of bubbles began to fall out, which he wanted to collect. The young man glanced out of the corner of his eye at the board and saw that all these were attributes of the elements of wood and water. The schoolboy smiled and thought that this was a wonderful bonus, because before only other elemental attributes dropped out. But now there would be a wide choice. The girl, watching the stranger with a searching eye, asked if it was true that he was a master. The beauty didn't believe that the guy could cope with the super beast alone, but he said that he really managed to do it. Realizing that Lin Chuhan's whereabouts were still unknown, our hero asked if the boys had seen a girl with long hair nearby. After thinking for a moment, the blonde said that they had not seen anyone on their way. Wang Teng was a little upset. He thought that he had wasted his time when he decided to check this cave. Judging by the character of his acquaintance, she would not overestimate her own strength. Suddenly, the young man noted out loud that the earthquake was caused by 2 animals, which meant that everything was fine now, so he could be free. However, at that moment, one of the guys asked the guy to stop and not rush to leave. The rescuer immediately explained that the body of the volcanic salamander that our hero destroyed contained numerous resources. It could even contain a star core, which, according to the rules of the masters, belonged to the one who killed the beast. I don't understand how this is possible. The student started asking if the star beast he destroyed during the exam count. Another young man crossed his arms and explained that if Wang Teng hadn't helped them, they would have been in huge trouble. That's why this animal belongs to a teenager who deserved his trophy. Our hero was pleased that these people turned out to be honest, and so he smiled sincerely and noted that in that case he would graciously accept these gifts. And after just a few seconds, the guy went to the salamander to find something interesting in it. Having taken out some kind of ball, the young man, out of ignorance, asked if it was true that this was the stellar core. The guys who immediately approached him noted that the young man was very lucky, because such trophies are actually rare. The young man added that they had destroyed similar animals before, but had never seen such cannonballs. Laughing, our hero jokingly said that perhaps the reason was that he was a real handsome man. And then one of the guys said, also jokingly, that it was a pity that they were not at all like him. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a large group of people who said that, apparently, the rescuers who had arrived earlier had already managed to sort everything out. Wang Teng looked carefully at the new arrivals. A certain fear was visible in his eyes. The girl immediately turned to the chief warden who was standing next to her. She thought to herself that he had such a frightening energy, and therefore it was unclear what else he was doing. At that moment, the schoolboy thought that if he had not been involved in martial arts, he would never have seen a person of such a high rank. Unexpectedly, this man turned to our hero. He immediately noticed that he had been watching him closely during the exam, and was completely surprised, in a good way. With the simplicity typical of the guy, he said in a quiet voice that he was simply being flattered, but the leader continued to say that the guys stopped the volcanic eruption in time by killing 2 star beasts, and if so, then their actions will be included in their service record. A minute later, some people were already running towards the chief warden, loudly addressing him. The staff reported that all candidates had been sent to a safe place, but there was an unpleasant nuance, as there were also fatalities. The warden turned to Li Quan and asked if it was true that she had killed the star beast. The girl explained that this was not entirely true. They had dealt with the monster together, which had then fallen into the lava, and Wang Teng had dealt with the second beast. The astonished employees immediately began shouting that some kind of mistake had occurred, since how could an ordinary schoolchild have killed a volcanic salamander, especially one of the species that lives in these parts? The embarrassed young man did not understand why he felt so awkward, since he had managed to save himself and help others. The blonde immediately proudly declared that she always tells the truth, and therefore bears full responsibility for her words. The beauty explained that if you look at the wounds on the beast, you can see the remnants of a natural force that is different from theirs. After this, the employees did what they were asked to do in order to make sure that everything was actually like this and not otherwise. After thinking for a moment, one of the people started talking about how there was only one kind of power, but then he stopped short. And then he added that there was also the power of the ice element, although our hero did not understand what was wrong with it. Believing that it was perhaps very rare, the supervisor didn't let the employee finish speaking. He simply said that he was glad that there were people with hybrid power attributes in this group of students. He added that this year Donghai will definitely be at their best, and therefore no one will dare to underestimate them. After this, our hero heard how one after another began to pour in offers for him to come to this or that gym for training, where he would choose the conditions himself. However, at this moment, one of the young men shouted out that all these people were behaving dishonestly, and besides, they had probably forgotten that Wang Teng was training in their pole star. And while the warden continued to say something, those gathered were already announcing that it was time for them to leave this cave and get out into the fresh air. After some time, the guys returned to the tent city, which they had pitched somewhere in the forest. Among them was our hero, who slowly walked around the area and did not talk to anyone. Suddenly, the young man heard someone call his name, and so he quickly turned around. Lin Chuhan stood in front of the teenager, smiling shyly, but was in no hurry to say anything else. Answering a friend's question about how she was, the girl replied that she was doing well. But the young man's clothes were a little damaged. The guy remembered how his search for his friend had begun, and so he asked her if she had lost anything recently. Lin Chuhan stuttered and became embarrassed again as she said that she didn't remember such a thing. Taking the document out of her pocket, the student said that the class monitor was amazing. She had lost her access to the exam and hadn't even noticed it. The beauty blushed again, thanked the young man, and then began asking where he had managed to find this pass. Wang Teng immediately stated that he wanted to ask her about this. Why did she go to the volcano? She surely should have known that it was dangerous there, and especially so herself. But the girl explained that everything was not so. She had tracked down 5 animals and therefore went to the mountain to hide there. And our hero at this time was thinking that, most likely, the animals were afraid to go up the mountain because of the salamanders. The girl seemed to read her classmates' thoughts about how she alone was able to defeat the animals, and therefore asked why he didn't believe her. And then she began to laugh and say that, thanks to 3 years of imitation and 5 years of examination and practice, she actually managed to send 5 super beasts to their deaths with herbs. The teenager said with kindness in his voice that an ordinary person was definitely not capable of such a thing, and added that she was certainly worthy of the title of headwoman, and therefore, from now on he would call her Lin Uma Palata. After a while, the guys were sitting in the tent and discussing everything that had happened to them during the day. A frightened classmate shouted that even after an accident during the exam, the results would still be counted. But our hero, after thinking, explained that the evaluation of the participants had ended shortly before all this. So this situation definitely did not affect the exam results. And he immediately added that one should not forget what the main idea of the martial arts exam is. At that moment, the girl declared to everyone gathered that no matter what incident occurred, the results would not be annulled. The guy added that he believes that those who did not manage to kill the super beasts before the eruption began could have done so when the commotion began. At that moment, the boy's classmate said that he had also tried to kill his 5th beast, but it had failed, so he had let it go and immediately added that he had saved the candidate and had been praised by one of the owners of the martial arts hall. At that moment, the young people heard someone addressing them through loudspeakers and asking everyone to gather on the platform. Our heroes had no idea what awaited them, but they did as they were told, despite the late hour. The man standing on the stage said that he was Donghai's chief supervisor and that he would now explain everything about what happened during the exam. The students standing on the platform didn't listen to the rest of what the man had said. Instead, they began asking questions about the exam, the victims, and other details. The man did not like this disrespect, so he shouted loudly and asked everyone to be quiet for a bit. After this, he stated that this accident was their fault. The families of the deceased candidates would receive compensation, but there was still something that everyone gathered needed to understand. The path of a master is much more difficult and dangerous than what the guys faced in the exam. You shouldn't look only at combat abilities and strength. The world of warriors is very cruel and bloody. Those who distinguished themselves during the Super Beast invasion would receive additional points. And now, he announced the official end of the exam, adding that everyone should prepare to return home. The next day, the boys were already in the airship and were walking through the cabin to take their seats. Yanpeng reasoned that our hero killed 30 super beasts, 3 of which were high level and 4 of which were medium level, which is already very cool. Our hero's friend, sitting down next to him, said that he also wanted to become a sycophant and therefore praised the schoolboy. And then he added that the young man had actually done something incredible. And then he declared that the headman most likely also wanted to hear praise addressed to him. The embarrassed girl jumped up from her seat and shouted that she didn't want to hear anything like that. Wang Teng didn't understand why the beauty was so nervous, and therefore noted that there was nothing unusual about it. However, the friend continued to talk about his comrade's abilities, again noting that he was simply amazing. Hearing such numbers, the class president immediately began to say that their classmate was actually making something up. Their friend was, of course, strong, but not to that extent. Wang Teng threw up his hands and declared that he had already told the truth, but for some reason no one believed him. And he thought to himself that if he told anyone else about the Star Beast, everyone's heads would simply explode. Zhou Wu, who heard the conversation, immediately began to laugh, saying that some schoolboy was deceiving everyone by killing an incredible number of animals. The young man turned his head and looked carefully at where his ill-wisher was sitting, but was in no hurry to enter into a polemic with him. And the guys continued to laugh, saying that even strong students had a hard time, let alone some kid who had only recently joined the gym. And again, Zhou Wu said that he had heard a lot about our hero and even wanted to compare himself to him. But after this exam, he realized that the guy only knew how to deceive and invent. The boys stood up and addressed the young man, declaring that they represented their school and that he should therefore behave with dignity. And again, everyone started laughing, realizing that all this had turned into some kind of game. One of the girls made a remark to her classmate, but he only told Man Rong that she did not understand the most ordinary jokes, in which there was nothing wrong. At this moment, Lin Chuhan also intervened, saying that everything said here had nothing to do with Zhou Wu, and therefore it was unclear why he intervened. After this, a verbal altercation began between ill-wishers and acquaintances of our hero. Coming closer to the headman, the young man said that she had misunderstood him. because he was simply reasoning about what had happened, but was in no way envious. He thought to himself that he had previously thought that Lin Chuhan was beautiful, but he had not found any reason to get closer to her. But now was the time to do so. And so he began to say out loud that he had been misunderstood, that he had no evil intentions, and that as for our hero, Zhou Wu hoped that he would not make up various fables. The head woman was silent, but thought to herself that the people standing before her were real hypocrites. A moment later, Yan Peng began introducing himself, saying that he was a student of the Huiying School and was a high-ranking martial arts master, and immediately offered to exchange contact information with the girl. Rising from his seat, Wang Teng announced that a lively conversation had begun. For a few seconds, the guy just stood there, looking like he wasn't going to do anything, but suddenly the schoolboy turned around and asked if everyone had really gone completely crazy. Only now did those gathered sense that our hero possessed enormous power and strength, but they did not understand where it could come from. The schoolboy didn't like what was happening, so he stamped his foot so that everyone could hear him. Addressing the ill-wisher, our hero told him that he heard him telling everyone that he wanted to have a fight. Accidentally falling and finding himself kneeling in front of Wang Teng, Zhou Wu didn't know what to say. At this point, our hero angrily declared that he had even dared to ask his friend for her contact number, hinting that he was greatly overestimating his strength. Frightened, Yan Peng began to explain that everything his comrade had said was out of a sense of justice, and therefore suggested discussing this misunderstanding. Hearing this, the schoolboy laughed as if he really understood everything. But then he sharply kicked his opponent and told him that he did not want to talk to his ill-wishers now. It was clear that Wang Teng was indignant, while his opponents were thinking that it was actually better not to anger this man. A moment later, the guy turned his attention to another young man and said that just a couple of minutes ago he had been laughing loudly throughout the entire salon. But now for some reason he had become quiet. The boy, seeing that the schoolboy was looking at him suspiciously, immediately began calling him by name. However, this did not help, because a moment later the young man immediately hit another ill-wisher, who flew to the other side of the cabin. Approaching the opponents, our hero calmly declared that all problems were now solved, and, turning to the headman, said that they had better return to their places because they would soon land. The surprised guys who witnessed this story decided to themselves that it would be better not to anger this man. Some time passed and Wang Teng was already standing in the middle of the street. He was thinking that the boss was right, and therefore after returning home he needed to figure out how to use the starbone. Entering the house, the boy happily informed his mother that he had already returned home. Looking around, the teenager realized with surprise that there was no one there, despite the fact that he had just returned from an exam. Seeing the maid, our hero immediately asked her where his mother was. Smiling, the woman said that the owner had left early in the morning, and then she added that she didn't know all the details, but she knew that something had happened at the company, and that's why she had to go there immediately. Hearing this, Wang Teng became wary, not understanding what could have happened. Besides, his father should have been at the company. The woman, understanding the young gentleman's concern, immediately noted that the man was not there, since he had not yet returned from his trip. After these words, the young man became even more wary. He knew that nothing like this had ever happened. As he ran out of the house, the young man shouted to the maid that he had run to the company because he didn't like this whole story. Having run into the building, the teenager immediately ran to the reception desk and shouted loudly that he needed to see Li Shimei. The surprised girl looked closely at the schoolboy and asked him who this woman was and why she should be here. And while the guy was thinking about the fact that the administrator didn't even know the director's wife, some man called out to our hero and asked what he was doing. Turning around, the teenager asked the man if it was true that he was the head of security and that his name was Mr. Sun. Answering a student's question about his mother, the man explained that she was in the conference room and that CEO Bao had come from the company across the street, along with several other people who seemed to be trying to lure Vice President Jia over. Our hero said Bao Qingze's name out loud, but thought to himself that in his past life, when their family went bankrupt, this guy came to divide up his father's company. The young man didn't think that this bad person would show up so early. Moving decisively down the corridor, the schoolboy decided for himself that today, he would deal with this Qingjie. The man would answer for everything he had done in his past life. At that moment, the young man heard the head of security calling out to him, asking him to wait. Standing in the elevator, the man explained that this Mr. Bao had brought a lot of people with him, and therefore they also needed to get reinforcements, and therefore he ordered his subordinates to gather everyone on the 8th floor. When he got off at the right floor, Wang Teng noticed that the staff were already assembled. They were talking about how they were full of enthusiasm, and therefore awaiting further instructions. The guy said in a stern tone that since everyone was ready, it was time to head to the conference room. Standing at the door, the men overheard the conversation going on inside. Li Shumei telling Mr. Jia that he had always been treated well, but he had colluded with an outsider to appropriate the company's shares. A minute later, Chief of Security's son stated that he had always thought the vice president was a decent person, but in the end, he had done something indecent. Without waiting for an invitation or anything else, our hero literally kicked the door open and found himself inside the room. Getting up from her seat, the frightened woman asked her son why he had come there, thinking that something bad might have happened, but he answered in an icy tone. He knew that something important had happened, so he needed to find out. Smiling, a man turned to our hero, saying that this was the business of adults, and therefore he should not interfere in it. Ignoring these words, the boy approached his mother and in a gentle tone asked her to sit down, saying that otherwise she would simply get tired of standing in one place. At that moment, a young girl waved to the young man, calling him her cousin, and he noticed that she had also come to this meeting. The beauty explained that strange things were happening in the family. Her father was worried and therefore asked her to see if there was anything she could do to help. Suddenly, some men started talking again about how the teenager didn't respect them and added that they were starting a meeting and that it would be better for him to leave the room because he would only disturb the elders. Realizing that nothing was happening, some stranger decided to himself that this boy had dared to ignore his words and therefore decided to teach him a lesson. But the very next second, everyone gathered noticed the noise that was caused by our hero throwing his travel bag on the floor. In an icy tone, Wang Tung asked everyone why he had to leave. However, this time there was no answer either. Instead, the men began to discuss the fact that no one had taught the boy any manners, and if that was the case, then most likely, they would have to deal with this issue. Suddenly, Mr. Guo shouted, threateningly declaring that for some reason, Bao Qingjie, while Director Wang was absent, decided that he could command his wife and son, or rather, insult them. Hearing these words, the ill-wisher immediately jumped up from his seat and declared that he did not think that the young man would turn out to be such a devoted dog. Li Xumei didn't understand what was happening, but her son reassured the woman, telling her not to worry about anything. And, smiling softly, he explained that he was here. He had come on time, and therefore he would sort out everything that was happening. The young man didn't intend to waste much time talking, so he immediately addressed Bao Qingzhe, calling him by name. Accelerating the energy flow, our hero asked in a stern tone who this man was to raise the boy. Suddenly, the Deputy Prime Minister looked at the young man in surprise and shouted about where he got such incredible strength and power. Although he immediately shouted at the boy not to dare to be impudent and immediately turned to Zhu Lei. As he pounced on the boy, the man shouted that Wang Tung would pay for the way he spoke to his elders. The frightened woman immediately shouted to her son to be as careful as possible, realizing that these people were not to be trifled with. My cousin was also worried, so she said that anything could happen. But our hero did not listen to anyone. At that time, he had already entered into a conflict with a man who did not respect him and considered him a child who was not capable of anything at all. Li Xumei thought to herself that her son was not hurt at all, and she seemed to be very surprised by this situation. Another moment passed and Zhu Lei was already lying in the middle of the conference room, pushed back by the young man, after which the guy reached into his bag for something and immediately said that someone told him that he would not be able to hide all the time. The moment would come when he would have to reveal his power. Otherwise, they will try to trample absolutely everything on the teenager, showing that he is nothing. Our hero didn't think so before, but now this thought seems the most correct of all possible ones. Looking closely at Bao Qingzhe, the guy asked him if this was his company's office and fell silent. Standing opposite the teenager, the man angrily declared that his company was indeed located there, although he did not understand what all this talk was leading to. Wang Tung looked at the ill-wisher carefully and smiled, but he did not have time to move from words to action. However, the very next moment the schoolboy took out his sword and held it so that everyone around him could see it. Still silently, the guy began to cut with this weapon. He did it so masterfully that even from the street the bright flame was visible. Suddenly this flame turned into a fire and even an explosion, which was observed by people on the street. Bao Qingzhe, whose face showed genuine fear, did not know what to do next. He was afraid to move from his place. Our hero's mother did the same. Unable to believe that her son was standing in front of her, the cousin continued to watch the young man attentively, but this time she simply remained silent. But Wang Tung didn't care at all, because he was looking at his opponent carefully and scrutinizingly, and he, in turn, was thinking about the fact that in front of him was a master of martial arts. Only they are capable of doing such incredible things. Unexpectedly, this idea was voiced by other employees, who did not understand how the boy managed to do such a thing. Many had heard that this teenager was an ordinary, talentless child, and therefore hoped that it was just a joke that would soon be revealed. But the young man didn't care what they said or did about him, and so he walked right up to the vice president and declared that if he behaved like that again, not only the building would suffer, but he would too. And he added, addressing everyone, that while his father was away, they should behave appropriately. But when the manager arrived, they could leave the company. No one would hold them back. At that moment, one of the young men thought with annoyance that if Bao Qingzhe hadn't been able to seize a share of the company's shares, then he certainly wouldn't be able to do it. Our hero's relatives, hugging each other, were glad that with such a guy their company was not only in good hands but also safe, which was doubly pleasant. Under the protection of such a martial artist, their Wang family would never fall. As he left, Wang Teng called the women, saying that their security chief would take care of the employees. Already standing in the corridor, the boy asked his mother where his father was and why he hadn't returned home yet. Li Shumei explained that he had gone to a neighboring province to discuss business. But at that time, the other side had decided to play dirty, with the help of local bandits. They were holding the man captive and not letting him go until he signed a contract. The girl added that their grandfather had already sent a man there for negotiations. but so far there had been no results. The young man did not understand what kind of project this was, and added that if they suffered material damage, nothing terrible would happen. The woman said that this project was very problematic. Wang Shengguo was seriously in trouble. They wanted to make him responsible for everything. Our hero thought to himself that in his past life, these people could have harmed their family. But he didn't know about it, and said out loud that his mother should stay at home, and he would go to that province for now. Wang Teng understood that the woman was worried, but he said that there was no need to do that, because he had only used 9% of his strength in the office, so she could only imagine what his true strength was. Suddenly, the cousin spoke up and said that she also wanted to go, and that they would be able to contact the person their grandfather had sent to help. At this time, a car drove up to some large building. Turning to the girl, our hero asked if it was here. Kuzina explained that negotiations were taking place at the club. First, they would meet with the grandfather's man to sort out the situation, and then they would act based on the circumstances. Coming out to meet our heroes, the man explained that the negotiations had not worked out. No matter what conditions they offered, it was all in vain. The other side doesn't agree to let Mr. Wang go. These people have some kind of plan of their own, but they don't voice it. The girl didn't understand what these people wanted. But the man explained that they wanted to take over several gray enterprises, which was important for gaining influence in the city of Zhang. There is the Iron Fist Society, a gang of over 100 fighters. Wang Teng thought to himself that it meant that even if he harmed a person, no one would care. As he headed towards the entrance, the young man told his friends to wait for him outside and not to enter the club. The family's assistant did not understand how this teenager was going to solve anything on his own, and why he went to these people. The girl smiled and calmly said that the man should simply watch what would happen next. At this time, our hero had already approached the iron door and knocked loudly on it. The disgruntled man asked who had come to see them and was told that it was the delivery service. The security guard didn't believe that the delivery service worked so late, but the teenager decided to cheat and said that he brought something for their boss. The man, who continued to insist on his own, brazenly declared that their boss could not order anything in the middle of the night, and therefore the boy had better leave. Coughing demonstratively, Wang Teng said that the boss ordered special pills to make the night with the girls bright and passionate. Hearing this, the guard immediately opened the door and told the young man not to shout about it, but rather to go inside where they could discuss it all. Once in the hall, our hero heard the man say that he was taking him to his boss, but asked him not to talk about the small misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Smiling, Wang Teng told him not to worry because he wouldn't say anything about it. Knocking on another door, the guard turned to the boss and told him that something had been delivered for him. The man didn't understand what was being discussed, so he asked again. Our hero watched what was happening carefully. He understood that it was necessary to wait for the right moment. But suddenly the door swung open with such force as if someone had blown it up. Wang Teng had no intention of delaying. He understood that he needed to immediately show what he was capable of so that the negotiations would proceed much faster and easier. For a moment, the guy stopped. He wanted to understand what the ill-wisher would do and, based on this, do something. The villain didn't like what was happening, so he jumped in such a way as to land on the boy. The men were silent, but they were already fighting, and both had managed to get their swords from somewhere. The unclear knew how to assess the strength of his opponents, and therefore honestly told the boy that he was quite strong, although very young. Unexpectedly, the boss changed the subject of the conversation and asked the uninvited guest who had sent him here. The guard, who had been sure it was the delivery boy, now didn't know what to say in his defense, but he heard the boss say that he would deal with him later. The other security guards, who immediately arrived, also began to inquire about the person who dared to break into the Iron Fist Gang's club, even though he was not invited. The boys knew that their boss was strong enough and wouldn't hide behind other people's backs, so they egged him on to show the young man who was boss. Suddenly, our hero spoke up, saying that he didn't think the person standing in front of him would be a top-level martial arts student. He noted with joy in his voice that if the boy wanted to be like him, then he needed to be strong and resilient. And then he said that our hero possessed great strength at such a young age, so he could well have a bright future, although death awaited him because of what he had done. Realizing that Wang Teng had many people behind him, he asked the ill-wisher if they were his people. Laughing, he said that his security would be enough to cut the guy into small pieces. The boss didn't want to waste any more time talking, so he ordered his security to deal with this uninvited guest immediately. The thugs, grabbing their weapons, immediately began to move in the direction where the young man stood. The men surrounded Wang Teng from all sides, making it clear to him that he would not be able to leave this place just like that. But instead of worrying, the young man smiled, realizing that after what had happened on the island, this was just a light warm-up for him. After this, our hero connected his abilities. He activated a fire whirlwind so as not to waste his physical strength. The boss, who was standing nearby, watched what was happening in horror, not believing that such a thing was even possible. It was clear from the guy's face that this was all very amusing, and so he was in no hurry to stop, but rather enjoyed the process itself. However, the very next second, the young man turned around and began to cut not only the air with his blade, but also the opponents who met in his path. The boss, watching this, could not believe that all this was actually happening. He thought it was some kind of joke, because only a martial arts master was capable of such a thing. And while the man was thinking about why this moment had come to them, the people who were standing at the other end of the room decided that they would not be able to deal with the master, and therefore they needed to run as quickly as possible. The boss himself decided that fleeing in such a situation was the best tactic, and the rest could be dealt with later. But the man didn't have time to do this because he heard some suspicious and frightening sound behind him. Wang Teng asked in a menacing tone if the ill-wisher had really decided to run away from here, especially after what he had done. Now the guy didn't want to say anything, and so, grabbing his sword, he began to accelerate the energy and connect with all his strength. Picking up speed, the young man shouted that he had come to deal with the villain, and therefore he should be ready for this. The chief gripped his sword, but stood rooted to the spot, because he had no idea what to do next. But before the man could get over one shock, another was waiting for him. For some unknown reason, the blade began to disintegrate into small pieces, as if it were made not of steel, but of papyrus. Wang Teng had no intention of sparing anyone. He had no intention of waiting for anything, and so he simply threw the villain to the other end of the hall. The man fell to the ground with a crash and immediately began muttering something under his breath, wondering what to do next. Realizing that he needed to know the truth, the young man asked his opponent who had ordered him to capture Wang Shenggu. Trying to catch his breath, the man explained that he only knew that these people were from Xiadu, and their leader was also a martial arts master. And then he began to justify himself, explaining that he had to attack Mr. Wang and could not refuse these people, and therefore did as the circumstances dictated. At that moment, our hero's eyes widened, and it seemed as if he knew the master in question. The boss began to back away, at the same time asking to be spared, because he had only done what he had to. Wang Teng sighed and explained that he didn't want to kill his opponent, but he didn't finish his sentence. But he immediately added that he couldn't argue with his heart, which was telling him the exact opposite. The young man decided that in this case, there was no point in fighting, since he could use the power of fire, with which he got along very well. Our hero watched everything that was happening closely. He understood perfectly well that his father's life was at stake. And so I thought to myself that one cannot be merciful to one's enemies because they beg for forgiveness only when their own lives are at stake. But they do not remember about others. The security didn't know what to do in this situation, so they did nothing. Many could not believe that the boss was unable to resist some boy. He turned out to be very weak against him. One of the employees frantically began asking whether their boss had really died or if they were just imagining it. Turning to the questioners, the teenager calmly noted that all this was actually happening to their boss. And just a moment later, the guys were shouting that they needed to escape from this club as quickly as possible, because the guy had gone crazy and could therefore destroy everyone. The guard who opened the door for our hero was the last to run, shouting that he should not be touched, since he was the last to join the gang and had not harmed anyone. But, grabbing his sword, the young man was already running in the direction where all the people had rushed just a minute ago. In a dark room that looked like a basement, a man sat tied up on a chair and did not know where to look for help. Wang Shengguo thought with despair that he didn't even know what was happening to his family. The poor man didn't even understand why he was kidnapped, because he had never been at odds with these people. The man was frightened by the fact that the target was not him, but his entire family. Suddenly, the prisoner heard some strange sounds. He realized that someone had come to see him, someone who was in no hurry to talk to him. Suddenly, the man heard his son's voice, saying that his mother was waiting at home to have dinner together, and he was wasting his time sitting there. Freed from the ropes, Wang Shengguo began to ask in surprise how his son ended up in this dark place. The schoolboy said with sadness in his voice that if he hadn't come, who knew how much longer he would have sat in that basement? And, helping his father get up, he said that nothing terrible had happened. It was good that he was already fine, and therefore it was best to go home. The man tried to walk as quickly as possible, but the next moment he stopped because something really scared him. Realizing that something was wrong, Wang Teng said that he was not yet 50 years old and already had problems with his legs, hinting that he needed to take better care of his own health. Hearing this, Wang Shengguo screamed louder than ever, claiming that his legs were numb because he had been tied up for an unknown amount of time. And yet the teenager was telling him such things without even thinking about the reasons. While helping his parent, the boy still decided that he had said something stupid, and so now he was helping him get out of the basement. After a few minutes, the man became curious about how Wang Teng managed to get in here, so he asked him directly, and then he immediately assumed that his son had fulfilled their demands. Although after that, he again asked whether these people had really given the documents to sign, knowing that otherwise they would be left on the street. Smiling, our hero calmly explained that he hadn't done anything wrong. He wasn't stupid, and so he simply explained everything clearly to the gang. They realized their mistakes and released the hostage. The father heard about this but said that the boy was still too young to solve such serious issues, especially with bad people. Despite this, the man did not fully believe his son, who noted that he saw no point in lying. Moreover, if he had not agreed on anything, he would not have been released. Once outside, Wang Teng thought how good it was that he had managed to cover his tracks, because he didn't want his father to find out about the bloody massacre. Standing by the car, the niece told her uncle that since everything ended so well, she would immediately go to her grandfather and make him happy, so that he wouldn't worry either. Wang Shengguo noted that in that case, he would not detain the beauty, especially since after everything that had happened, everyone needed a good rest. Before getting into the car, the girl turned to her cousin and told him to visit them more often. After all, they are relatives, but they see each other so rarely. Waving after the departing man, the young man shouted that, of course, they would see each other. The man looked at his son, who was also going off somewhere, and thought that before his cousin couldn't stand this idiot. But now, for some reason, everything had changed dramatically. At this time, the maid was reassuring the lady, saying that she had not even lain down all night, although this was harmful to her health, but she noted that she was worried and therefore could not sleep. Suddenly, the door to the house slammed, and the maid immediately announced with surprise that the men had arrived home. Surprised, Li Shumei seemed to not hear what was being said to her because she was so scared. But the very next moment, the happy woman threw herself into her husband's arms, shouting that she was very glad to see him. Wang Shengguo added in a calm tone that it was actually him, although he immediately began to apologize for being a little late. But it was not his fault. Our hero watched this picture with some despondency. It seemed boring and banal to him. He didn't even hesitate to tell his parents that they were behaving like lovebirds, but this was not at all pleasant. On the contrary, he was about to vomit from what he saw. The adults, blushing, immediately began to blame their son and call him some obscene names. After a while, sitting at the table, the father, who had only been absent for a couple of days, could not believe what they were telling him. When his wife told him that their son was a martial arts master, the man said that this simply couldn't be true. But the woman insisted that he could ask about it himself. Looking at his son in surprise and starting to shout, Wang Shengguo asked the teenager how this could even happen. Seeing the schoolboy summoning fire energy, the man said that his son had only recently begun practicing martial arts, yet he could already be called a master. The guy explained that he accidentally met an old man who said that he had strange bones and then passed on some magical abilities. The woman did not believe this, and therefore said that the young man was talking nonsense again, although they had long been accustomed to this. And after a moment, Wang Teng added that if this was not the case, then there was only one explanation, and that was that he was incredibly talented. The man smiled sincerely and said that his son really has an innate talent. Sometimes he doesn't even believe that he is his father. Li Shumei didn't like that her husband took all the trophies for himself, so she declared that it was she who carried the child and then gave birth to him, and therefore he was her son, which meant that it was only her merit. The maid, who came into the dining room a few minutes later and brought in food, heard a loud verbal altercation about who was the better parent. After dinner, Wang Shengguo indignantly spoke about how it could have happened that Bao Qingze dared to attack the boy and added that he would definitely settle scores with this bad man. The woman said that it was unnecessary now that Wang Teng had dealt with them. But it had its advantages, as it was now clear who was loyal to the company and who was the real traitor. The owner of the house sighed and noted that he could take advantage of the current situation to restore order in the company, fire incompetent people, and hire new staff. Wanting to change the subject, the father asked if the exam results had arrived yet, hearing the boy say that they should have arrived, although he noted to himself that he had completely forgotten about it. Sitting at the table in front of the computer, the young man cursed his parents, who constantly urged him on, telling him not to chatter and to enter his registration number. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone present widened in surprise. They did not believe what was written on the screen. The document stated that the boy's grade was A+, and judging by the stormy reaction of his parents, who did not believe it at all, this was not just something good, but even excellent. With a sigh, our hero declared that he had passed his exams with flying colors, although his father hadn't really believed in him at first, and now he was simply surprised by something. After these words, the man began to say something loudly in his own conversation. But the young man did not listen to the end because someone called him. Asking his parents for forgiveness, the schoolboy said that he needed to answer, which he did. Lin Chuhan, who was calling, was silent for a few seconds, so the young man called out to her several times, calling her the headman. After this, the headman became a little bolder, and therefore asked how Wang Teng managed to pass the exam, and whether he was satisfied with the results. But without waiting for an answer, she immediately began to talk about how she had passed the martial arts practice exam, and scored 80 points, and therefore was very happy. The girl couldn't stop rejoicing. She screamed so loudly that she almost deafened the guy, who decided to keep the phone away from him for now. The guy wanted to be polite, and so he asked about the exams and the other subjects, thinking to himself that his friend had never been so nervous. A moment later, the beauty began to boast about her results, making it clear that for her, this was the best achievement, and therefore she could not be more happy about it. Lin Chuhan, realizing that she was talking too much about herself, asked her classmate again how he was doing, saying that he was probably the best in martial arts. Smiling, the young man declared that he had indeed received the highest score and had been awarded an additional 20 points. And then he added, looking at his parents, that genius cannot be hidden. The girl jokingly said that her friend had completely lost all shame, and therefore she was ending the conversation, which she soon did. Suddenly, the teenager looked somewhere, and amazement and some fear could be seen in his eyes. The reason was his parents, who looked at their son strangely and even asked if it was true that he had talked to his classmate. The guy wasn't going to hide it, so he replied that it was his desk mate who had called and they were on pretty good terms. The woman wanted to hear as many details as possible, so she looked at Wang Teng in surprise, but he only became embarrassed and turned his head away. Suddenly, having come to his senses, the young man screamed as loudly as he could. He told his parents to think of nothing unnecessary for themselves. Li Shimei explained in a calm tone that they understood everything, that the guys were just chatting, and since they were just chatting, the guy could bring his friend to their place for lunch sometime. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a maid who announced that Director Yu had come to visit them, as well as Teacher Fan. Welcoming the guests, the hostess asked them what they owed to such a meeting. The teacher announced with joy in his voice that they now had a martial arts champion in their middle school, and so he had come to congratulate the whole family. The surprised woman did not believe what they were saying about her son, and so she asked about it again. The director noted that if the young man had any questions about entering the institute, he could ask them right now. And then he added that he had already mentioned the awards earlier and kept his word, and therefore invited the student to look at the table. Wang Teng looked ahead carefully. He wanted to say something, but he was speechless for a while. Pouring out some stones from the bag, Mr. Yu said that he heard that the guy uses the ice element when he fights, so he asked to find the original ice element stone so that the student can use it. The man added that this bottle also contained a miraculous ice elemental pill that could be used to increase strength. This dark cold stone is a rare natural treasure. It was obtained by the director by chance. It can be used to make an ice element weapon, and therefore this stone will be useful to Wang Teng. Looking at these gifts in amazement, the boy thought to himself that these were wonderful rewards, but the only downside was that the stone was very small. A minute later, the director said with modesty in his voice that they had given away all the souvenirs, and therefore it was time for them to go. Seeing off the guests, the guy shouted words of gratitude after them and wished them good luck. But at that moment, the teenager felt someone throw a ball at him, hitting him in the head, and immediately began shouting his name. Our hero didn't want to turn around. He was wondering who could have come to see him if he rarely communicated with anyone. A minute later, the young man looked at the owner of the hall, Fu, who continued to be indignant and muttering something under his breath. The young man saw how they handed him some documents and asked him to study them carefully, noting that they offered quite good conditions. Smiling, the schoolboy said that it was best to talk about this at home, rather than standing on the street. Sitting in the living room, Wang Teng asked if combining admission to an educational institution and a martial arts hall was not a problem. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case, because a teenager could enroll in a military academy, and everything would be fine. And students from the strongest military academies studied in their hall. Answering the guest's question about which institute our hero liked the most, he paused because he couldn't quite decide. Upon hearing about the Polar Star Hall, Mr. Fu immediately jumped up and shouted joyfully. The young man bragged to the guys, saying that he had won. And they, in turn, wanted to look at the contract because they did not understand why this particular place had been chosen. A moment later, the young people couldn't believe their eyes. They asked how this could be an SSS rank contract. A colleague said that Fu would go bankrupt so quickly, but he thought to himself that fighters who signed such a contract immediately rose to the level of a general. The second one sighed heavily and also said that they couldn't handle such conditions, and therefore it was a shame that they were letting such a talented teenager go. Handing a belt to Wang Teng, the young man told him to put it on. Then he would be able to immediately enter the Polar Star internal network and buy all the necessary resources, adding that 1 billion was available in installments. The man continued to explain that the young man could buy an apartment in the area of their martial arts hall. It was very safe there. No one would cause problems. Hearing questions about the institute, the host explained that all educational institutions are similar to each other. The rules at the military academy are stricter, but there are some things that are better than others. This academy is the fastest path to power, and if a young man proves himself worthy, he will be awarded military honors. In the future, he will be able to single-handedly command an army, and his power will reach the skies. This is especially true in another country, and he immediately stated that they are now creating a huge army, and therefore they need fresh forces. However, listening to this, the teenager was in no hurry to draw conclusions. Mr. Fu said that after registering for the exam, there would be a month left before the start of school, and therefore he would help find a group for training in the gym, and for now, join them, and then go to another country. At this time, some unknown person reported to someone that the Iron Fist gang was defeated. Its surviving members fled. The man added that he personally saw it. Several people were killed with one blow, which looked terrifying, and several high-level martial arts students were no exception. The gang boss disappeared without a trace, and there is a black mark at the scene. The stranger was silent, but he thought to himself that some martial arts master with the fire element had appeared, and, as he left, he ordered his assistant to be sure to bring everyone back, adding that he was tired of trusting other people to clean up this mess. The security guard asked the owner if he would handle the incident himself, but he looked closely at the man and said that he had already explained what he needed. He needed all those people to be found and returned. The next day, Wang Teng, approaching his hall, could not believe his eyes. He kept asking himself over and over again whether they were talking about him. There was a huge sign in front of the entrance, which stated that the school welcomed the champion of the Donghai martial arts examination and was looking forward to seeing him in the Polar Star Hall. One of the guys passing by noticed our hero and immediately said out loud that in front of him stood the very champion that they were talking about so much. A moment later, the guys started approaching from all sides, discussing that they had no idea that such a star was training next to him. And while Wang Ten was feeling extremely awkward, the other students were encouraging each other, saying that they should practice several times more and be sure to attend all the training sessions. The young man, hearing about this, smiled, realizing that after this he would be able to easily take all the bubbles that were left behind by the boys. Looking at the scoreboard, the guy thought about how, after you get more than 100 intelligence points, you rise to a completely new level, and your understanding of training methods increases significantly. Wang Tung saw that the morale indicator was also about to exceed 100 points, but he didn't have time to look further because he heard someone asking to be let in somewhere. The teenager looked ahead and saw a strange girl in dark clothing, at whom the guard looked strangely. Suddenly, the girl said that she was looking for our hero and explained that she knew this man and therefore had to go inside to see him. The security guard said with displeasure that over the past few days many people had come to them who supposedly knew the guy, but he did not understand why he should trust the girl. He thought to himself that the teenager looked strange. He was convinced that she was up to something, and therefore he couldn't let her in. Suddenly, the beauty heard someone call her by name, and so she quickly turned around. Seeing Wang Tung, she let out a surprised cry and froze in place because she didn't know what to say. The security guard, realizing that the guys actually knew each other, immediately began to apologize for the fact that he thought completely differently. Our hero didn't want to quarrel with anyone, and therefore said that such a mistake could happen to anyone. After ruffling the girl's hair, the guy told Chusa that it would be best for her to go with him, especially since that way they could talk at the same time. Walking down the street, a young man asked his friend's sister how it happened that she ended up so far from home, and why she came here at all. The girl explained that lately she felt that everything was oppressing her. The atmosphere around her was somehow heavy, and that was why she was looking for him. The young man asked curiously what Chusha was feeling at the moment and what she wanted. Suddenly, the girl screamed loudly that for some reason she felt very comfortable, even though she had done nothing at all. At that moment, the system notified the student that he had received points for the poison of the Devil Lotus and the poisonous Great Power. When Wang Tung asked her sister if she knew the girl was there, she replied fearfully that she had not told anyone about it. The guy sighed heavily, and at the same time he reached into his breast pocket. Taking out his phone, the young man told Chusha to call her mother or sister first, otherwise they would be very worried, not understanding where their relative had gone. Our hero's surprised friend said in an understanding tone that she would do everything as needed. For some time, the girl still doubted. It seemed that she did not know what she would say in her defense. Although a minute later, she dialed the number, hearing Lin Chuhan on the other end of the phone trying to figure out why her classmate was calling her. The girl screamed as loudly as she could. She said that she and her mother were very worried and did not understand where Chusya was. The unfortunate beauty heard her relatives ordering her to return home immediately because she was ill. But she did not want to do this, since she was already locked in her own room. Chusha stuttered and tried to say something in her own defense, but she couldn't find the right words. Suddenly, our hero picked up the phone, and turning to the village headman, he said that since the girl's sister didn't want to return, she would stay with him, so there was no point in worrying unnecessarily. The young man said that he had agreed on everything, and therefore first they would go to his house, where they would have something to eat, and then they would go to an interesting place. When she arrived at the hospital, the girl asked what the young man had brought with him. He explained that one of his friends liked alcohol, which he had brought him, but had first added something else to it. And while Wang Teng entered the room and greeted the man, the girl looked around and wondered if this was really the outside world. Seeing that the patient was looking at our hero strangely, he said that he would most likely not be recognized, although it did not matter. And pointing to the package he had taken with him, he shouted loudly that he had brought what this man loved most. But before the young man could do anything, he noticed with surprise that the package was no longer in his hands. Watching the patient getting drunk, Wang Teng thought to himself that this man was very clever, although you couldn't tell from his appearance. Surprised, Chusya asked if this man was a master, hearing that he was. At that moment, the patient, who continued to hold the bottle in his hands, looked closely at the young people. He asked why the boys were whispering, and then asked them to come closer so he could give them something interesting. While placing something in the girl's hand, the man said that he was giving it from the bottom of his heart, and added that there were useful things inside. The beauty looked at the flash drive in surprise, and the guy thought to himself that this thing was familiar to him. Could it be that this person had bought them in bulk to then distribute them to everyone? After looking closely at our hero, the man began to say that with the guy it was a completely different story. Our hero did not know what they would give him, although he did not expect anything at all. But a moment later he noticed some kind of card or something like it. Laughing, the patient said that if a young man wants to find treasure, he should follow this map. Everything is there. Wang Tung didn't want to look stupid, so he decided to play along with the man and also started to laugh lightly. Returning to bed and turning away, the stranger declared that he had given out all the gifts and now wanted to rest, and therefore the boys should not disturb him. Finding herself in the corridor, the girl asked who this strange man was. First he gave her some things, then this map. although the young man noted that the girl should not pay any attention to this, although Chusi had a different opinion on this matter, and therefore she called out to the guy who was already about to leave. The guy didn't believe it, so he asked his friend to give him the map because he also wanted to see what was there. The girl was interested in a particular moment, and therefore she pointed out this particular detail. Embarrassed and angry, our hero said that Chuxia had turned the card over for some reason. Not much time had passed, and the young people were already moving through the evening city, and Wang Teng asked his friend not to tell his sister about where they had been, as well as about what they had managed to get. The teenager said that first he needed to carefully examine this map, and then he would tell her everything. The girl liked that at least someone was taking her seriously, and so she smiled and said that it was very kind of the young man. The guy was about to leave, but at that moment he noticed the headman, who was standing not far from them. Lin Chuhan watched her classmate with a searching gaze, but she remained silent. Although a moment later the girl turned in a stern tone first to her acquaintance and then to her sister. And again our hero thought that the beauty looked extremely agitated today. He had only seen her in such a state a few times. Running up to her sister, Lin Chuhan began to ask her why she was doing such things, and also why she went so far from home. The young man understood that the girl needed freedom, and so he stood up for her, saying that there was nothing wrong with it, especially since he himself had gone outside to get some air. Hearing the headman start talking about some scary things, the guy switched her focus and explained that her sister needed to go for a walk more often, since she couldn't sit locked up all the time. And besides, what would happen to her if they were alone together? Slowing down a bit, the classmate admitted that she wasn't as worried because she knew the young man was nearby. After this, the beauty grabbed her sister and walked away, hearing the guy question what she had just said. For a moment, the head woman stopped and decided that she was behaving like a child, and so she decided to correct it. Lin Chuhan stood silently for a while, thinking about how best to deal with this situation. After this, the girl finally found the strength to address her friend by name. Suddenly, Chuxia, who was peeking out from behind, told her sister to stop being so serious because that would only scare the guy away. But she declared in an indifferent tone that she didn't care whether she scared anyone away or not, and immediately asked her sister where she had been and what she had seen. That same evening, our hero lay on his bed and carefully studied the system's display. The young man realized that his morale had reached a perfect level, but he just didn't understand how to best use it, and he assumed that it was probably possible to control objects from a distance. Having raised himself, our hero decided that it would be best to begin with something easy. Focusing on the glass that was on the table, the teenager raised his hand. At that moment, the schoolboy looked at the container so intently as if his whole future life depended on it. Only a minute had passed, and the water that was in the glass had already formed into a small sphere that was rising above the object. While continuing to concentrate his attention, Wang Teng wondered whether all of this depended on the perfection of one's spirit. Closing his eyes, the young man decided for himself that he could not see this force. Despite this, he could freely control it. The teenager was deep in his own thoughts as the water rose higher and higher. The young man understood that it didn't matter what helped him. The most important thing was that it became an additional technique for attack. Suddenly, the schoolboy directed the stream at the wall and did it with such force that the liquid made a hole in the wall, which made the boy incredibly happy. And after that, I thought about how just now there was just a stream of water. If I use it to compress a great force, then how powerful it will be. Approaching a box, Wang Teng decided that he would leave this for later, or rather, try it at night. Time passed quickly, and after a couple of hours the guy was sitting on a small lawn in the forest, not far from his own house. Just like recently, the young man closed his eyes and concentrated as hard as he could. He knew that this was the only way he could achieve the desired result. Wang Teng was in no hurry. He understood that the most important thing was the result in this matter, but not speed. In front of our hero lay his sword in a box, which had been brought there for a specific reason. The very next second, the teenager opened his eyes, which showed confidence and a clear focus on the goal. Suddenly, the sword, which had recently been in the box, now flew out of there without any extra effort and flew somewhere into the sky. Finally, the young man relaxed and was glad that his experiment had been a success. As he watched his weapon, the schoolboy reflected on the fact that the sword could move freely through the air, and, of course, this was a special advantage. The guy decided that if he had succeeded in what he had succeeded in, then he needed to try to control the weapon, which he did a minute later. Wang Teng was experiencing incredible emotions. He understood that the blade could easily fly to him when it was needed, and therefore, what was happening could be considered controlling the sword in the air. The next day, when he came to school, our hero felt extremely lost and weak. The teenager was thinking that he had spent all his moral strength last night, and that now not only did his head hurt, but it refused to think about anything at all. However, it was not possible to remain in silence because someone immediately called out to the young man. The employee explained that the young man was wanted by professors from the admissions committees of several major universities, and so he would take the student to them. On the way, the young man said that he could not even imagine that such a gifted student, who would be considered one of the best, was studying at their school. Entering the office, the guy apologized for the fact that they were a little late, after which he once again introduced Wang Teng, who was right now standing in front of them. Our hero modestly stated that he was flattered that everyone gathered wanted to see him personally. Suddenly, professors from the country's best universities began approaching the student and introducing themselves, asking the young man to address them as ordinary professors who were always ready to help him. Watching the proceedings, the director said that their student was truly lucky, because 5 universities in the country were ready to compete for him. Smiling, the guy realized that all these people from the admissions committees had come specifically for him, which was incredibly pleasant. Sitting in the office, one of the girls turned to Wang Tang and said that he had probably heard the name of their first university and added that he would be able to take advantage of their best resources and connections there. And she added that the rector said that he would like to see the young man at their university. Another man noted that their Jinlin Institute was almost the same as the first institute. Their rector was an 11th level star general, and they could do everything that the previous ones promised. Suddenly, a fat man spoke up, proudly declaring that their Donghai University had far more resources than others, and that their rector was also a level 11 student. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard that 3 rectors were of the highest caliber, which increased the institute's ratings many times over. Our hero had already begun to immerse himself in his plans, but at that moment everyone heard someone loudly slam their hand on the table and turn to Wang Teng. An unknown person said that the military academy is the only place where you can fully realize yourself. He added that the young man only needed to study well. Then he would be able to receive a military rank and go to another country to fight alongside the soldiers. After this, the man looked closely at our hero and fell silent for a while. And then he announced that the authorities had decided that immediately after entering their Huanghai Military Academy, the teenager would receive the rank of sergeant. The indignant woman jumped up from her seat and shouted that her colleague had neither shame nor conscience, since they decided to attract the schoolboy with their titles. The fat man who spoke earlier noted that they also have military ranks, and moreover, their academy has a number of other privileges. General Lei Yao is an outstanding student of their university, currently commanding the Red Tiger Army in another country, and therefore, if the student performs well, he will be guaranteed a worthy position. The battle continued as another person said that Huanghai University had many students who joined the Black Sparrow Army after graduating, and there were many other opportunities. Hearing this, his colleagues noted that he was bluffing, since it was unthinkable that there would be a free place for Wang Teng in this army. In an instant, such hostility arose between the two men that it could be felt even from a distance. Smiling, our hero turned to the 2 teachers and said that he had heard that the students' freedom was severely restricted at the military academy, and therefore he wanted to know if this was true. The teacher immediately noted that their rules are actually stricter, but they are needed to weed out the weak. But our hero is strong enough to break these rules. For a moment, the teenager thought he understood that a decision would still have to be made. Not much time passed, and the young man was already standing in the classroom, hearing the class monitor addressing him. The girl curiously asked which university her friend wanted to go to. Wang Teng didn't want to reveal the intrigue, so he asked his classmate to guess. Embarrassed, she looked closely at the young man and did not understand what to say, and therefore timidly asked whether he would answer the question or not. When the girl heard that the guy was going to go to the Huanghai Military Academy, she said that she was sure that her friend would go to the first university. But the young man said that the military academy was what suited him best at this stage. After which he asked where she wanted to go. Lin Chuhan explained that she was aiming to go to Donghai, but had not yet made up her mind. So she was going to apply to Donghai Institute of Technology as her second choice. With surprise in his voice, our hero asked if the girl would regret it, since everything was initially based on her success. Then she would pass the exam, and therefore she could easily enter Donghai. Looking down, the head woman said sadly that she had nothing to regret, since the guy knew the situation her family was in, and so she didn't understand why they needed to discuss this topic again. Realizing that things were already difficult for his friend, the young man declared that in any case, they would both study in the city of Donghai. Having confirmed this, the beauty asked her classmate if he would walk her home. After some time, the boys stood on the bridge and looked attentively at the evening city. Lin Chuhan remained silent. But she thought sadly about how they would graduate very soon. The girl did not want to show her true emotions, and therefore said that it was already late, and it was time for her to go home. The boy saw the head woman turn around abruptly and walk away, and he simply stood and watched her go. The young man wanted to say something, but he didn't understand what words would be best in this case. Wang Teng sighed heavily and looked away, but he was in no hurry to leave this place. After some time, the teenager walked away, realizing that he had nothing to do here either. Suddenly, the schoolboy heard someone call his name, and so he had to stop. It was the headman who was standing behind him, but was in no hurry to approach. She was simply saying some words that she could not put together. A minute later, the beauty, embarrassed, declared that if she entered Donghai University, she invited the young man to come there to see her. The young man smiled but did not show it. He continued walking forward. Only now he was waving his hand at the headman, and she was shouting after him that, as soon as he had time, he should come. A few days later, Wang Teng was sitting and silently looking at the phone when he heard a ringing sound. It was the headmistress. She happily announced that she had entered Donghai University. Her specialization is martial arts. With joy in his voice, our hero declared that he had expected exactly this result from the headman, and therefore he sincerely congratulated her on it. After finishing the conversation, the young man thought to himself that all the elders were so hardworking, and decided that he too needed to improve himself to become even stronger. Suddenly, a man opened the door and greeted the owner of the hall, who noted that the guy had arrived quickly. Grabbing Wang Teng's shoulder, he said that he wanted to personally introduce the Fighting Tiger Squad. The young man said that he personally selected the team. All of these people are level 3-star generals. The guy will go with them to another country. Everything will be safe, and therefore, there is no need to worry. And then he added that he was talking about Lin Jiang, the champion of the Donghai martial arts exam. A moment later, our hero began to shake the hand of this man, who decided that the teenager was incredibly strong. Wang Teng thought to himself that it would be okay if these guys suddenly decided to check him out. Standing at the other end of the room, the guys were talking about how they also had some achievements, and therefore they would introduce themselves too. One of the guys said that he was Yan Fei and was a master of the earth element. The girl's name was Yan Jin. She was a master of the fire element. The youngest and most innocent was Yan Jing Yue, who had excellent command of the wood element. At the very end, Liu Yan introduced herself, proudly declaring that she was also a master of the fire element. Rising from her seat, the beauty turned to our hero and said that he would have to go everywhere with her. The girl jokingly noted that she was going to cover for the newcomer everywhere and also make him happy. Our hero blushed at these words, hearing the commander ask him not to tease the guy who already had no idea where he had ended up. As he was getting ready, the teenager heard Liu Yan shouting after him to get ready as best he could, because this was no joke. Wang Teng proudly said that he was already ready, and so he went to get ready. A moment later, the young man grabbed the handle of his box. He understood that an interesting but dangerous adventure awaited him, after which, with confident steps, our hero walked away, a hero who was about to move on to a completely different stage. The young man thought with anticipation that he was finally going to another country, and what's more, he was about to see another world. At the same time, the teenager thought that replacing the weapon this time was a bit expensive. The young man had spent all the money that Polar Star had allocated to him. It was clear that the masters really did spend all their money quickly. Master Lu's equipment was definitely not cheap, and what's more, it was unclear how this man made weapons from the bones of star beasts and black stones. If you could make an ancient weapon out of chains, the guy could control it in the air, and that would be incredibly cool. As he walked out onto the street, Wang Teng apologized for being late, but the driver said it was no big deal, as everyone was there, meaning they would be leaving very soon. And indeed, people gradually gathered on the street, although there were few of them. Suddenly, our hero froze in place. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't, because he didn't expect to see what was in front of him. The young man saw something that resembled a giant mirror, inside of which there was some kind of portal. The young man tried to comprehend how this was possible, and while he was immersed in his own thoughts, he did not notice how the area quickly filled with people from their team. At that moment, one of the guys, who was well acquainted with our hero, looked at him carefully. Approaching Wang Teng, the young man asked him if he was surprised by what was happening and received an affirmative answer. As he passed by, one of the girls said that there was nothing surprising about this. All the most interesting things would begin when the guy found himself in another world. Time passed, and then the moment came when everyone had to go to the portal, which the team began to do little by little. Our hero had to do the same, looking closely at the doors and not believing that this was happening to him. Liu Yan, realizing that the newcomer was deeply absorbed in his stare, turned to him and asked what had surprised him so much, after which she noted that he should quickly go inside because they were leaving. Realizing that no one would wait for the teenager, he shouted that he was already coming and headed in the same direction as everyone else. Only a moment passed, and the guy felt as if he was in zero gravity, which was carrying him somewhere. Gradually coming to his senses and touching the ground, Wang Teng timidly inquired whether it was true that they had already arrived. One of the guys said with a smile that almost everyone experiences discomfort when they go through a spatial rift, but nothing can be done about it. The girl immediately began to remember how bad her friend felt. But our hero coped with this passage perfectly, although he looked scared. Trying to get his bearings, as a teenager he noticed the bubbles that were scattered everywhere. He thought that they were somehow connected to the rift. Lowering his hand, the student decided to collect some of this stuff, hearing the system notify him that he was collecting empty bottles. Looking at the scoreboard, Wang Teng was even more surprised, since empty bubbles are a great success. The guy knew that his morale was pumped up. He could bend over to collect these bubbles. Otherwise, before he looked like he was planting potatoes. The young man had just arrived and already received a bonus. It turns out he was lucky. He understood that the other world was very friendly to him, although he didn't have time to finish the sentence because a colleague approached him. At that moment, someone told our hero that they welcomed him to this other dimension. Everything here was new to the teenager, and so he wanted to take a good look around. Looking back and seeing some strange dome, our hero asked if they had really come from there. A colleague immediately explained that this was the well-known Tower of Great Power. It is located in the center of the city, and all the local people draw energy from it. But Wang Teng was interested not only in this, but also in the people who lived in this city because they looked strange. Looking at some girl, the young man asked his friend what was wrong with her, and heard that she was a hare, which belongs to the beast people. And then she said that our hero was somewhat similar to her. Although he was indignant, asking what his colleague was talking about, Yanfei laughed and asked that they stop bullying the teenager because he was already scared after the trip. After which, the guys began to discuss how such a test would only be useful for a beginner, especially one of such a high level. The young man sincerely said that he was surprised that there were so many people here, thinking that this place would be much quieter and more modest. However, Liu Yan explained that these lands were also inhabited by dwarfs, giants, and sea people. So the young man should be prepared for this, as well as for the fact that upon arrival at the North Star, she would show him various techniques. Scratching his head, the guy asked if planet Earth and the other world live in peace and harmony. Then why can they come here without any problem? But these people are not allowed to enter them. But the girl explained that the local people cannot pass through the spatial rift. There was once a strong fighter who wanted to pass through the rift, but he was seriously wounded and almost lost his life due to the rift's reaction. At this time, there were people sitting in the tavern who were relaxing. Upon entering this place, a colleague told Wang Teng that this was the Polar Star branch in another world, where one could take on missions and train, as well as sell battle trophies. The guys who were in the hall immediately asked Lin Zhan if he really brought a famous and talented teenager with him. Although many thought that some kind of mistake had occurred, they wondered how such a puny boy could have passed the exam at all, much less been called a champion. The young man heard all these conversations, which he did not like, but he was in no hurry to do anything. The mentor immediately told our hero not to listen to everyone who says what about him, but rather to take a walk and listen to interesting information about this world. The man approached a certain person and called him Heishu, explaining that he had brought a newcomer to him and therefore wanted him to show him the heritage stone. The owner of the house didn't even stand up to greet the guest. He simply told him to place his hands on the stone, although Wang Teng was a little afraid to do so. Finally putting one hand down, the guy thought that this was probably some kind of magic ball. A moment later, our hero's eyes widened. He felt something that seemed unusual to him. A bright light illuminated the room, and it seemed that the teenager could hardly stand on his feet because a powerful stream of light energy emanated from the stone. When it was all over, Wang Teng asked how it was that he had already learned the language of another world. Lin Zhan smiled and said that this was indeed wonderful, but now the young man should rest and get used to it. And when he did this, they would go out of town to hunt. It was deep into the night when the team set out into the forest for the hunt that had been discussed the day before. Lin Zhan explained that this forest was the destination of their journey. There might be many star beasts here, so they needed to be careful. In addition, the leader ordered them to prepare equipment, but first put on infrared glasses. The place was quite frightening, but the boys made their way deeper into the thicket with each passing minute. After a few minutes, Wang Teng said that the atmosphere in this forest was not the same as theirs. It was heavier and gloomier. However, the very next moment the team leader shouted loudly for everyone to stay in their places. The frightened girl didn't understand why they stopped, so she asked the guy who was in front and for some reason bent down to the ground. A minute later, Lin Zhan explained that he had discovered the excrement of a wind wolf. The boys knew that such details required careful attention to maintain vigilance, so they took a closer look and confirmed that the animal had indeed been in these areas recently. The leader explained that wind wolves travel in packs, and if you encounter them, you know the battle will not be easy, and therefore, it is better to avoid it. Liu Yan said in a quieter voice that there were about 8 wolves in the area that hunted together and were dangerous. Another fighter said that these predators are very fast. They know how to work together, considering that Wang Teng is in this place for the first time. It is better not to take risks. Suddenly, the red-haired guy noticed a creature that appeared right behind him. However, his reaction was lightning fast because he immediately grabbed his sword and began swinging it. The squad leader immediately asked if there were any problems, but the fighter explained that he had only encountered a snake and that the star beasts were not yet visible. But before the commander could turn his head, he immediately started shouting louder than ever before, telling everyone to be careful, after which he immediately threw the hammer in the direction from which he expected danger. The guy who was nearby barely managed to jump back, realizing that the predator was somewhere near him. And this was true, because a moment later everyone gathered noticed how the weapon struck the wolf that had just been discussed with a crash. For a moment everything was quiet, but the girl saw some kind of glint in the darkness, suspecting that these could be the glowing eyes of predators. Taking a closer look, our heroes realized that they were not imagining things. A large number of animals were hiding among the trees behind them. Lin Zhan looked ahead in horror, realizing that this was exactly what they hadn't expected. Suddenly, at that very moment, one of the predators ran towards where the leader was standing. The man shouted for the entire team to immediately prepare for an attack, and for the guys to stay as close to each other as possible. The wolves also had no intention of waiting. They understood that they needed to act as quickly as possible. The chief, setting the tone for the battle, immediately grabbed his hammer and began swinging it in such a way as to not allow anyone to come close to him. The group rallied and began to use their abilities, realizing that individually they were weak, but together they could do incredible things. The girl turned on her energy power, knowing that she could at least delay her opponents for a while. Only a few minutes passed, and the good result that the beauty admired was already achieved. Looking at her gun, Liu Yan said that it was as easy as pie. But at that moment, the huntress remembered that she had to protect the new guy, whom she had completely forgotten about. And so she began to look for him, simultaneously wondering who had seen this man. Turning around, the beauty saw her charge, who was actively fighting the wolves. The young man thought to himself that these star beasts had no protection, and that was good, because if it weren't for this fact, the young man could have lost his life. Coming closer to our hero, the girl praised him, noting that he had well-developed strength and fighting skills. With modesty in his voice, Wang Teng, as usual, said that he had done nothing unusual. Besides, it was his job. The commander, who was heading towards the boys, declared that a champion of the martial arts exam cannot be a weakling. After this, Lin Jian declared that they had no time to relax. They needed to act as quickly as possible, because other star beasts would soon arrive at the scent of blood. But that wasn't what the guy was interested in. He understood that the wolves were a rich harvest and also a boost to his teamwork skills. But, unfortunately, there is no golden great power. But something else was interesting. He had long envied Lin Jian's great power with the gold element. But it seems that he did not use it to kill wolves, and therefore decided that he was a cruel person. For some time our hero sat on the ground. It seemed that he was still interested in something. The reason was that at that moment the system sent a notification that the young man had received the wind step combat skill. The young man was happy about this, but at the same time he was surprised, not understanding how the wind wolves could also drop combat skills. However, at the same time, sighing heavily, the girl lamented the fact that none of these star beasts had a star core, and she added that you can only sell their fangs and fur. Although this is also not bad, because you can sell them and get money for it. At this point, the leader noted that he had made a decision, and therefore they would rest tonight, and tomorrow morning they would go to the Valley of the Wind, where they would continue hunting. Hearing this, Liu Yan said that it would take a long time to track down the unicorn they saw last time. Wasn't it too early for them to start hunting? The boss explained that before heading there, he wanted to test the newcomer for a couple of days, but today he saw what he was capable of, and therefore such a need suddenly disappeared. At that very moment, the girl said that the unicorn is one of the 3 main star beasts, and therefore it is very cunning. Even if the boys attack in a group, they won't be able to defeat him. But one small carelessness can destroy them all. Our hero listened attentively to the young people, but decided not to interfere, realizing that he was only at the very beginning of his journey. Suddenly, the guy heard a question from a colleague about whether he had been told about the dark, foggy forest. If not, then he could ask his own questions. But without waiting for an answer, he decided to tell her that the forest is divided into an outer, middle, and inner ring, and that there is also a mysterious zone and a forbidden zone located in the very center. In the outer ring zone, there are beasts of the 1st to 3rd levels. In the middle zone, there live predators of the 4th to 6th levels. In the inner zone, there are those who belong to the 7th to 9th levels. In the mysterious zone, there is a harsh terrain. There live beasts of the Lord level. Each of them is equal in strength to a martial arts master. And as for the forbidden zone, not a single person has ever returned from there alive. The commander, who just arrived at that moment, said that they were now in the outer ring zone. They saw the unicorn 3 days ago, they ran out of supplies, and therefore had to return. This unicorn is very rare, so it most likely has a star bone. If you can track it down, you can make a lot of money. Wang Teng, who was approached, stated that he would really like to see the unicorn, but he would hardly be able to help the guys deal with it. But he would help with cover if it was needed. Hearing this, Lin Jian explained that since everything had been discussed, then they could go to the Valley of the Winds tomorrow morning. The morning in the valley was not only beautiful and picturesque, but also dangerous, as wild animals lived there. The boss, upon seeing the earth boar, explained to the newcomer that it was a star-level predator, albeit a beginner one, and therefore advised the guy to deal with it on his own. The young man noted without a shadow of a doubt that he understood everything, and thought to himself that this was his first assignment in this team. Coming closer, our hero addressed the boar as if he were a piece of meat, noticing how suspiciously he was looking at it. It was clear that the young man was not afraid, and therefore with each step he found himself getting closer and closer to his goal. However, the predator was not going to give in either. He watched the man closely, his eyes filling with hatred and anger with every passing minute. When asked by a colleague whether their new recruit would be able to handle the task, Lin Jian calmly replied that it shouldn't be a problem for him. But how long the battle would last was another matter. Liu Yan, delighted, wanted to bet on how the young man would cope with his task. The commander liked the idea, so he offered to bet 1 yuan. Agreeing, the girl said that she thought the newcomer would be able to complete the task in just 5 minutes. Yan Fei added that she had heard about the teenager's speed, but she didn't know how strong he was or how he could break through defenses, so she decided to bet on 10 minutes. The bald guy said that he thought our hero could handle it in 12 minutes, and the red-haired young man noted that his bet was 9 minutes, which should be quite enough. The commander didn't say anything, but he just smiled when he heard what the boys were talking about. Although a moment later he immediately said that he would go the furthest, since he was betting that Wang Teng would need less than a minute, and therefore told the team to prepare the stones. The teenager had no idea what was going on upstairs at that moment, because he was focused on his goal. While attacking the enemy, he still overheard the conversations that were coming from above, and was therefore very surprised by this. Raising his hand, our hero shouted that they were some kind of bad comrades for treating him like that. But there was no time for talking, since it was necessary to act, which is what the young man decided to do, given the situation he was in. A moment later, the guy realized that everything was not as simple as it might initially seem, because the scaly armor was somewhat reminiscent of steel. Therefore, it was unclear how to penetrate it. The young man suddenly jumped to the side, realizing that his opponent was not standing still and was not hesitating. Wang Teng thought to himself that this beast had one attack method, and its only feature was its thick skin. Otherwise, it seemed vulnerable. The teenager wanted to think about something else, but at that moment the boar attacked him so hard that he only managed to jump to the side. However, for a moment the young man thought again, because his attention was drawn to some mark on the animal's back. The young man thought that this was not just a coincidence, and therefore decided that now was the best time to begin his attack. Suddenly, everyone noticed how the newcomer struck his opponent so hard that he fell to the ground. The joyful commander, turning to his team, declared that it had been very fast, and therefore now everyone owed him the stones they had agreed on. With a sad voice, Liu Yan stated that this guy used a forbidden technique, and therefore it was despicable. She did not think it was a worthy victory. Approaching the teenager, some of the boys said that he had not won by force, and therefore asked what technique he had used. Smiling, our hero noted that he was only a first-level Star Master, and that the amount of great power he had was limited because he was conserving it. And he added that this technique is very convenient, and therefore he will call it 1,000 years of pain. The indignant girl immediately shouted that he shouldn't have used it in front of them. And while the guys were sorting things out, the commander ordered someone to take the tusks and scaly armor of the Kumen, adding that they needed to get out of here. Linjan was about to move on when he heard someone calling him, so he stopped. A colleague said in an excited voice that he thought he had found a stellar core. Looking ahead, the manager confirmed this, saying that the newcomer was a very lucky guy. The man said that the boy should take his reward, but should not show it to anyone, after which he added that now was the time for them to go to the Valley of the Wind. As Wang Teng walked through the gorge, he thought that he had only killed 3 star beasts and obtained 2 star cores so far, so it could be said that fate was on his side. Moving as slowly as possible, the commander looked around carefully. Suddenly, looking somewhere, he informed his team that not long ago there were people in these places. One of the participants confirmed this, saying that most likely they were coming here in vain, because everything had already been taken before them. After these words, Liu Yan also began to ask whether they should really go to this valley or whether they could perhaps change their plans. The bald guy said that if they meet opponents there, the battle will be fierce, because they don't know who is there and how strong they are. Turning around, Lin Zhan firmly declared that they had to go. They still needed to see what was ahead or someone, and added that their squad had nothing to fear. A moment later, the man walked forward, his steps faster than usual. The guys, realizing that there was no point in arguing or proving anything, followed their leader, trusting him. After a while, Lin Zhan stopped and ordered his team to prepare for battle. He explained that the last time he saw the unicorn, it was far ahead, and therefore he did not know whether it was still there or not. For a moment, everyone stopped. The team was about to catch their breath and also get their weapons. But the next second, something alarmed our hero so much that he turned his head in the direction from which the strange sound was heard. At that moment, the girl shouted to her colleagues to be extremely careful, although she did not specify what was wrong. The beauty didn't understand whether she was being attacked. And besides, she was wondering whether she would be able to dodge something like that at all. Wang Teng, realizing that they were in danger, shouted loudly to his comrades to be extremely careful. Suddenly, the boys noticed some kind of white ball that was rapidly heading towards them, not understanding what it could be. Despite this, the young man knew that they would have to fight in any case, and therefore he was ready for it. A moment later, the young man noticed that the creature that was approaching them was right next to him, and so he began to swing his sword. Suddenly, everyone saw a huge cloud of dust, which did not bode well. But after just a minute, the young man assumed a defensive stance, realizing that the battle was just beginning. Wang Teng watched tensely to see what would happen next, as he had never taken part in such a battle. The young man noticed a bright light that appeared right in front of him, but he did not take any action. The girl, who had been keeping a safe but not far distance all this time, tried to understand what was happening ahead. Coming closer, she asked how the teenager was feeling, but he said that if it weren't for the combat suit and the force shield, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Hearing the beauty thank the young man for everything he had done, he proudly declared that now was not the time for all this. Wang Teng wanted to understand what had happened, so he asked if the unicorn everyone had been talking about had attacked him. Looking at something that looked like a hare, the commander declared that it was the vicious predator they had always been chasing. Our hero looked carefully ahead. He understood that there was a rabbit in front of him, but apparently, in this world, if a predator has a horn, then it is customary to call it a unicorn. Turning to the teenager, the girl explained that she did not expect this predator to attack them. At that moment, Yanfei screamed, declaring that the animal was wounded and pointing to its paw, which had traces of blood on it. The squad leader suggested that the unicorn could have been wounded by the people who were here before them, which is why this beast began to behave so aggressively. And then he shouted that they needed to deal with the star beast as quickly as possible. while it was still weakened, and therefore ordered them to attack. That's why the man threw his heavy hammer at the enemy, hoping to at least do some damage while the other guys got there. The unicorn knew he was being hunted, but it seemed he had his own plan. The squad did not want to be killed, and so they all acted together, knowing that this was the only way to achieve their goal. Lin Zhan was extremely determined, which could be read in his eyes, and it was this determination that he transmitted to his guys. For a moment, it seemed as if everyone had stopped and were wondering what to do next. But a moment later, bullets were flying at the unicorn from all sides, and so he pressed himself against them, not knowing what to do next. Our hero didn't understand what was happening, but he turned his head towards Liu Yan and saw that the girl was doing an excellent job of her duties. The unicorn pressed back, and so the captain shouted to the boys to gather up and start attacking, because such a chance might not come again. The boys didn't need to be told twice, so they immediately started doing what they were told. Wang Teng knew that he had never participated in such an attack, and therefore he was sure that the unicorn could not have survived after something like that. But at that moment, one of the guys shouted loudly that their predator was planning an escape plan, and therefore they needed to be prepared for this. Suddenly, someone called out to our hero, and he already knew that this was a signal to start acting, no matter what. The guy saw the beast running towards him, but he was going to do everything in his power because everyone was working as a team. The young men told Wang Teng not to let the animal escape because it was an important prey, but he didn't even need to be told that. Everyone gathered saw that a battle had begun, in which the teenager played an important role, working for the common good. The commander understood that the guy was too strong, and so he shouted that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and then ordered everyone to turn on a coordinated response to back up the newcomer, who had already taken on too much. It was clear that the unicorn was not going to give up so easily, and therefore did everything in its power. A frightened Liu Yan told everyone that things were bad for them, and that everyone should be prepared for it. The boys said that this beast wanted to kill them all, even at the cost of its own life, and that was the most dangerous thing possible. And while the girl was getting ready for battle, the captain immediately shouted that the enemy must be stopped immediately. Once again, the team began to work together in a coordinated manner, knowing that not trophies, but their own lives depended on it. The attack seemed to go on and on, despite many of the team members already being quite exhausted. The commander shouted and ordered everyone to step aside, because he understood that he had the most powerful attacks and therefore could defeat the enemy. The man used his elemental technique because it was the most powerful and important. And besides, the leader didn't want to let the others down. Hiding behind a rock, Wang Teng watched carefully what was happening, realizing that this was all very serious. The young man was scared. He didn't understand if anyone was still alive after this. Our hero didn't want to wait, so he headed to where the commander had recently been, asking if everything was okay with him. Sitting on the ground, the man said that he was a little injured, but despite this, he felt quite well. Lin Zhan was concerned about what was happening to his team, so he immediately asked about it. Coming out of their shelters, the heroes said that nothing special had happened to them, and it was all thanks to their well-coordinated work and the commander, who had calculated everything down to the last detail. The girl also added that none of them were seriously injured and that this was a great achievement. The leader was interested in something else. He wanted to see what happened to the unicorn, not knowing whether he had been defeated or not. A few minutes later, the young men moved forward, although they did so with extreme caution. After looking at the huge monster, the team came to the conclusion that they had managed to cope with the unicorn, although they understood that it was difficult. Turning to Lao Yan, the leader said that he trusted him to go and see if there were star bones there. Hearing the satisfied response from the group member, laughing, our hero joked that Brother John decided to become a butcher because it was a more profitable business. The girl also laughed, noting that the young man needed to be given the opportunity to prove himself, adding that this occupation was definitely suitable for him. And while the guys were waiting, a pleased Lao Yan shouted that he had found a star core, which was a great success. The boss said that they had received a third-level core, which could be sold for a lot of money. However, the very next moment, the young man looked closely at the team members and fell silent. Pointing somewhere, he said that this was a star bone, which they also came across. And after a moment, he began to laugh, saying that there really was a bone here. And if so, then they had nothing more to do in this place. They could just leave. The boys, coming closer, said that they also wanted to look at these finds. Wang Teng didn't quite understand this behavior, so he asked the commander if they weren't part of the elite soldiers, and if so, why were they so excited when they saw the star bone? A disgruntled Lin Zhan asked if the teenager wasn't tired of talking, adding that they had been looking for such a bone for many years. But the boy looked as if he was not at all happy about the find. The girl looked at her colleague and asked if he probably had no idea how much the bone cost, which is why he was so indifferent. But the teenager said he knew this very well because he had passed the martial arts exam with flying colors, and the Education Bureau officials had given him a star bone as a reward. Liu Yan closed her eyes and thought to herself that if you start comparing yourself to others, you will die of anger. At this moment, Lao Yan informed everyone present that he had managed to obtain the femur, and again, some of the guys ran closer, saying that they were also interested in what it was. The most experienced boss was the most surprised and happily said that it was a very good bone. Our hero said with a smile that the commander was drooling. Returning back, The guy thought that the cheerful landscape had been replaced by a very sad one. However, Wang Teng was a member of the team, so he wanted to ask how much this bone could be sold for, and learned that it would first be sent to an auction house. Despite this, there was a possibility of getting about 700 to 800 million. When he heard that this item could cost even $1 billion, the guy was very surprised. He didn't think that anyone would buy such things, and he thought to himself that it seemed that the head of his education bureau was actually an important and rich person. But the newcomer did not have time to finish speaking, because at that moment he noticed the feathers that were falling from above. Suddenly, a man turned to the team and said that they were very brave guys because they got him what he needed. Wang Teng shouted loudly that this guy did nothing when they killed the unicorn, so now he wants to get a reward for nothing. The leader explained that the stranger spoke the common language of the Sinu continent and was most likely a local. And, gripping the stick tighter, he shouted that it looked like a fight was inevitable. Realizing that he couldn't bend over backwards before this man, the captain addressed the stranger as His Majesty, declaring that it wasn't too brazen. He couldn't kill the beast himself, but he wouldn't let others do it either. However, he only laughed and added that this rabbit belonged only to him, after which the ill-wisher ordered his bird or some likeness of it to destroy all people. The boys saw this creature flying above them, but they did not understand what to expect from it, although they were ready for a new battle. Despite this, there was no command to attack, and therefore no one was in a particular hurry to be the first to start. Suddenly our hero closed his eyes because he heard an explosion and saw a cloud of dust rise not far from him. The guys were shouting that they had to deal with the star beast again, but this one also had an aerial style, which made the task much more difficult, especially after the previous fight. At that moment, the captain shouted to Liu Yan to immediately take out her weapon and shoot this monster, otherwise they would be in trouble. Realizing that the girl was hesitating, Lin Jian turned to our hero, declaring that he should shoot his bow, otherwise the rest of the team could be seriously injured. The young man knew that he was a good shooter, and so he immediately aimed the arrow in the direction where the bird was flying. With sadness in her voice, the girl screamed that the young man had missed, and therefore something else had to be done. The man was silent, but he thought to himself that this stranger was probably convinced that they would not get to him. At this point, the ill-wisher shouted that if the team was even a little smart, then its leader had better make a decision to give up the loot. Otherwise, they would all die. But Lin Jian was not intimidated by this. He shouted at the villain that he only wanted to intimidate them by using wind blows. But it would be better if he dared to show what he was capable of. Come down, and they would fight like real men. The stranger heard himself called a coward, but he didn't care. He took out his weapon and said that the whole team would die now. While shooting, he shouted that he tried to resolve everything in a good way, but the guys didn't need it, and now they can only blame themselves. The commander understood that this madman wanted to use the fire cannon, and therefore ordered all team members to immediately take cover. Before the young people had time to really figure out what was going on, a very powerful explosion followed. Wang Teng, sitting in the shelter, thought that this cannon was very powerful, but also expensive. It seemed that this enemy was constantly carrying it around with him. Having climbed onto the bird, the villain now began to shoot from a height of flight, realizing that this was the only way to accomplish what he had planned. After the explosion, everything looked extremely sad, as there were huge holes in the ground, indicating that the attack was serious. Wang Teng, who was sitting nearby, heard one of the boys say that their whole body hurt. The young man, rising with difficulty, understood that the same thing was happening to him, but the most important thing was that he was alive, and therefore could continue the battle. Looking around, the teenager tried to understand the condition of the commander, as well as all the other members of the team who had not had time to hide properly. But our hero didn't have time to reach the team members because, at that moment, he heard the voice of a stranger, who annoyedly declared that there were even survivors here. The villain claimed that the young man took advantage of the moment and slipped away to save his own skin. The ill-wisher laughed and added that all of his teammates had most likely died. Wang Teng watched the man closely, but he was in no hurry to say anything or object. The enemy, realizing that they were not going to answer him, asked what the young man had pulled out of the unicorn's body, and who was wearing these trophies. If he told them, he could hope that his life would be spared. Getting up from the ground, the guy, with a voice full of determination, asked the villain if he had killed them, hinting at his comrades. He asked a counter question about whether the boy wanted revenge, and then noted that he advised him to answer the questions. Otherwise, he would die a miserable death. But our hero proudly said that the villain talks too much, and therefore looks like a grumpy old man. Hearing these unpleasant words addressed to him, the ill-wisher shouted that the teenager could say goodbye to his life at this point, and he immediately added that the boy himself wanted this, and therefore he would be happy to help him with this. Wang Teng had many tricks, one of which was sword direction, but he couldn't show them off to the guys because they would ask a lot of questions, but now there was no one. And this was a unique opportunity. The enemy, realizing that the young man was using the power of thought, was very surprised but said nothing. Instead, the man began to activate his abilities to defend himself from the enemy blade. It was clear that the enemy was very good at what he could do, and therefore it was not so easy to outwit him. Our hero realized this too, and therefore he ordered the sword to immediately split. Only 1 second had passed and the gun was already flying straight towards the target, and it seemed that now the enemy no longer knew how to resist it. The teenager watched intently as the villain finally staggered and was ready to fall to the ground at any second. Only after this did Wang Teng shout loudly that his opponent really wanted to kill him, and in a quieter tone he added that he didn't have enough strength for it. Not much time passed, and the teenager was already transferring the wounded to the mats he had prepared in advance. Looking at the girl, our hero said out loud that all these guys were seriously injured. Moreover, they were also unconscious, which complicated the matter. Looking somewhere, the guy thought to himself that the situation was most difficult for Yang Fei. The explosion also damaged this man's leg, which was now in no better condition. The young man was bleeding. Placing the fire cannon next to him, the young man thought about the fact that ordinary people could not use such a thing, and therefore it was unclear who that person was. With a heavy sigh, Wang Teng decided that he didn't want to think about it now. The most important thing was that everyone had managed to survive. Holding some kind of jewelry in his hands, the teenager decided that this spatial ring and its resources could be useful to him, and immediately thought that the guy was actually rich. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man decided that he had found a mid-level attribute with wind techniques on the villain. In the martial arts hall's internal network, such attributes and corresponding techniques are worth a huge amount of money. Therefore, it can be assumed that this ill-wisher gave Wang Teng techniques and combat skills, and decided that the more people you kill, the richer you become. But the young man didn't have time to develop his thought, because he heard the captain cough behind him. Helping his boss up, the teenager worriedly asked how he was feeling. Lin Dan, trying to collect his thoughts, replied that he was alive, but he wanted to understand what was wrong with the others and how they were feeling. The newcomer immediately reported that the guys were alive, despite being unconscious, but there was still Yan Fei, and then he fell silent. After these words, the chief stated that it was only his fault. If he had not decided to engage in battle with this man, then this would definitely not have happened. With sadness in his voice, our hero explained that even if they gave all the trophies to this killer, he still would not let them go, since they were witnesses. Suddenly, the boss changed the subject. He wanted to know how the newbie was able to single-handedly save the entire team without getting hurt himself. The teenager began to imagine that the ill-wisher thought that everyone had died and relaxed, believing that there was nothing to fear. Then he jumped up and quickly destroyed the enemy. Satisfied with this story, the man said that in that case they would wait until everyone woke up and then go home. After a while, Wang Teng watched closely as the little girl pounced on her father and began to cry. And he did not understand the reason for this, saying that he had arrived home. The little girl said that in the future she would definitely spend as much time as possible with her father. The young man watched this scene from afar, but he did not plan to come closer. The guy thought to himself that behind the picture of the bright and rich life of an art master, there is hidden a huge risk that few people talk about. Therefore, if he personally wants to rise to the very top, he must become much stronger and more resilient than he is now. And, heading somewhere, he decided that enough chatter was enough. It was necessary to turn the newly obtained materials into weapons. After some time, our hero was already standing near Master Lu's shop. Looking around, Wang Teng for some reason at first felt like he had come to the wrong place. As he entered, the teenager shouted and asked if anyone was there, and then stated that he had made arrangements to create weapons a few days ago. But a moment later, the boy saw a large hammer that struck the hot iron with great force. The master, hearing that someone had come to him, shouted to the young man to come in, but added that it would be necessary to wait because he was forging iron. After a while, the man freed himself and immediately began to apologize for having to stay a little longer. However, Wang Teng said with joy in his voice that there was nothing wrong with that, and immediately sat down on the chair at the owner's invitation. First of all, the master wanted to introduce himself, so he said that his name was Lu Zisheng. Our hero said with some surprise that the person in front of him had a rather special and unusual name. The master explained that his mentor had given him this name, after which he decided to get down to business so as not to waste time, and therefore said that he had seen the drawings of the thing the boy wanted to make, but he needed materials. The teenager explained that he had brought everything, and so he reached into his breast pocket. After some time, the young man showed the ring, which he managed to take as a trophy from the villain during the battle. Lu Zisheng knew that this was a spatial ring, so he didn't understand who the guy who came to him was. The master said that these are actually good materials. With these two things, he can make a special 6-star lucine. The young man found this unbelievable, so he asked again if it was really possible to forge a 6-star weapon. Lu Zisheng smiled and explained that these two things could be used as the main material, and the teenager could either buy the auxiliary materials himself or buy them together. Pointing to the numerous stones that lay on the table, our hero asked which of them would be useful to the master. He looked closely at all this abundance. It seemed that something like this was not often seen, and therefore it was difficult for the man to make a choice. Suddenly, the man pointed to the decoration that was lying next to him and declared with surprise that it was the ball of the sun and moon. Wang Teng had no idea what it was, so he decided to ask a craftsman who worked with many materials. Taking a magnifying glass, the man noted that this was a very unique metal. It was quite heavy, and at the same time it was very rare, and weapons for strong warriors were forged from it. Taking the stone in his hands, the teenager said that he did not feel any heaviness. For him, it was a comfortable weight, A moment later, the blacksmith told the boy to try to pour great power into this ball and then talk about something. Suddenly, our hero's hand didn't just fall, it lay on the ground under the weight of this powerful stone. Our hero tried to move this stone somewhere to the side, but he couldn't do that either, realizing that it was incredibly heavy, literally impossible to lift. The specialist explained that, purely theoretically, the more force the master puts into the ball, the heavier it becomes. Moreover, this stone can become infinitely heavier. After a short silence, the man asked if the young man was planning to sell the golden ball. But the young man noted that this thing is not for sale, although he wants to make a weapon out of the stone, and therefore he is interested to know if the blacksmith will help with this. Taking a book, the man said that the golden ball of the sun and moon is best forged into a heavy weapon, such as a battle axe, hammer, or something similar. Hearing Wang Teng's proposal to make a brick, the blacksmith was indignant, saying that it was simply an insult to this ball, a waste of resources. As he was leaving, the guy said that if that was the case, then he would find another professional who would fulfill his order and not lecture him. Sitting down on a chair, the master said that they could agree on everything, but the young man needed to come to him in 3 days. The young man waved his hand and joyfully declared that in that case he would be back soon. And the owner thought that this teenager was the strangest of those he had ever seen. Moving around the hall in anticipation of the event, our hero looked at everyone carefully, although he was a little bored. Wang Teng thought that the auction was about to begin, so he hoped that the star unicorn bone could be sold at a good price, because it had come at a high price. At this time, a stranger entered the hall and said that he had tried his best to get the young man an invitation to see the world, adding that he would soon meet many powerful masters. Hearing that Wang Teng was not worth paying attention to at all, the young man replied that he knew this himself. He would enter the best university next year and destroy this boy. For a moment, father and son froze, as if something had disturbed them. The young man timidly said that right in front of them stood the boy they had just been talking about. The enraged man was angry, saying that most likely this brat came here on purpose to annoy everyone. The stranger thought that Wang Teng received the invitation only because of his family. Otherwise, he would not have been able to be here. At that moment, a man loudly addressed Mr. Li, saying that he had also decided to take part in the auction. The man greeted Mr. Zai cheerfully and explained that he had brought his son along to see how such events were held, and immediately asked why his colleague had come there. Perhaps he wanted to buy something. The man said he wanted to make a new weapon, so he came to buy materials and asked a counter-question about Mr. Li's son, learning that the young man was already a martial arts master, but that his participation in the exam was interrupted this year. Mr. Sai didn't understand why anyone would interfere with the teenager's entry into university, since they were all civilized people. With a heavy sigh, the father sadly explained that the boy had become the champion of the martial arts exam, which was very funny, and his son would have to wait another year. Mr. C realized who they were talking about, saying that Wang Teng was here, and again heard the complaint that the boy passed by. When he encountered the men, he pretended as if they did not exist, but the man in glasses just laughed. He explained that there are a lot of people like that. At first, they are simple people, and then they turn up their noses and act as if they are better than others. The colleague laughed and said that such arrogant people would sooner or later encounter those who were stronger than them, so you could never guess when death would come. As the men made their way into the hall, they decided they had better take their seats because the auction was about to begin. While eating cookies, our hero reflected on the fact that the event was starting. Despite this, his commander and team members for some reason still had not shown up. Suddenly, someone called out to the young man, and so he stopped. The young man was familiar with the voice and the manner of speech, and therefore he decided that it might be Shuji's sister. And the teenager was actually right, because he saw a girl smiling and waving at him. The beauty said that she asked her brother to find a guy who doesn't answer her messages, became a martial arts champion, and then became arrogant. The young man began to make excuses, saying that he had a lot to do, but Shu Hui shouted that she knew when he was lying. Moreover, the guy had become callous, but she would fix it when she returned. At that moment, a stranger approached the young people and asked the girl if it was true that Wang Teng was her first love. However, she explained that he was just an immature child. What kind of love could there be at all? And added that he was an ordinary clingy man and nothing more. Our hero, hearing about this, began to feel embarrassed, not understanding why he was even called a child. Shijilong noted that since the guy was a friend of her friend, he would now be his friend too, and so he offered to go with them so that he wouldn't run into the cool guys in the hall. The young man stood there silently, thinking that it was okay for Shu Hui to call him immature. But why was this stranger addressing him as a brother? Having waved to the guys and started to walk away, the young man declared that he was waiting for his friends. But Shi Zhilong did not like this behavior and thought that his plan had failed. Upon entering the hall, a man addressed Xie Zhilong as if he had not expected to see him there. The boy greeted his uncle, who asked if these were really his classmates. The young man, smiling, said that they studied together at Jiangnan University, and he immediately added that they also have a martial arts master from Donghai who lives off campus. The next moment, the student spoke loudly to our hero, who was busy eating food. Those gathered could not believe that they had managed to see a 3-star soldier, thinking that perhaps they should bow to him as a sign of respect. The man said that this was unnecessary, since there were many people in the hall who were not even fit to hold a candle to him. Afterwards, he said that he heard that there was a misunderstanding between his nephew and Li Rongchen. And as a form of revenge, Li Rongchen forced him to refuse to take the martial arts exam. The young man immediately screamed. He thought that this guy was arrogant, but it turns out that he was also heartless. The girl, hearing about this, began to defend Wang Teng, saying that he was not like that at all. But the young man stood his ground, declaring that he could not allow himself to be deceived by this upstart, and then asked where the beauty got such confidence that this teenager was not like that. A moment later, the ill-wisher asked if it was true that our hero had forced Li Rongchen to refuse the exam. Wang Teng looked at the assembled group attentively, but continued to eat his sandwich. With indifference in his voice, the young man stated that if that guy said so, then he fell silent. Mr. Sai angrily stated that no matter who said what, this kind of behavior at such a young age would come back to haunt him in the future if he became a powerful warrior. Wang Teng didn't want to find out anything, so he asked what this man had to do with all this. And he added that they didn't even know each other, and that he just appeared out of nowhere and said a bunch of things that the young man had no idea about. And a moment later he added, what right a man has to do this, why he behaves this way. Suddenly, the nephew began to defend his uncle, saying that he had probably never heard of respect for elders. And then he declared that the man was doing this for his own good. And the guy was talking to him in such a way that it turned out that the teenager didn't deserve the title of champion at all. With a calm voice, our hero declared that since they didn't believe him, he wouldn't try to convince anyone otherwise, and immediately asked his competitor if he really doubted his skills. The opponent again shouted that being the best in the entrance exams, a young man must develop not only his skills but also his morality, intellect and body, and what he actually does. The girl who had been standing next to him all this time turned to Xie Zhilong and declared that enough of this verbal bickering was enough. However, the guy was not going to stop, declaring that the teenager had just insulted his uncle, and therefore he could not just stand aside and simply watch all this. The conversation was interrupted by the uncle, who noted that if the beauty wanted to be friends with Wang Teng, she had the right to do so, and added that they were people of different levels, and therefore it was better for the nephew to stay away from her. After this, he turned to our hero and stated that he had chosen this path himself. The main thing was that he did not regret it at the right time. Suddenly, everyone gathered heard a man's voice asking if he had understood correctly that Mr. Zai was threatening a member of his team. Hugging the boy, Lin Jian stated that the teenager had been here in the buffet hall all this time, and added that there was no hiding from them. The young man sighed and said that he was late. He was very hungry and couldn't find a place for himself. Surprised, Z watched this scene attentively. He couldn't believe that our hero belonged to the Tiger Squad. Turning to his acquaintance, the commander asked why he decided to threaten a member of his team, which they had already disagreed about. But he shouted that Wang Teng was just a high school graduate. How could he be a member of some squad? And added that the man should not get into trouble, and therefore there was no need to think that anyone was afraid of him. The squad leader calmly explained that he didn't care whether anyone believed him or not. But our hero had been personally chosen for their squad by the master of the Jixing martial arts school. Mr. Z thought to himself that it was strange that this child had actually caught the eye of the outstanding master. But out loud he said that he had simply asked the boy to behave decently. Laughing, Lin Jian noted that the man had spoken completely differently before, which was confirmed by his protege. The girl who overheard the conversation also said that if the guy was offended by this old man, he could tell them about it, and the problem would be resolved. But Wang Teng proudly declared that, as sad as it was to say, it was Li Rongchen who was the one who caused trouble during the exam, failed to win, and was now going around spreading rumors. The group leader, deciding to stand up for a member of his team, asked Zai how he could behave inappropriately without understanding the situation. The man, realizing that he had been set up, immediately began shouting at the guy who was standing next to him and trying to say something in his own defense. A moment later, turning to Lin Jian, the gentleman noted that he was wrong and therefore asked for forgiveness. Hearing that this was not enough, he began to shout, asking what else the manager needed. And he said that he wanted the man to apologize to Wang Teng, and also compensation for moral damages or something like that was needed. Hearing this, Mr. C shouted, "What kind of extortion is this? This is the Bond family auction house." And therefore, he did not understand what they would do to him if he refused, and added that he could not do anything now, but someday they would get together. But a moment later he threw 30 stones in the direction of the leaders, declaring that they should consider this a small compensation. The young man instantly intercepted the bag that was sent to him, and, putting it in his pocket, he said that it was somehow not enough, suggesting that probably soldiers of all low levels were poor. With a calm voice, the leader also said that this was not enough, and therefore at least 50 more stones needed to be added. Upon hearing about such a sum, the man immediately began shouting that the Tiger's boss was completely out of his mind to be talking about such a thing. But he said that he would have the opportunity to check whether it was in his own or not if Mr. Sai did not add as much as he told him. However, a moment later he declared that let everything remain as is, because they still had their whole lives ahead of them. Lin Jian suddenly said that there was not much time left. They had to go because Bond's man had prepared something special for them. After this, our hero turned to Shu Hui and said that he would go with his comrades. With sadness in her voice, She said that the guy's friends were so kind, she herself felt envious. Standing in the hall, the girl thought to herself that she had a feeling that this was no longer the teenager she once knew. After some time, active bidding began in the hall, with many interesting lots on offer. People vied with each other to offer their numbers. Realizing that they might not have time to buy what they wanted, Lin Jan said out loud that there were so many rich people in the world, but why couldn't he become one of them? Our hero confirmed this, saying that the price of the previous lot made him doubt that they were spending money and not leaves from trees. This was some kind of nonsense. After this, the presenter stated that the next lot would be of interest to many people. This item had just been delivered from another world. And then he noted that this would be the penultimate lot, and for the attention of those present was the femur of a 3-star unicorn, possessing the element of wind. Those gathered said that this star bone was a unique item that was definitely worth acquiring. The presenter, hearing that the room had become too lively, shouted that enough talk was enough. The starting price of the lot was 500 million, with each bid adding at least 10 million. But before the girl could finish speaking, those gathered began vying with each other to name their amounts. Our hero and the manager sat in the room and watched the bidding closely, hearing the bid price gradually rise. The guy was saying that these people were probably crazy if they were willing to pay that much for a bone. Lin Jan smiled and said that they would become rich very soon. The girls from the team, who were also watching the trading, couldn't believe their eyes at what was happening. Hugging, they talked about how as soon as they received money for the bone, they would immediately go shopping to buy something high quality and expensive, because they hadn't done this for a long time. And a moment later, the bidding in the hall was already at 1 and 3 billion. Watching this, Wang Teng said out loud whether this was really the world of the rich. Only a minute had passed, and someone in the room was already shouting that he was offering 2 billion for the product, which was a real record. At that moment, the presenter banged the gavel and informed everyone gathered that the item had been sold. The team members immediately started shouting and rejoicing. They said that this was something incredible, something that allowed them to become rich people. At that moment, the host informed everyone gathered that there was one more lot, but it would be the last one for the evening. Suddenly, the hall became quiet, and a stranger appeared on the stage, waving a sword with all his might. And while some were trying to understand why everything was not going according to plan, others said that followers of the teaching of truth had come to them. One part was shouting that they should leave the building as quickly as possible, while the other part was saying that they should stand in rune formation. Lin Jan knew that he had to defend himself, so he also noted that these were the guys from the truth sect, and they needed to fight. So he ordered the entire team to prepare their weapons. Grabbing his hammer, the leader ran forward, realizing that his entire team was running after him. At this time, chaos reigned in the hall. The villains were shouting that from now on the truth would reign, and as for people, they were worthless and must die. A minute later, without any warning or conversation, the group commander threw his hammer at one of the opponents. Suddenly, the villains saw our heroes and started shouting that some more people had arrived and that they also needed to be destroyed. The leader of this sect was incredibly angry. His eyes were burning, he thirsted for death. However, Lin Jan was not going to give up, saying that the guys should disperse and distribute their forces in such a way as to cover the entire square. At this moment, a fight broke out between the guys and the villains. The Tiger Commander said out loud that those guys had good strength, but they still lacked power. Hearing this, the leader from Truth said angrily that now Lin Jan and his entire team would experience everything that their guys were capable of. After these words, our heroes realized that their ill-wishers wanted to attack again. But this time they were more prepared, and there was a stronger hatred in their eyes. As Liu Yan walked forward, she asked Wang Teng to cover her, saying that she had thought of something. The young man didn't ask anything. He simply did as he was told, watching the girl skillfully shoot at her opponents. It was definitely a success, and the gang leader noticed this and said that the girl was causing them too many problems, and therefore they needed to deal with her first. But at that moment, another enemy flew towards our hero, shouting various curses. The young man watched the villain closely, thinking about what tactics would be best for him to choose in this case. Only a few seconds passed, and the warriors were already engaged in combat, with the teenager having his own advantages in this fight. Despite this, the guy realized that he would hardly be able to resist this man alone. He needed help. Observing everything, the young man thought that in front of him was definitely a third-level Star Master who was only one level higher than himself. But the difference in strength was colossal. The enemy understood who Wang Teng was, so he turned to him and asked where the teenager got so much courage. But the guy didn't need to answer because at that moment a spear flew at the villain. The man jumped to the side, although he clearly saw something dangerous fly right past him. At that moment, our hero ran somewhere. He understood that he needed to act. Despite this, the guy heard the enemy shouting at his colleague that she was playing with fire and would soon pay for it. Turning around, Wang Teng realized what was happening. He realized what plan the ill-wishers had come up with, and so he immediately began to curse. The young man did not want his colleague to get hurt, and therefore shouted at his opponent that he should fight not with the girl, but with him, because he was the true rival. Coming as close as possible, the teenager began to strike the ill-wisher in order to distract him as much as possible. For a moment, the villain jumped aside. He understood that the guy was weaker than him in some ways. Despite this, he was still strong. Suddenly, the man started to speed up again, shouting at our hero that if he wanted to show his fearlessness, then he should be bolder and head straight towards him. For a while, the young man stood and simply observed the situation. He knew that in this matter it was better to avoid haste. However, suddenly, Wang Teng declared that the wolf, even when dying, would still show its fangs. And, pouncing, he shouted at the villain. Did he really think that he was dealing with some weakling? The young man had no intention of delaying, realizing that this could cost the lives of not only him, but also his colleagues. And so the young man attacked, and in such a way that the gang leader felt uneasy from the blow, and he fell to the ground. The man didn't like that some teenager was fighting with him, so he started insulting him. The villain watched the guy standing right in front of him closely, hatred visible in his eyes. After that, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Suddenly, the ill-wisher began to cough, not understanding what had happened to him. The man finally realized that Wang Teng had used poison, but what bothered him was not that, but the fact that he could not remove it from his body. Falling to the floor, the man continued to call the young man a worthless person who was unlike anything else. Looking at the fallen man, our hero thought that the poison of the demonic lotus is actually very toxic. Now he was convinced of this personally. Suddenly, a colleague spoke up and said that when you look at a guy like that, you don't think he's so cruel. Smiling, the young man declared that he was actually kind and usually wouldn't hurt a fly. But he could harm bad people because they threatened others. With a somewhat indifferent tone, Liu Yan said that the young man was just an ordinary fool. However, after a moment, she turned her head away and looked at the gang leader. The girl did not understand why he had a dark face, deciding that perhaps it was somehow connected with the poison. To find out more about this, the beauty turned to her colleague, and in a sly voice declared that he was cunning because he used poison. And again, our hero scratched his head, saying that he was fighting seriously, so the poison was used to accurately destroy the enemy. And, realizing that the topic was very delicate, he decided to say that he wanted to go and help the other team members, and that it would be better for Liu Yan to stay here and rest a little. Looking at the display, Wang Teng decided that it was dangerous. The young man understood that the villain used mid-level water elemental techniques, and his swordsmanship was at the highest level. Walking past the slain enemies, the boy thought about how cool it would be to feel a surge of strength. There were so many skill orbs on the ground, it would be good to collect them all here, and then he could go and help the group. At this time, the guys were having a very hard time. It seemed like they were fighting at their last breath. The young man saw this and therefore ran as fast as he could, turning to his commander. He, in turn, stated that they could consider that they had dealt with everything. But it was better to leave this place immediately because it was unknown whether these thugs had reinforcements. At that moment, everyone gathered noticed a bright flash, similar to an explosion. The man shouted loudly about what was happening here, and also who had arranged it all. Coming closer, Lin Jian declared that they had to flee. Even the 6th level Star Master had been killed, and therefore they were definitely no match for these villains. Our hero was very surprised by this. He wanted to ask something, but the commander said that now was not the time for talking. They needed to leave quickly. At that moment, other villains began to arrive very quickly, not wanting to ask who was there. One of them took a swing at our hero's friend, who didn't have time to get away, but she also didn't have time to grab her weapon because she wasn't expecting anything like that. Lying on the ground, the girl cried. She said that her body did not obey, and therefore she could do nothing to resist this villain. Suddenly, out of nowhere, our hero appeared and quickly struck the enemy, allowing the unfortunate woman to rise to her feet. The tearful girl didn't understand why this guy was so strong. Of course, it made her happy, but at the same time it confused her a little. At that moment, the villains said that they needed to find someone to deal with everyone. As he entered the fight, the boy shouted to his friend to leave this place as quickly as possible because it was becoming dangerous here. And while Wang Teng was dealing with one enemy, he didn't notice someone sneaking up on him from behind. The girl saw this, and so she screamed in fear for the young man to turn around, because there was another villain there. But at that moment, everyone gathered heard a shot that sounded like thunder. Hearing Wang Teng say that he was sure he would be covered, the other guys who arrived in time suggested dealing with those who were still left. A moment later, our hero explained that he would go with the team. They still had things to do, and therefore he would not be able to be with his friend. She understood everything, and so she added in a quiet tone that he should be careful. The manager at that moment declared that the trading house had suffered great losses, and therefore it was good that they had sold the Starbone before all this happened and received their money. The madmen from the Cult of Truth were to blame for everything, but the good thing was that there were 7th level masters in the hall, and therefore it was possible to avoid major losses, which was undoubtedly a relief. The man told the girls that he would transfer their share to them later and added that they should not spend too much and could stop in time, because he knew them well. And a moment later he turned to Wang Teng, telling him to go home too. There was no point in him fighting with these abnormal people. Continuing to run, the boy said that he understood everything, and therefore he would do as he was told. The young man, who ran very fast, became faster with each passing minute. But he thought to himself that the skill vials left by high-class masters were very valuable and rare, and therefore he had to go back to find them. And he silently asked the commander for forgiveness for wanting to disobey him. After some time, police and other law enforcement agencies had already gathered at the auction house. Dressed in a strange outfit, Wang Teng thought that with such a disguise, no one would recognize him. And besides, this place was now closed, and therefore it was impossible to enter inside. But at that moment, the guy was worried not only about this, but also about the strange people in suits who were standing near him. One of the young men came closer to our hero and looked at him carefully. After a short pause, he asked the young man which department he belonged to. Wang Teng knew he had to find a way out of this, so he asked a similar question in return, and immediately stated that the guy knew the rules, and therefore he couldn't ask everyone about this. The teenager thought to himself with horror that it looked like it was one of the followers. At that moment, the young man apologized, saying that he had made a mistake, and adding that he had just been accepted and therefore he did not yet know all the rules. Our hero declared that it was enough to discuss this. Everyone should mind their own business. They were disguised in the same way, and therefore this could arouse suspicion, whether it seemed that way to a stranger. Wang Teng knew it was dangerous to stay here, so he said he was leaving after hearing the guys agree to meet at some abandoned warehouse at 8 o'clock in the evening. As he walked away, the teenager realized that he had accidentally found out the time and place of the meeting of those sectarians. The young man understood that he couldn't just go there. It would be best to try to go around the building from the other side and look for more skill bubbles. Suddenly, the guy saw something in the grass start to glow brightly. It was a great joy. The young man decided that hard work always pays off. Moreover, such a large bubble was probably left by a very strong master, and therefore it was a wonderful gift. Looking at the board, the young man couldn't believe his eyes, because it said that the guy had been given the talent of wielding a sword at the highest level. He understood that with a talent for swordsmanship, one could quickly master all swordsmanship techniques and combat skills, not to mention the 13 swordsmanship styles. The guy was pleased. He understood that he had earned it honestly. If our hero missed such a bubble, it could be equated to losing a fortune. Such skills cannot be bought with money. As for the followers of the teaching of truth, it is best to leave them to the guards, for whom you can leave a note, because you need to be a decent citizen. Suddenly, some people with flashlights started walking around the perimeter. They said that they saw someone here. One of the main ones was in command, and therefore said that it was necessary to look at what was written there. The guy said that there is an abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs where at 8 o'clock in the evening there is a meeting of followers of the teaching of truth. The men couldn't figure out whether it was true or not, so they decided that they should first report the note. They couldn't investigate the matter themselves. At this time, the master was telling his friend how good it was that he had come. Having handed the case to the guy, the blacksmith happily announced that the lucine and brick he had ordered were already ready. After that, he explained that the lucine is a top-tier 6-star weapon. As for the ingot, it is 5-star, but of a low level. Wang Teng looked at the items carefully. It looked as if they were the most valuable treasures in the entire world. Closing the case, the teenager sincerely said that he was very pleased, and therefore considered Master Lu a true professional of the highest level. Laughing in response, the man said that in his workshop no one deceives anyone. As he walked down the street, our hero thought that he couldn't be stopped now, and so he wanted to sneak into a secret meeting of the sectarians, where he could try out the new weapon. After a while, some guy said that he didn't think that the sectarians held their meetings in such a place, and added that it was good that they brought a lot of people here for an ambush. The second one said that there were many criminals here who had already made a name for themselves, and the one who told them about this was really a good person. The men hoped that the operation would be carried out at the highest level, and therefore they would cope with the task well. With a smile on his face and satisfaction in his heart, Wang Teng thought, if only these guys knew who had given them this chance. The young man picked up a stone and was about to drop it, realizing that he was tired of just sitting and waiting. A moment later, sitting on a tree, the guy swung as hard as he could and threw the stone. Frightened people running out of the building shouted that they did not understand who could be outside. One of them ordered the other guards to look around to find the enemy, who was surely hiding somewhere. Law enforcement officials, realizing that things had gone wrong, also shouted that they could no longer hide. It was time to attack. The next second, the guys threw some kind of explosive into the clearing, which made a lot of noise. Our hero, watching everything from a safe distance, thought to himself that incredible things were starting to happen here. The young man actually thought that this could only happen in a movie about cops and gangsters, but it happens in real life. However, the very next minute, Wang Teng's attention was drawn to two people dressed as cultists who, running through the forest, were saying that it looked like someone had betrayed them, and therefore they had to find that person. Finally, sitting down on the ground, the men said that no one was following them. As one might think, it seemed that no one really cared about them. And while the sectarians were discussing what they should do, our hero smiled slyly, because he already had a plan. The young man took out one of his attributes, realizing that now was the time to take action. Jumping from the tree, the guy was about to attack, shouting that his enemies would be in trouble. After some time, the police walked through the forest, trying to detect any presence of sectarians in this place. Suddenly, one of the guys called out to the commander, saying that this needed to be seen in person. Law enforcement officials did indeed find the ill-wishers, but not in the form they had hoped. One of the young men, smiling, said that most likely a mysterious benefactor helped them cope, who gave them a tip about these people. And while the guys were discussing the fact that this man preferred to hide all information about himself and also did not want to advertise his skills, our hero sneezed, thinking about who could remember him. Looking around, the young man decided that the most important thing was that the weapon worked well, and therefore it would be good to go to another world. The next day, Wang Teng did what he had planned because he wanted to do something. Tired, leaving the spatial flask, the guy complained that it was not as simple as he would like. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man decided that he himself did not know when he would be able to accumulate enough extensive skills that he so needed. At that moment, for some reason, our hero thought that people from this world, for some reason, cannot pass through the spatial rift. On the other hand, people from the ground are always ready to meet enemies. There are a lot of weapons located outside the crack, but it is unclear who is protecting all this. Wang Teng decided that he would first go to the battle center he had been to last time. Several strangers recognized the guy, but they did not understand why he had come here, especially alone. But another noted that the Tiger team had recently lost one team member, and therefore they needed time to recover. The young people believed that this newcomer had decided to try his luck and look for adventure. Wang Teng approached the counter and told the receptionist that he wanted to rent an armored car. The surprised employee asked if the young man would be alone, adding that it would be difficult to operate such a car alone. Smiling, the teenager said that he was flattered that people were worried about him. But he had thought everything through and therefore knew what he was doing. When handing over the keys to our hero, the man said that if the car was damaged, he would have to pay the full cost of the damage. After some time, Wang Teng was already driving through the forest in a rented car. The young man knew that there was a town in the area where one could meet all sorts of martial arts masters, including bandits, and therefore it was better to wait until night and then go into the forest. After this, the young man decided to think over his plan carefully again. But after a while, the guy got out of the car, took his equipment, and walked off somewhere. Suddenly, Wang Teng turned around and he felt something strange, something that was behind him. Suddenly, some people appeared from behind the bushes and asked where the guy ran. The strangers answered that this man walked so fast that he didn't even have time to blink, and that guy was already gone. The ill-wishers did not understand what to do, and therefore decided that it would be best to split up and begin searching. Hearing this conversation, our hero assumed that these people might have noticed him as he passed by the city. At that moment, the villain ordered his men to disperse in different directions to look for the boy, adding that as soon as they found him, they should immediately give a signal. And again, the young man thought that the power glow around these three showed that they were all first-level Star Masters, but attacking and engaging in battle was dangerous. It would be good to find out what these people wanted. Sitting in the middle of the forest, the leader wanted to know where his people had gone, noting that the boy had never been found. Wang Teng knew that the best attack was surprise, so standing behind the enemy, he asked him if he was the one they were looking for. The young man realized with horror that someone was behind him, and therefore he looked carefully at where he thought someone was standing. The enemy looked around carefully, hoping to see the one who had just been next to him, but this did not happen. Instead, the stranger was lying on the ground within a moment, which can be credited to Wang Teng. Looking at this man, the young man thought that this guy was the strongest. The remaining two were much stronger than him, and therefore they could be dealt with in the same way. After some time, the young men, who had failed to find anyone in the forest, returned to their original location to report this to the boss, but found him lying on the ground. The opponents complained about what happened, but that was not the reason. They still did not understand who could have done such a thing. Our hero knew exactly what to do, and so he took action, striking one and frightening the other. Having dealt with everyone, the teenager understood that he needed to leave here. But before that, the young man still thought that it was the Starbone Lucen that made him the perfect secret assassin. Realizing his strength, the guy decided that now was the perfect time to start intensive training. A month later, while in the forest, our hero thought that all his combat techniques had been perfected and his strength skills were also close to ideal. The young man realized that he had mastered all the techniques of the third level of Star Masters so quickly that he was no longer afraid of the fourth level Star Masters, although this thought was not finished because Wang Teng saw something. The guy thought that he not only saw something ahead but also heard some strange sounds, and while the teenager was thinking that someone had most likely encountered the Star Beast, the guys below were saying that they needed to run. The young man understood that these people spoke the language of another world, which was completely natural, but something bothered him. A moment later, the young man saw some fighter who suddenly stumbled and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Raising his hand, the stranger shouted to the crew to come back and save him, even though they heard the order to run. And this situation frightened Wang Teng a little, who wondered why even he, sitting in a tree with special glasses, did not understand what was happening below. After a moment, the teenager decided that he should activate his spiritual vision to take a closer look, and after that, his eyes widened. The young man felt as if there was some kind of black aura of great power in the depths of the forest. Our hero was so surprised he couldn't move, but he was also confused by the fact that he had no idea what kind of entity it was that was walking through the forest. At that moment, the boys who were also in the forest shouted to one of their comrades to be careful. The big man suggested that it might be a dark beast, although he did not know where it came from in these parts, since they had never heard of such a thing at this time of day. Another man shouted that if they couldn't escape, they would face that dark beast and they would have a slim chance of surviving even if they fought with all their might. The girl also supported the idea that there was no point in fighting, adding that it was necessary for someone to remain alive and report what was happening. While lying in ambush, Wang Teng thought that, judging by their conversations, this entity was something terrible, and besides, the information about it was quite important. So it turned out that the black glow was the dark beast. However, the very next second the guy's eyes widened as never before. Looking at the clearing, the young man caught himself thinking that he had only been distracted for a second, and that this entity had already disappeared. At this time, the guys below were discussing what they needed to do, so one part was inclined to fight, and the other said that it was necessary to run, but no one should fight. If they were separated, they would all die. Our hero didn't know what to do next, but he was frightened by the fact that the entity had disappeared from sight, and therefore the young man didn't expect anything good to come out of it. And again, the teenager opened his eyes wide because he thought about something important. The young man turned around and did it so quickly, as if he had a premonition that now they might be hunting him. And this feeling was not unfounded, because out of the corner of his eye, Wang Teng noticed that an unknown creature was sitting on a tree branch right behind him. The guy had never seen such a terrible entity before, and therefore the creature seemed insane and ugly to him. Looking at this unknown predator, the teenager frantically thought about how to confront this enemy. At this time, making some incomprehensible sounds, the predator rushed to where our hero was standing. The boys who were still in the clearing also heard this cry, and therefore looked carefully in front of them. Perhaps for the first time in all the fighting, our hero was thrown off balance, and so he flew somewhere down. However, after just a second, the young man retreated, realizing that he couldn't let his guard down. The guy noticed a strange explosion that he saw above him, although he did not understand what it was. At the moment when the young man rose from the ground, he heard questions from strangers about who he was and how he came here. Wang Teng shouted loudly that now was not the time to find out who he was, since he first needed to deal with this strange creature. If he didn't do that, it would no longer matter who he was. The fat man turned to Luoya and said that they couldn't trust this teenager, because if the dark beast hadn't sent him, then how could he have ended up here, especially alone? But the girl noted that they simply had no choice. At that moment, the guy screamed at the top of his lungs that the boys should be careful because the creature was above their heads. The beauty immediately raised her head and saw that a strange entity seemed to be hovering above them. Somehow, this dark beast began to throw fire, forcing the young men to deftly dodge. It was clear that the entity was very strong. And besides, the beast planned every step in such a way as to drive others into a trap. Realizing that time was running out, the boys shouted that now was the time to attack together. But the entity was not going to waste time, realizing that it was being attacked, but skillfully repelling the attacks. And again, it seemed that for a moment time stood still, because neither our hero nor the other warriors knew what this dark entity was going to do. Wang Teng, who was skilled in many things, decided to set up a frost net to prevent the enemy from using his fire attacks. It seemed to actually have the desired effect. As the villain was unable to break through the net, the teenager thought to himself that now was a dangerous moment. If he hadn't put up frost protection, this blow could have broken his heart. A few seconds later, the entity was already standing on the ground, in front of our hero, and was ready to attack again. And this frightened our hero, who understood that the movements of this creature were too chaotic. He couldn't get distracted, otherwise it would immediately disappear from sight, and then it would definitely not be possible to defeat it. The guys wanted to help our hero, but they couldn't catch the entity with their eyes because it was moving very quickly, so there was nothing they could do to help. Suddenly, the girl heard someone address her, although it was clear that the beauty was not very happy about it. Loya saw the young man stretching out his hand and asking her for help, but she did not dare to help her colleague. It was Miao Long who was attacked first, but the boys didn't think he had survived, and the guy kept shouting again and again for help, knowing that one of the team members would definitely come closer. And such a one was found, although the fat man immediately touched his shoulder and shouted at him not to hurry. The fighter shouted at Kong Chi to be stupid. Their comrade was seriously wounded, but instead of everyone going together and bandaging his wounds, they just stood there and hesitated, and this was inhumane. Lost in thought, the fat man said in a calm tone that they couldn't go there because something was clearly wrong with their colleague. Our hero understood this too, and he was also aware that the young man was bleeding. The young man, who had activated his infrared glasses, realized that this stranger was glowing just like that beast. Luoya, who didn't want the men to quarrel, turned her head and immediately declared that she wanted to go and see what was going on. The boys just shouted after her that she should be very careful, especially since the animal had disappeared somewhere. Running closer, the beauty asked Miao Long if he was still holding on. She was also curious where he was wounded, since it was important to keep going. And, trying to somehow help her colleague, the beauty said that now she would examine him and help him get up. However, at that moment, instead of his comrade, some entity rose up and began to roar loudly. Loya clearly didn't expect this, and so she looked at this creature with fear, not understanding what to do next. The men standing further away shouted at their colleague to leave immediately because it was very dangerous. At that moment, the creature threw out the body of the unfortunate man and flew away somewhere. Wang Teng, who realized that the girl was in mortal danger, jumped up and immediately pushed her aside, telling her to save herself. And the beast, realizing that our hero was now standing in front of him, declared that he was exactly the one he had been waiting for, which greatly surprised the beauty. A moment later, the enemy took to the air again, realizing that he needed the element of surprise. After this, the creature began to roar, causing fear in all those below. Loya realized that the guy couldn't handle it alone, so she immediately launched a fire attack to finish off this enemy as quickly as possible. The teenager watched what was happening, stunned, and noted to himself that these movements were so fast that he couldn't even keep track of them. But after a moment, the girl still managed to land some kind of blow that threw her opponent off balance. Watching him try to do something, the young man decided that now he had a real chance to act. Wang Teng shouted loudly as he spun the fiery whirlpool, saying that he would destroy this entity. Everyone gathered watched as something exploded above them, and this explosion was extremely powerful. Loya, looking at this, said in a relieved tone that it was all over. But a moment later, someone shouted at the beauty to be careful, the reason being that someone's hand appeared behind her. Suddenly, the girl was thrown back against a tree and screamed loudly. The guys wanted to help their colleague, but they realized that another entity was standing in their way. Although he had previously been their murdered comrade, the fat man watched closely what was happening, but he could not move from the spot because he did not understand how best to act. The zombie looked at everyone who stood in front of him, but was in no hurry to do anything. Wang Teng, who knew how to act quickly, knowing that every minute was precious, he immediately ran up to the zombie and struck it with his sword. The young man shouted at the strangers to help the girl as quickly as possible and drag her in the other direction. And while the guy was taking the hit, the team managed to do what they had to. The wounded girl thanked her colleague and said that she was fine and alive. Looking ahead, the beauty stated that the entity had somehow assimilated with their murdered colleague. What is interesting is that the creature, which was thought to be dead, was now even more active in fighting our hero in a human body, in the hope that he would be able to win. It was clear that this was not easy for the young man, but thanks to training he managed to hold his own and was even able to land punches. Luoya, realizing that the young man would not be able to withstand the attacks forever, shouted that it was useless to try to pierce the heart of this creature. It was necessary to cut off its head. However, the young man was unable to catch up with him, especially since it was clear that he was heading towards where the boys were standing. And so, Wang Teng shouted for the fighters to kill this entity since the monster was no longer their comrade. One of the boys, coming closer, irritably stated that this was none of a teenager's business. After this, he added that he himself understood everything perfectly well, and therefore they would figure it out themselves from now on. And just a moment later, the unknown young man began to use all his strength to deal with the ill-wisher. Our hero answered honestly that it was truly powerful. He had never seen anything like it before. Although this wasn't what surprised the guy, he noticed the bubbles that immediately began to appear. But they were unusual. They were bubbles with dark power skills, but the young man didn't know what to do. He thought that if he lifted the ball, then perhaps he himself would become evil, although he hoped that the system would deceive him. The very next second, Wang Teng reached for one of the bubbles, deciding that he would deal with the rest later. The system immediately notified him of the acquisition of new skills, and the guy noted to himself that, unlike other types of great power, this one emanated a feeling of cold and darkness. The young man knew that the beast had dropped 8 more bubbles of moral strength skills. But was this one with dark strength really that special? It was clear that the mentally ill lose bubbles of moral strength skills, but they didn't have any like that. Wang Teng thought the battle was over, but he heard that battles were still raging behind him. But now, the entity wanted to take revenge not on its former friends, but on the man who was sitting on the ground. It seemed that our hero was so absorbed in his activity that he didn't even hear the beast sneak up behind him. But others saw this, and so the girl shouted loudly at the teenager to run away immediately. Without turning his head, Wang Teng activated his skills and literally sent his opponent flying back with one hand. Surprised, Luoya only managed to finish her sentence, realizing that there was no point in it. The boys saw that the creature was lying on the ground and groaning as if it were an ordinary person. The fat man standing next to him raised his bat triumphantly, although everyone knew what he was about to do. The man knew that the person lying on the ground was the one who had once been their comrade, and so he asked him for forgiveness for everything. Sighing heavily, the beauty noted that now she could actually relax. Wang Teng, who was not going to waste any time, immediately asked the guys if they knew what kind of dark power skill this was. Luoya said angrily that they didn't understand why they had to talk about it, and the fat man added that they needed to get rid of the work and leave as soon as possible. However, another guy said that they knew little about the dark force and dark beasts. Perhaps they could get more information in the city after they reported to the military. The guy was surprised by this, and so he asked what kind of military they were talking about, the local ones or those who came from Earth. Now the girl spoke up and said that the military on both sides should know about this, and added that this decree was published 20 years ago, that both sides should be immediately notified of the appearance of the dark beast. The beauty explained that dark beasts had appeared before, but in recent years they had been happening more and more often. The military had only recently revealed information about them. On the road in the northern district of Yongchang City, a car was driving towards the headquarters of the Earth Forces. The security guards immediately stopped the car, saying that this was a highly protected area and that everyone had to get out of the car and show their documents. While driving, our hero said that he was from a martial arts academy and that he had important information. The young man didn't want to argue, so he immediately handed over the documents that confirmed this. A minute later, the soldier noted that the identity had been confirmed and immediately asked what had happened and why the teenager had come here. Our hero, shouting several times, reported that he had seen a dark beast in the forest. After these words, the man fell silent, watching the boy carefully, but then told him to follow him. Sitting in the chief's office, Wang Teng heard him asking again whether the young man had really encountered a dark beast in the misty forest. The guy explained that he had come across a dark beast in this forest, but besides him, there was also a group of warriors from another world. Handing something to the soldier, the young man said that he had taken it off the monster and therefore it could be examined. Smiling, the man praised the teenager and said that the corpses of dark beasts could infect other living creatures if they were not removed in time. After this, the boss laughed and called our hero by name. He said that Lao Fu told him that the guy was the champion of the Donghai martial arts exam. The young man asked in surprise about the name of the man the soldier had named a minute ago, and a moment later, jumping up from his seat, he asked if they were talking about the owner of the gym, and then wanted to know if it was true that the man was also from Donghai. The man replied that Lao Fu was actually an old acquaintance of his and a great guy, and with a smile he added that the young man is his favorite, and now he himself understands why this is so. Realizing that the conversation was not yet over, our hero again asked General Shen what this dark beast meant and why it posed such a great danger. The manager immediately asked a counter question about whether the guy knew about the expansion of the martial arts exam this year. And he added that, as the student knows, they are dealing with these dark creatures. Many fighters have died in battles with them, so they are expanding their recruitment. However, Wang Teng didn't understand that if confronting the dark beasts was another world's problem, then why were they the ones putting in so much effort into it? The general explained that it was not safe on Earth either, and that sooner or later they too would suffer if they did nothing. And the boy thought to himself that this was the reason the spatial rift was so heavily guarded. Otherwise, martial artists would not be sent to another world. And the more privileges they have, the more responsibilities they have. Mr. Shen hastened to reassure the student and stated that students did not necessarily have to go to the front lines of battle. There were those who chose clerical work in the rear, but Wang Teng didn't want to end this topic. He was interested in how things were going on the front lines. The man didn't want to get ahead of himself and noted that the dark beast the young man had met was of the lowest level, but the dark beasts of the highest level were terrifying in their appearance alone. Realizing that the meeting had already dragged on, which was tactless, our hero asked where these animals had come from. After thinking for a moment, the man declared that the entities came from the abyss itself. A few days later, while walking down the street, Wang Teng said out loud that he was very tired. The teenager knew that they had sold all the materials they had gotten from the animals they had killed, and so now he had a lot of money. Although right now the boy most of all wanted to go back and see his parents. However, suddenly our hero heard the cries of passersby that there was a fire in some elite complex. Wang Teng had not yet recovered from the previous battle, and now someone had also started a fire. However, something about this remark about the fire struck a chord with the young man, and so he quickly ran off somewhere. People standing on the street realized that only a martial arts master could run so fast, and were surprised how such a young guy could be a master. Gaining more and more speed with each passing minute, the young man thought about what was happening to his mom and dad, hoping that they were safe. While running past someone, the guy heard a rumor that an accident had happened in the house of the rich Wang family. Another girl said she found out that the head of the family had killed someone, and that man's son had become a martial artist to take revenge. As he approached, Wang Teng asked his neighbor what had happened, and she told him that she had approached Wang Fugi's house, but someone had told her not to interfere. With a sigh of relief, our hero declared how good it was that all this did not happen in his house, although the woman still suggested that the teenager go and see what was going on there, since the cottages were located nearby. Smiling, the young man thanked his neighbor and said that that is exactly what he would do. After this, the girls started discussing the guy, saying that after he became a martial arts master, he changed for the better, and therefore, it would be interesting to see how he would look over time. The fire grew more intense with each passing minute, but instead of trying to rectify the situation, the crowd of onlookers stood and looked at the house. The frightened Li Xumei thought that she didn't think that the Wang family would die in the fire, and Dudu was still so young. Although her thoughts immediately turned to the fact that someone else had been killed in this house, suddenly, the woman ran out onto the path leading to the house and shouted at a stranger to stop. Our hero's mother demanded that this villain let the child go. At that moment, the little woman screamed that she was very scared and therefore wanted to be let go. The woman was not going to give up, so she told the young man again and again to let Dudu go. Li Xumei said that no matter how strong his hatred was, the child was innocent and therefore should not be touched. The young man claimed that his parents were also innocent, but when Wang Fugi killed them, no one came and stood up for him. The The woman understood that it hurt her to see the guy in such a desperate situation, and she shouldn't blame him. But the little girl also shouldn't have to pay for someone else's sins. Suddenly, the young man told Li Shumei to immediately move out of his way. Then he would spare her life. However, she did not leave. She simply said that she was sorry that something bad happened to his parents, but she could not calmly watch how the villain killed a child. Clutching the stick even tighter, the ill-wisher declared that there was too much chatter, which had become tiresome to him, and therefore the woman would also die. Suddenly, the young man pushed Dudo aside, but only to deal with Li Shumei, who was in his way. The guy said he wanted to give this woman a chance, and so he yelled again for her to immediately clear the way for him. With despair in her voice, our hero's mother explained that she would not watch the neighbor girl, whom she knew so well, be killed. And the very next second, the villain, getting ready to strike, headed towards the direction where the woman was standing. Wang Teng, who just then approached the house, saw what had happened and his eyes widened. There was no time to think, so the young man swung and pointed one of his weapons in the direction where his opponent stood, so as to immobilize his arm. The effect was amazing because the young man managed to tear off the villain's arm, which he was trying to hit the woman with. She, in turn, watched what was happening in surprise and could not believe that her son had done this. The onlookers who had been nearby all this time also froze in surprise. Standing between his mother and the villain, the young man reassured his mother, telling her not to worry about anything. And in a calmer tone, he added that he came so that there would be justice. Li Shumei was surprised, but despite this, she still said that she was happy to see her boy. With irritation in his voice, the boy said that he was not interested in the young man's hatred, but if he touched his mother with even a finger, he would break his arm. And a minute later, he added that it would be best to teach such a person a lesson so that he would not do such things in the future. The ill-wisher watched the teenager closely but was in no hurry to say anything to him. However, our hero stated that the guy was weaker than him, so whether he wanted it or not, he had to obey, after which he added that he was giving the ill-wisher a chance. He could continue cultivating, and then he could find him and take revenge, if the desire to do so had not yet disappeared. Finally, the stranger said his name. His name was Yan Qing, and he shouted that he remembered the boy. A moment later, the young man walked away, realizing that someday he would still take revenge. Finally, the villain asked the woman if she was happy with this turn of events. She noted that it didn't matter. What mattered was that Yan Qing should follow his heart. The young man said nothing more. He simply wandered away from the place where the fire was raging. The frightened woman turned to her son and asked what would happen if this stranger could not cope with his problems and returned again to take revenge on Wang Teng. The surprised teenager asked the woman if she really wanted him to kill the man on the spot and, without waiting for an answer, added that she was so cruel. The woman didn't understand that it was a joke, and so she started screaming even louder about how anyone could even think about such things. The young man thought to himself that his mother shouldn't have gotten involved with that martial arts master anyway. But it was good that he arrived in time this time. After some time, the police arrived at the crime scene to sort things out. Seeing Captain Chai in place, the young man shouted to him that they had met again. The man explained out loud that they were doing everything strictly according to protocol. But to himself, he thought that this man had become a master of martial arts, and hardly anyone could believe it. Suddenly, the policeman's gaze fell on a girl who was standing nearby. The woman explained that the baby's parents had died and immediately asked if the child could live with them for now. Smiling, Mr. Chai asked the lady to take care of this girl for now. Our hero did not want to linger, and so, as he left, he said that if that was all, then they would go about their business. A moment later, the young man asked his mother what she was going to do anyway. She said that Dodo's mother said that Wang Fugi's relatives were bad people, and therefore the girl could not be given to them. Hearing about this, the guy decided that the baby could live with them for now. If someone came, he would deal with these people, and then said that it would be better for them to move to another area, to where many martial arts masters lived. A few days later, the family had already moved into a new large and spacious house. The father talked about how his son had bought them a house for 300 million, adding that he had never even dreamed of such money, although the boy only noted that he would soon be of more use. Standing in the hallway, the woman saw the little girl peeking out from behind the door, so she asked her what she wanted. With tears in her eyes, Dudo said that she wanted to go home because she missed her parents so much. The woman said that the little ones needed to stay with them for now because their mom and dad were far away. The men looked at the child who was screaming that his parents didn't really need him. The woman hugged Dudo, explaining that she was loved very much, but the little girl stated that if they had not come for her, then these people most likely simply died. Turning to the man, Li Shumei offered to adopt the girl, saying that all her relatives were bad people who could not be trusted at all. With a heavy sigh, Wang Shengguo only said that this child could live with them. A few days later, a grand banquet was held in the big house. The stranger thanked everyone present, saying that this event was organized in honor of his grandson, Wang Teng, and therefore offered everyone a drink. The guy stood to the side and heard someone talking about how good it was that a martial arts champion had grown up in their family. As he entered the hall, a young man laughed loudly, attracting attention. He said that everything had just begun, and therefore he came just in time. Wang Shenghong, who was the eldest son in the family, immediately began asking the uninvited guest who he was. Still laughing, the guy declared that he was the one who brought the gift, although he did not specify what kind. Our hero, looking at the bell that stood nearby, thought that this was not very good, because giving something like this for a holiday is a bad sign. However, the young man was indifferent. Leaning against the huge object, he simply stood there and remained silent. Suddenly, the stranger pressed a button that was attached to his belt. Everyone gathered immediately noticed some kind of hologram that appeared out of nowhere. It was strange, but the old man greeted everyone and then turned to Wang Zhengxiong. The man looked closely at this hologram, and it seemed that he himself did not quite understand what it meant. He recognized that it was Ren Jianping, whom he asked if he hadn't died then and fell silent for a moment. After this, the old man from the hologram asked if everyone probably thought he was dead since he was shot. And then, laughing, he declared that he was very lucky, adding that it was necessary to put as many bullets into him as possible to be sure. Wang Jingxiong began to insult the man, saying that it was a pity that he was allowed to live for so many years. It was clear that this man was up to no good, as he himself stated, explaining that he had no chance before. But now, the Ren family was much stronger than the Wang family, and so he came to get even. Looking at Wang Teng, the old man said that it was he who had kidnapped a son last time, although he did not specify which one. After a short pause, the ill-wisher began to cough and said that he did not have long left, but he would still take the entire Wang family with him to the next world. And turning to Juwu, he ordered him to present his gift, the bell, which the young man was already bringing closer. Our hero's uncle screamed that they were being bullied, and therefore suggested calling security so that they could immediately deal with the uninvited guest. But it didn't matter to him who wanted to do what, since he had already placed the bell in the center of the hall. The young man laughed, saying that this was all too presumptuous. A moment later, Juwu was attacked by guards, but he was not going to just stand there and watch, so he immediately began to fight. It was clear that the guy was a great fighter, because he felt absolutely confident and parried perfectly. A moment later, those gathered noticed how the uninvited guest grabbed the bell and threw it forward. At the moment when this object flew towards the crowd, the ill-wisher said that they could catch this wonderful gift. Va Ten, who was standing closest, managed to react with lightning speed and jump in such a way that the object ended up right below him. The old man did not know how good his grandson was at fighting, so he shouted loudly, warning the boy to be as careful as possible. The surprised parents did the same, not understanding what the villain had planned or what awaited them next. The enemy, in turn, with anger in his voice, declared that he had been waiting for the moment when the young man would appear. The teenager, who had seen a lot, easily threw the bell back in the direction from which it had come. Juwu saw this and therefore tried to jump back to avoid being hit. Our hero understood that the party was in full swing, although this was not how he imagined it, but it was necessary to act for the safety of other people. A moment later, realizing that the gift was being returned, the teenager decided that he needed to deal with it thoroughly, and so he hit it with his hand. After this, the young man added a kick, realizing that this way he would be able to completely destroy the object. And again, the enemy, who was standing nearby, noticed that the bell was spinning next to him. Wang Teng spun the thing so that it flew at the enemy at great speed, while the guy himself soared into the air. The young man did incredible things. He understood that now he was obliged to protect not only himself, but also his entire family. Juwu, who was watching everything as if spellbound, didn't understand what was happening. He thought that the intelligence reported that this guy was a first-level Star Master, but low-level masters couldn't do something like that. A moment later, the bell fell to the ground with a crash, and the surprised guest did not know how to react to what had happened. Unfortunately, the enemy was standing where the floor had broken, but he was alive and in good health. The young man was glad that he had managed to escape in time and remain unharmed. However, this situation did not please Wang Teng at all, who pushed off the top of the bell, realizing that he needed to change his strategy. The young man turned to Juwu and asked him if it was true that he was still standing on his feet. Holding the bell in his hands, the villain stated that the teenager was too naive, and added that he most likely did not know that he had managed to fight with the master of the earth style, and therefore their strength was unequal. Grinning, our hero asked once again whether the ill-wisher had not mixed up anything, and whether he was really so confident in himself. The next moment, the teenager stepped on the bell as hard as he could, wanting to show off all his power. Realizing that Juwu was having trouble standing on his feet, our hero asked him what he would say about this now, whether it was easy for him. Juwu, surprised, had no idea how this was possible, but he was aware that he was struggling to hold the incredible weight. The young man, whose legs were already starting to give way, again asked about what Wang Teng had done to cause his weight to increase. But the problem wasn't just that. It was also that with every second the load became significantly heavier, as if someone was pouring stones on top. A moment later, a powerful flame appeared around our hero, after which the bell fell to the ground with a ringing sound. Everyone gathered saw a young man standing triumphantly on a gift. The parents watched their son closely, but they also could not believe their eyes. It seemed to them that this was something impossible or unreal. Realizing that the performance had gone on too long, the guy decided it was time for him to go back down to the floor, which he did. Addressing the security, the young man asked that order be restored in the hall, saying that the person who wanted to harm them was now dead. Afterwards, throwing up his hands, Wang Teng added that it was a great show and added that despite this, it was over, and therefore asked everyone to return to food and drinks. However, people immediately began to approach the guy and thank him for saving them, which was very nice to hear. For a while, everyone stood motionless, waiting for a little order to be restored, although no one was particularly bothered by this, and especially the girl who was at the other end of the room, thinking about how her cousin is much more handsome than the cutest guy in school. Another girl also remarked that this young man was very cool, and the teenager standing behind him noted that, compared to Wang Teng, his classmates were just standing around nervously somewhere on the sidelines. At that moment, Wang Shengguo heard someone praise him for raising a wonderful son. Hearing so many wonderful and flattering words, our hero's father felt awkward, and so he began to say that this guy still had a lot to learn, and therefore there was no point in praising him so much. Coming closer, the old man also said something. He told his son to take care of his son, because with such a guy the Wang family will prosper, adding that they have become much stronger. And I thought to myself that at this stage the most important thing is Ren Jianping's threats. He is already on the threshold of death, so he has probably gone crazy. Wang Ting understood that his grandfather wouldn't say the most important thing, but his face already showed concern for the whole family. That's why the teenager turned to his grandfather and told him not to even think about worrying about it. And then he added that he was sure that this man would not dare to openly show up in Donghai. The young man had entered the Huanghai Military Academy, and therefore was not afraid of such people, and he once again said that everyone should rely on him. The old man laughed, saying that his grandson would help solve his grandfather's problems, and therefore he wanted to say that the Wang family was very lucky to have him. The young man no longer wanted to listen to praise addressed to him. He was interested in knowing what had happened to that person, as well as why this feud had begun. Understanding that his grandson had a right to know, the man began to talk about how this had happened several decades ago, when the young people lived in the same village and were friends, and then went together to look for work. The heroes were always attracted to beauties, so they both fell in love with Wang Teng's grandmother. It is now clear who the girl chose then, but after this incident, Ren Jianping turned away from his comrade forever. Moreover, he hated his former friend to the point of madness, after which he wanted to kill him. But he was careless. Mr. Wang struck first. After a moment's hesitation, the old man noted that he had no idea that the man had managed to survive. Laughing, the grandson sincerely said that he did not expect this from his grandfather, and therefore was very surprised. At this moment, our hero's attention was drawn to the same enemy, who was chained to a chair and tied up. Surprised people asked how this could happen, because everyone was convinced that the villain had died. But the guy calmly stated that he had only stunned him. Looking intently at Wang Teng, the opponent immediately began asking him what he had in mind and what he planned to do next. After a pause, the young man noted that he had to answer a number of his questions. If everything was done, he would release the hostage. It seemed that Zhu Wu did not believe all this, and so he asked again whether they really wanted to let him go. And again, our hero declared that he had no choice, but he would have one if the young man decided to keep silent about something. With a heavy sigh, the villain said that he understood everything, and therefore he was ready to answer questions. After this, Wang Peng began to take an interest in Ren Jianping's life, learning that he was an ordinary man, but his grandson was a martial arts master. Those gathered heard about this, but could not believe their ears that such a thing was possible. However, this was not enough for the young man, and so he wanted to learn as much as possible. It also turned out that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall had entered into an SS-level contract with Qingzan, and he became the hall owner's own disciple, later becoming a 6-star martial artist, which gave the family strong influence. And once again, the boys' relatives opened their mouths in surprise. They found it hard to believe that the grandson of their enemy had reached such unimaginable heights. The old man stated that even if one of these facts were left out, the young man could still be said to be dangerous. And I thought to myself, it's clear why Ren Jianping said that there is a genius in their family. It turns out it's his grandson. Suddenly, the grandfather asked the boy if he was feeling well. Seeing how he was deep in thought, Wang Teng noted that he was fine, and therefore stated that the ill-wisher might have been given an SS-level contract. But that was not a problem, and all because they signed a similar contract with him, but at the SSS level, which shocked his immediate family. Our hero said that if he is given time, he will still show who is stronger. The grandfather agreed with this, but added that before his grandson reached the peak of his strength, he should train and not cling to this enemy. And besides, there was no need to seek a meeting with him. After this, the old man began to ask what the young man planned to do with Zhu Wu. The villain, who heard the whole conversation, shouted as loudly as he could. He said that he was promised to be released when he answered all the questions. Smiling, our hero told him not to worry, because he would keep his word. A few minutes later, the villain was thrown out the door and stood in the middle of the street. Wang Teng watched the enemy through the window, his expression not promising anything good. At that moment, an old man came up from behind and said that if you remove the weeds but leave the roots alone, the problem won't be solved. But the guy turned around and began to smile. He said that as soon as this young man left Donghai, death awaited him. After some time, Zhu Wu was already sitting on the plane, getting ready to fly somewhere. He was angry and said that it seemed like this boy didn't understand anything, and therefore he planned to tell Ren Qingchang everything upon his return so that he would definitely send professionals who could quickly deal with this family. But a minute later, looking at the sky where the plane flew, our hero decided that it was all over for the villain. Our hero used his mind to attach a silver needle to the boy, which pierced his heart. As he walked down the street, Wang Teng decided that he needed to return home to pack his things, as he had to go to school in just one day. Standing in front of the university, the young man thought that this academy was wonderful. The young man also liked the fact that the university looked impressive and there were a lot of people, and so he told himself that he was very glad that a new life was beginning for him. Suddenly, a lecturer turned to the first-year students and told them to come to him immediately. The unknown girl explained that the martial arts faculty dormitory was divided into 4 blocks. First-year students usually live in Block D, which has 300 rooms, each accommodating 4 people, meaning the building can accommodate a total of 1,200 people. The first-level star martial artists live in separate rooms in Block C, of which there are 300 rooms in total, meaning that only 300 people can live there. Star masters of star martial arts of the second and third levels live in a block with good infrastructure, and there are 200 rooms in total. The guys standing in line were glad to hear that even in such a place it was possible to live comfortably. However, the girl continued to say that Block A was the most elite. The 100 best masters lived there, most of them 4th-year students. Their level was higher than 3rd, so newcomers would have to try hard to get in there. At that moment, some bespectacled guy said that it was good that the dorms were for both boys and girls. Turning the student towards the computer, the employee coquettishly noted that the guy had misunderstood something. And then she added that only students of the same sex can live in the same room. It's just that everyone shares the same territory. Changing the subject, the girl stated that they had one rule. Each student could challenge one of the 100 students, and if he won, he would take his room in the dorm. Realizing that the introductory part had already dragged on, the employee replied that now was the time to see who had been assigned where. Our hero looked closely at the worker who was calling out the names of the children. They were all assigned to Block D, where one room was designed for 4 people. When the assignment was over, Wang Teng approached the staff member to ask where he had been assigned because he had not heard his name. Lost in thought, the blonde noted that she needed a few minutes to thoroughly check the information. The students who heard that the young man had been assigned to Block C and the first room were incredibly surprised by this turn of events. One of the girls told the people standing there that she never thought Wang Teng was that strong. Another stranger also approached our hero and said that it was simply great luck, because none of the newcomers had ever found themselves in the comfortable conditions of Block C, although the guy did not understand what was so special about that. The embarrassed girl explained that the first room in each block was a special place because the strongest student from the corresponding group lived there. The employee called Wang Teng the first newcomer who managed to immediately occupy a room, and therefore stated that he would definitely attract attention. And she immediately added that many would probably want to attack the young man, and therefore urged him to be extremely careful. Our hero shrugged his shoulders and noted that, in the worst-case scenario, he could hold a competition where everyone would understand that he was the strongest. But he thought to himself that he was already level 3, and therefore had nothing to fear. However, at that moment, rumors began to spread among the students that the teenager had already irritated some people. Realizing that the issue with the rooms had been resolved, the girl told everyone to be on time tomorrow. The next day, all the students gathered at the large stadium. Many were late and therefore in a great hurry. 2 late students, upon discovering that the gates were closed, began arguing, saying that they were only 1 minute late and therefore did not know what to do next. At that moment, the one standing on the stage shouted loudly for the students to stop making noise, because he could not hear himself. The assembled people fell silent, but they were scared. They all discussed among themselves that some strange and eerie aura was emanating from this stranger. At that moment, the man introduced himself, saying that he was the dean of the martial arts department of the Huanghai Military Academy, Peng Yuanshan, and immediately added that he was disappointed. He declared that the military academy is a place where soldiers are trained, and many of the guys were late for the General Assembly, and therefore should stand there and disgrace themselves. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Everyone has entered the military academy, which means they must abide by its rules. Late students will have to run 20 laps around the common area. Many students immediately began to complain that this was generally impossible to do. But Peng Yuanshan continued to say that the boys did not receive the privileges of the military academy to enjoy an easy life. They were future soldiers, with great responsibility on their shoulders. Wang Teng, who had been listening attentively to this man, did not quite understand what kind of responsibility he was talking about. But he continued to say that the day would come when the students would understand that when the world needed them, they should stand in the front rows, because their family and friends would be behind them. A strong person is not the one who carries the sun on his back, but the one who bears the burden of responsibility for other people and for all living things on this planet. Wang Teng thought to himself that this was well said, and now that he knew about the abyss, he understood the meaning of these words better. However, it was unclear why the man expressed himself so terribly about these things. Suddenly, Peng Guanshan declared that the last thing they would talk about was awarding a military rank to a freshman who had done something incredible. The dean noted that everyone had heard of the Donghai martial arts exam, where the champion is awarded the rank of sergeant. But instead of rejoicing, the students said that this was simply impossible. Therefore, the man added that he knew that the seniors were unhappy now. But Wang Teng was special. Although if someone wanted to get the rank of sergeant, they could challenge this person and fight him. The young man was embarrassed by such a statement, especially since he heard that the guys standing nearby were saying that they wanted to get to know him. The guy wanted to curse. He understood that the rank of sergeant was good. But this old fox was digging a hole for him ahead of time. Peng Yuanshan understood that he would not cancel anything and therefore asked our hero to come up on stage to present him with the title. Realizing that the young man had shrunk, the dean told him not to be afraid of anything and to get up as quickly as possible. One of the strangers looked closely at the teenager and said out loud whether this was really the same guy. The girl immediately noted to herself that this young man was attractive. Other students noted that this handsome guy was probably also very smart. Looking closely at our hero, Peng Yuanshan asked him what he was unhappy with, because he was looking at him strangely. The young man squeezed out words of gratitude and also noted that everything was fine with him, but thought to himself that it would have been better if the dean had not asked about this. Afterwards, the man said that many years had passed since the first-year student had been awarded a military rank, and he was glad that they had such a student. But the teenager's journey has only just begun, and many challenges lie ahead. Peng Yuanshan hopes that by the end of his studies he will have earned a few more awards, and in the end, he will see the guy wearing a general's armor. And once again, rumors began to circulate among the students as to which general they were talking about. The young people couldn't understand why the dean hadn't told them before that this was even possible. But it was unclear what kind of abilities Wang Teng had that Peng Yuanshan had such high hopes for him. And again, the guy became upset, thinking that before at least the students in his year had turned against him. But now he would have to face sidelong glances from the older students. Suddenly, our hero turned to the dean and told him that he had one question, but thought to himself that he would not allow himself to be manipulated so easily.